Gonna be scavenging first. Also, I queued up a lot of other talks, and there are, you know, a lot of 30-minute talks, so I didn't really know how many I'd need, how many I'd get. But, you know, they're there. Let's listen to music first, then.
Don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say. God Almighty, till that day. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the
yesterday. Got nothing new to talk about, got nothing new to say. Anyway, I fell in love with a girl downtown, then she walked away. That heart of cold, the sticks and stones, they put me here today. Forget my troubles and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. And since you left me crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. To the ocean and kiss me on the shores. You told me that now we've reached the end, 'neath that setting sun. And I hate you so much, I stole your bicycle. It's all said and done, now honey, you won. Gonna leave
Am I fucking overheating?
walk out the door. Forget my troubles and move to Memphis. Maybe change my name. Ever since you left me, crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same.
I wonder if hair actually affects the heat stuff. I mean, it's looking like it. Okay, so the moral of the story is you can fucking overheat because your hair's too long. Maybe not. Who knows? That's what I'm going with.
from lost in love. I couldn't see, I couldn't trust you. Now I've had enough, so I'll tell you just what you must do. Life from lost in love. I couldn't see, I couldn't trust you. Now I've had enough, so I'll tell you just what you must do. So baby, do better if you can do better. You gotta choose to be with me or whoever. You better do better if you can do better. You gotta choose, give me pain or give me pleasure. So baby, do better if you can do better. You gotta choose to be with me or whoever. You better do better if you can do better. You gotta choose, give me pain or give me pleasure.
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, or Cargo Drop. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
I mean, I realized that also I have my master volume lower than normal, but we are going to relaunch right into talks, and maybe just fairly soon. Maybe now. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Let's see, what do we have cute here? This one's called "Where the Bleep Are Your Tests?" Question mark, exclamation point. Interrobang. Who knows? But either way, we're gonna listen to Kithrat AI. No, that's the company. Kevin Dill. I'm silly. Talking about automated testing, I guess.
Hello, I'm Kevin Dill. I'm a senior solutions engineer at Kythera AI. And before we get going, just a quick shameless plug. So I've been at Kythera for about 1.5 years now. And it's really been a dream job for me because a lot of my career has been about trying to find reusable architectures, build reusable tools, and then carry those with me from project to project to project. And obviously, as a middleware company, that's what Kythera is all about. So we have a really solid sort of end-to-end AI solution. If you're looking for some tools so you don't have to build them yourself, if you're looking for some help building the AI for your game, either way, I definitely encourage you to reach out and have a talk with us. That's the kind of thing we can help with. My email is here. There will be more contact information at the end of the talk. But enough about that, because this is not a talk about Kythera. This is a talk about testing. So this is me. Here I am in my office away from the office. I've been an AI developer for over 20 years at this point in games and simulations. And I would say for probably the last 15 years, I've been what I would call really unit test curious, right? Excited by the idea of unit testing, excited by the promises that it seems to bring. But time and time again, I would try and get tests going in a project. And I would find I was spending far more time fighting with the tests, rewriting them, maintaining them, things like that, than on any benefit that I was possibly getting back from them. Then about probably 6 or 7 years ago, but so unit testing just didn't seem to work well for games, right? And that's something that I've heard a lot of people say in one way or another. And then about 6 or
But
7 years
couldn't
ago, it finally clicked, right? It finally just worked. So I had built my own test framework for a project I was working on. And since then, I've been consistently building tests for most of the work that I do. Initially on my own, because that was a project where I was working by myself. And now at Kythera, we already had a test framework before I got here, and a bunch of tests for it. And I've been working with the engineers to get us writing more tests and using it together more consistently. And especially doing it as a team, we're really starting to see major benefits that pay off far beyond the cost of writing the tests. So this talk is going to be about, first, why you should test. What I'm doing differently from sort of conventional unit testing. I've had a lot of software engineering gurus look and go, well, those aren't unit tests. They aren't integration tests. They aren't feature tests. I don't know quite what those are. So I'm going to drill into that a little bit and talk about it, and hopefully figure out how to get it working in games. Some tips and tricks once you've gotten that far that have worked for me to try and be more effective with my testing. And finally, a few takeaways that'll hopefully help you get over that initial hurdle and get started with testing. So some quick definitions before I get going. If I say Gaia, that's the game AI architecture. A lot of you have probably heard me talk about it before. It's a modular AI architecture I developed at Lockheed Martin. I've used it on a bunch of different things. I gave an AI Summit talk about it in 2016. I wrote a Game AI Pro 3 article about it. If you want to know more, it's there. I won't mention it much, but when it comes up, I just wanted you to know what that is. And CSN is City Scale Navigation. This is the main feature that I've been working out at Kythera. So this is what most of my examples are going to be from, because this is what I'm writing tests for right now. It's a new feature under development where we're going to fill large open worlds with ambient vehicles and pedestrians. And it uses a graph-based spatial representation rather than our underlying nav mesh. So you can see here is an example of the graph that I use in a lot of the tests. And, because vehicles drive in lanes on roads and pedestrians walk on crosswalks, those are all pretty linear, and a graph is a really natural representation for that. So this is my one sort of by the book software engineering slide. What is a unit test according to standard lore? And I just want to do this really quickly because hopefully everybody already knows. But a unit test is an automated piece of code that invokes a unit of work in the system, right? The smallest thing that you can check, and then checks a single assumption about the behavior of that unit of work. And a good unit test should be all of these things. I'm not going to go into them now because we'll come back to them. And the idea is you're going to have lots of these, hundreds of them, right? Each testing a single assumption about one thing. They're going to be in their own library that depends on the game library. It's going to be written alongside the code in C++ or whatever language you normally develop in. And it's going to cover as much of the code as possible. So you're validating that as much of the code as possible works the way that you think it should. It's run every time you build. So you hit Control-Shift-B, watch it compile, and then the tests run and immediately tell you whether they pass or fail. It's run on continuous integration. So if for some reason you didn't run it or you missed something, it gets caught in continuous integration. And if the tests fail, it warns the team so they don't pull the bad code. And it's run in the nightly build so that it can run on all the targets that we don't have time to do in continuous integration. So why do this, right? I mean, this means writing a bunch of extra code, maintaining a bunch of extra code. That's going to take time. We don't have a lot of extra time on most game projects. So why? The first really major benefit is that you get instant feedback, right? As soon as you make a mistake, you know right away that there's a bug. The best time to fix a bug is just after you wrote it, because all of the code is fresh in your head, right? Everything that you're doing, the way it connects up to everything else, all of that is right there, as opposed to when you come back later and you have to try and rebuild that, but it's imperfect. It's also the safest time to fix a bug. You are least likely to make another bug because all of that is fresh in your head. It's like the easy button for bug finding, right? When a test fails, you know exactly where the bug is. It's in the code you just wrote, or in the code that the test is testing, as opposed to getting a bug report from QA and then you blame it on animation and they blame it on somebody else, and then it gets thrown back to you and you mark it no repro, and then the testers say, no, it definitely happens, and throw it back, right? And then you finally start to dig in and try and find it, and you realize it is you and you're really embarrassed. All of that time is saved because you know exactly where it is. And you have an immediate repro case. Because the tests are repeatable, because they do the same thing when you run them again, if you have some difficult to reproduce, hard to catch bug, like you've got one vehicle is speeding up only a little bit. Another vehicle is slowing down, but not enough to stop. And there's a traffic light that's about to turn red. And on the far side of the traffic light, there's a crosswalk with a pedestrian that's going to go across it. And in this combination of things, something goes wrong. And in CSN, we have definitely found cases where it's weird combinations like that, right? When we get a test that catches that, or we set up the situation in game so that the test catches it, then we could just rerun the test and hit the problem again and again and again and iterate really, really quickly, trying to find it. May seem a little strange, but stick with me on this one. The tests document the code in a really powerful way, right? So they let you step in and see what's happening with fully instantiated objects. It's much better to go in the debugger and see the object with all the data filled out and everything hooked up than it is to try and look at the header files and figure out how everything hooks up, especially when you're getting back up to speed on some feature that you worked on a while ago, or when you're trying to look at somebody else's code and you want to get up to speed with what they did. Going and looking at the tests really helps. And I'll give you a concrete example of this. The first thing that I worked on when I came to Kythera was the CSN Path Planner, right? So as you recall, CSN works on a graph rather than a nav mesh, so it needed its own path planner. And most of the time we don't use it. Most of the time we have a scheduler that just picks at random when it comes to an intersection. But we expect that the designers will want to build missions where a vehicle goes a certain place, and they're going to want to take advantage of all the code in CSN to make it follow the rules of the road and look good and all of that. So they need a path planner that works with CSN. As I said, this was the first thing that I built when I came to Kythera. So we did it pretty early, and they just weren't ready for it yet. So it wasn't hooked up in-game for almost a year. And by the time they got ready to hook it up, I was off on another project. So Michael's a coworker of mine. He came to me and he said, tell me how this works. And I started talking about how, well, it gives you all of the lanes that the vehicle could use, so it's not always cutting to the inside. And going on. And I had vehicles on the brain because that's usually what we think about first. And he said, well, yeah, but hang on, because I'm working on pedestrians. Does it handle crosswalks? Well, shit, I don't know. Crosswalks are kind of tricky, and I remember we had some trouble with them because if you notice here, for instance, we have this crosswalk that's going across these vehicle lanes, and it breaks off in the middle of this sidewalk here, whereas everywhere else, our lanes connect up end to end. And that caused us a lot of trouble. I remember that they weren't working when I first worked on path planning, and I don't know if I ever got them working with the path planner. So let's find out. We go to the test file, start down at the bottom because it would be one of the last things that I did. And sure enough, here's pedestrian crosswalk 3, right? It's the third of 3 tests. So it creates a start position, it creates a destination position, it tells the tests that those both have to be valid, calling into the is valid code that's built into CSN.
Okay, so what I'm getting from here is that, video game devs don't usually have unit tests, which I don't know why they wouldn't. But, let's continue because, unit testing is pretty valuable. He's already been on about this, but I find it hard to believe that they don't have unit testing game dev. Okay.
So this is one of the things I like to do, and we'll come back to this, is have a lot of checking that I'm doing so that I can catch a lot of different bugs. It then calls the path planner, plans a path. It prints that out so that if the test fails, we can see what it actually found easily instead of having to try and inspect the objects in the debugger. Here's the path that it expects to follow. And that looks like this, by the way. So it's coming down across this crosswalk. There's a crosswalk here, and there's a third crosswalk here. And yes, this test does pass, so it is definitely going across crosswalks. And finally, it checks that, right? So this is where it checks that those two paths are the same. And it also does a bunch of other checking that this path object from CSN is well formed and that everything is kosher. So not only does this let us confirm that, yes, we did get as far as implementing this feature, but also it made it a lot easier for Michael to get in and understand things like, how does it handle this special case where it breaks off in the middle of a lane? Because I still don't know how it does that. I don't remember what I did. But instead of me having to go back and help him try and figure it out, or him spending a lot of time sort of fighting through and digging in, he just sets a breakpoint and sees what it does. There it is. So it's just a lot quicker to get up to speed. The last thing that I'll give for benefits is that the tests give you a safety net anytime the code changes. And this is game development. Our code changes all the time. We have to tune, we have to balance, we have to find the fun, we have features that change, we have to fix bugs. Hopefully we have some time to do some refactoring now and then. Game code probably changes more than code in most other industries. And I think that's one of the reasons why testing at the code level, like unit tests do, can be really challenging. But it's also really powerful because when I go and make a change, I'm going to test the thing that I changed, that it fixed what I thought it was going to fix. But it's really difficult to test everything else that might have broken in that process. And I can throw it to QA for regression testing, but they're coming down from the top. They're not coming up from the bottom. So they're testing in different ways, and they're going to find different bugs. There are a lot of bugs that unit testing will find much more naturally than QA will. So again, I'll give you an example just as quickly as I can. So one of the features I've been working on is at very high level of detail. Pedestrians are going to avoid each other using Orca, which we already have, so we're just really hooking it up. At lower level of detail, they just walk right through each other. So this requires that we add a component onto the entity when the LOD is raised, and then remove that component when the LOD drops back down. The problem is when we spawn a player in, we go from the lowest LOD, because there was nobody there, to the highest LOD, because the player is standing right there. So the first thing we do is spawn some actors, because we don't have any pedestrians at the lowest LOD that's far enough away that we just don't model them. And when we spawn them in, we create that avoidance component for them, because we're spawning them in at high LOD. And then we go through all of the actors that are in the area where the LOD is changing, and we change them from low to high. And in the process of doing that, among other things, we create an avoidance component for them so that they will avoid each other. And then we crash, because we just created two avoidance components and they conflict with each other. So it seems really natural to just reverse the order of operations, right? First, change the LOD on any existing actors and then spawn in any new actors so that they only get one avoidance component. But does that create another bug? Is it safe? Probably, but it's a pretty complex system, and there could easily be some dependency either that we know about or that we didn't realize that it would break. So now, unfortunately, we have no tests for this. So I have to go a lot slower. I have to be a lot more careful in my testing. I have to go interrupt Sandy, who's the guy who wrote the spawning system in the first place, and check with him, like, does this seem like it's safe? And in the end, I just feel a lot more nervous about it. So it slows me down, and it misses the opportunity to catch bugs early. So hopefully by now, I've got you at least unit test curious, right? Hopefully by now you're going, wow, that sounds pretty good. I wish I had some of that, but I'm not sure how am I going to get it to work for games, because that problem is still out there. So the first thing I think we need to do, of course, we all recognize this slide from earlier, is change this definition, because it's too restrictive. So instead, let's say that a unit test, in quotes, is an automated piece of code that invokes the system and tests it. And yes, I still call them unit tests, even though software engineer gurus will tell me those aren't unit tests. There's something else. I don't know what they are. And so here's our list of things that a good unit test should be. And these ones are critical. It needs to be fully automated. We need to run it every time we build. The whole point is to catch bugs early. So it needs to be readable so that when we get a bug, we can easily understand what actually happened, what we expected to happen, and why that thing is wrong. It needs to be maintainable. The code is going to change. And as it does, the tests will often need to change as well. So we can't just hack them in. We have to treat them as first-class code. It needs to be consistent, meaning that it always returns the same result. It always does the same thing. It always exercises the same code paths. For the reasons that I already said, because that's how we get those really powerful repro cases where when we catch some hard to reproduce bug, now we have an easy way to reproduce it, and where we can use the tests to intentionally create things like that. And it needs to be order agnostic, meaning that I can run them in any order. They don't depend on one another. And I'll get to the reason for that in just a moment. Yes, they need to be fast, but let's not get crazy here. They don't need to run in 30 seconds, right? A single CPP compile for me takes about 30 seconds. Sorry, they don't need to run in 3 seconds, which is the standard sort of, if you Google, that's how fast they say they should be. Our Kythera tests take a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes to run the whole way. And that's slower than I would like. I have some ideas about how to fix it. Someday I'll do it. But is it the most important thing? Hell no. I've got a milestone next week. That's the most important thing. When I get some free time, I'll speed them up. I can work with them even though they run slowly. The biggest thing that I do is I take the tests that I'm working on and I put them up at the top. And that's as easy as going into the CMake file and putting that test file at the top of the list. So those ones run first, right? If I've got a fast compile that I hit Control-Shift-B, it compiles. I watch until my new tests have passed. And then I can go back to work. And I should circle back later and check if something else broke, in case I broke something in some other system and didn't realize it. If I forget, then when I check the code in, it'll run on the continuous integration server. And if I broke something, that'll get sent out to the whole team, and I'll be embarrassed, and next time I'll remember to do it. I don't care if they run in memory. The real point of this was to get them to run fast. But the Gaia tests, for instance, take about 10 to 20 seconds to run. And every one of them is an XML file that gets loaded in when the tests run. Disk is fast these days. Keep it in memory if you can, but if there's a reason to hit the disk or the network or the database or whatever else, if that's going to let you test something more effectively, then by all means do it. And being atomic, I feel like this is actually what was screwing me up, right? So trying to test the smallest possible piece and totally isolate it by building mocks for all of the other systems, and then those have to be maintained. This was a nightmare, right? Instead, when I step up the level of granularity and I test, for instance, at the behavior tree level or in Gaia at the reasoner level, then I'm testing, say I'm testing my selector node or my sequence node, right? And I'm building some custom test nodes for some of the pieces underneath that, but I'm exercising a lot of decision-making logic throughout the architecture. And I've got these roots that are growing down into the architecture and sort of touching different things, having more opportunities to find bugs and broadening out my coverage almost for free. So you want them to be focused enough that when a test fails, you can get in and find where the problem is as easily as possible. But it's also nice if they actually branch out and test more than just the thing you're intentionally testing, because you'll catch bugs in other places. I found a bug, for instance, where my distance squared function was taking the square root. And that had been in there for probably 5 years. And top-down testing never caught it, right? But when I wrote a test and just threw in there, oh, and by the way, the distance should be this, and it wasn't, then we found it. And boy, was that embarrassing. So that's really the core of it to me, is get that granularity right, test the bigger pieces, and don't be afraid to have your tests that call into things that have dependencies that are testing more code. So on to sort of nuts and bolts, tips and tricks to, now you're building tests, you're testing at a good level of granularity. How do you get it to work? One of the big things I think that messes people up, especially early on, is that you need to come in through the class interface, right? And so oftentimes your test library is dynamically linking, so you need to come in through the API, which may not even be all of your public interfaces. If you're exposing things just for the tests, right, it's either moving them into the public interface or maybe making the test a friend class of the thing it's testing or something like that, that's a really bad idea. That's a really bad code smell. Not only because you got stuff in the public interface that shouldn't be there, but more importantly, that's a sign that you're trying to test too small. You're testing implementation details. And those are the things that are going to change the fastest. You want to test through the interface because that's going to change less often. Refactors, for instance, aren't going to break it. But you can't test everything through the API, right? You can call a function and see that what you got back is what you expect, but you can't test a lot of the details that went on in that. And so you can't really get in and test everything at the code level. So how do we solve that? The solution that has worked for me is to inject my tests into the code. What do I mean by that? Use asserts. Use errors, use warnings. Make your errors and warnings cause test failures. Among other things, then you'll clean up all your damn warnings and they'll become useful again. If they're unexpected. If errors and warnings are expected, you should have a way to tell the test, hey, I'm expecting to get three warnings or 3 errors, right? And then do things like load a bad data file and confirm that you actually get them so you can test that your data load catches errors properly. This means that the code checks that the edge cases work correctly, and it's much more natural than having a separate set of tests to check that. As the code changes, the asserts and errors and warnings in the code will naturally change as part of rewriting the code. You put those in your code anyway. And then you have tests that just call the code to give those asserts a chance to happen. And the tests can deliberately try and set up edge cases to confirm that, yes, it does the right thing when the input is 0 or whatever the case may be. Sorry, so this actually was meant to be much earlier. So we have hundreds and hundreds of lines, for example, that validate that the CSN network is correctly formed, probably over 1,000 lines at this point, that nothing is duplicated, that everything hooks up correctly, that if I've got a connection from here to here, that I also have a reverse connection from there to there, all of that kind of stuff. Every time we ran into a bug, we added something to these validate functions. They are if-def out if you're not in a debug build. They're hit every time you load a level if you are in a debug build, but we also have a bunch of tests that load different levels, including that map that I showed you. And we found a bunch of bugs because the validate gets found and we find, oh, there's a bug in the way the graph is getting formed in this case. Once you've got tests injected into your code, then you can do things like write stress tests. So this is a great place to start, right? Just load a large map, create lots of entities, and let it run for a while. When you're trying to exercise something like our scheduler, which is what controls what all the vehicles and pedestrians do normally. So we load in this case, this map, which is pretty big. We create a ton of vehicles and pedestrians. Then we start with a very small time step, and we go through 1,000 iterations, incrementing the time step each time, and then calling update. So this, among other things, tests that as your frame rate gets really bad, does that cause problems? And the answer was, yeah, it does. We find bugs that way. And then we also have, again, just testing everything that we can think of. So here I'm testing serialization that we use for networking every 200 frames. So the schedules have time to change a bunch, and then I try serializing them. This test takes about 30 seconds to run. So that's too slow to do it every time I compile. So we have this slow test filter. We're using the Google test framework. So this itself isn't built into Google test, but there are really easy ways to disable tests that is what this is leveraging. And I have a compiler directive that if it's enabled, then I'll run this test. If it's disabled, I don't. It's enabled in the nightly build and on continuous integration. I don't usually have it enabled when I'm working. But I build my code, I write my own tests, my faster tests, I make sure that they all pass. Then if I'm being good, I go into CMake, I click the box, I recompile, which only takes a minute because it's only a couple of files that change. I run the tests again, and I make sure that the slow tests pass. If I'm being lazy or I forget to do that and I broke something, or these catch something, which they often do because they can catch those weird edge cases, then it'll break in continuous integration and send out the email to the whole team, and I'll be embarrassed, and next time I'll run the slow tests before I commit. So that's, I think, probably all I have time for as far as takeaways, or sorry, as far as tips and tricks. There's just so much else that I wanted to talk about and had to cut out. So hopefully a future talk, and I would love to see talks from others. There've been really few talks, especially about unit testing, like really getting into the code and testing. And I would love ideas from all of the rest of you as well. But I wanted to give just a few, what are the reasons that we fail in the games industry? And the takeaways that I hope will let you get over the hump and get started with this. So the first reason that we often fail is that it's just overwhelming, right? You've got all of this code, none of it's under test. Where do you even begin? Don't angst about having perfect coverage. If you have anything under test, that's better than not having anything under test. Michael Feathers, who's one of the real unit testing gurus, said that bad tests run often are better than good tests that aren't run at all. So, as long as the tests aren't so bad, I would add that they're slowing you down more than they're helping you. But you'll know if that's happening. So get anything tested, right? Start with your next line of code, or start with the next bug you fix. Put in a test to make sure that bug doesn't come back. And now you're doing regression testing at the code level that's complementing the regression testing that QA does. The next problem, and this was the one that killed me so many times when I tried to get started, is that especially early on while I was figuring out what to do, I just didn't have enough time. The test maintenance was way bigger than the test payoff. If you find that this is happening, think about your level of granularity. Try writing coarser tests that test bigger systems and then implicitly test the smaller systems because they call down into it. Build the validation into your code, make it so that your errors and your warnings are test failures so that you don't have to assert everything, get asserts in there. If you have more expensive things that you want to put in errors and warnings, if def, debug them or something like that. And try and get that coverage broad in the easy, cheap ways. And as soon as you start finding bugs and seeing how easy it is to dig in and fix those bugs when you got a test pointing right at them, you'll start to really appreciate having the tests there. The last thing that kills us is a lack of buy-in or a lack of discipline, right? In the games industry, we often tend to be cowboys. We're pretty arrogant. We know that we work in a really hard industry and we're all pretty smart to be here. But that doesn't change the fact that tests will let us be more effective, work faster. So there are times when it's not the right time to do it. As I said, right now, we've got a big milestone. And I just came back onto CSN recently. And as I did, I started, especially because I've been working on this talk, so I've been thinking about it a lot. Like, let's try this out. Let's, when we move a task into the review column, just write on there where the tests are. And then the reviewer can go and run the tests and look at it that way, maybe instead of having an online code review. And I immediately got back from the project manager, how long is that going to take? Because we've got this really tight milestone. Do we have time for it? And my answer was, well, it's not going to cost me any time because I'm going to build the tests anyway. Like, I can't not test my code. That's ridiculous. But we do have some guys on the team who've been doing testing with me and who are definitely up to speed and have bought into it. We have a couple of guys who haven't really drunk the Kool-Aid yet. And I will concede that maybe this week isn't the week for them to try and figure out how to start testing. Fair enough. But we have to circle back. And the project manager is totally on board with, yes, we want this, maybe just not right now. So you have to circle back. You have to have that discipline to, even when you set it aside for a little while, to come back to it. So at the end of the day, my answer to that, like, how long is this going to take, is we don't have time to not write tests. Because there's some overhead and startup costs, to be sure. But once you get going, they will improve your velocity. You will notice it. And especially, they will help you when you get to that crazy end stage where any mistake could sink the game, right, just before you ship. Having that safety net in place, having the ability to better test the code yourself before you throw it to QA, all of that is really going to help in that end stage get it out the door part. But if you've given up on it before then you won't have that to help you. So that's all I've got. Thank you for listening. I hope this has helped. I've been wanting to give this talk for a while now, and it's really been trying to figure out what is it that's made it different for me, that caused it to just flip on and start working. So hopefully this is helpful. As promised, here's the contact information. If you want to talk about AI, talk about testing, definitely reach out. I love talking about that kind of stuff. If you're looking for some help with some tools or looking for some help building your AI, reach out about that too. I love building AI, and that is something that we can help you out with. So that's it. Again, thank you for listening, and I will see you on the other side.
So I'm guessing that the reason the programmers don't do unit testing is because they've already got a department for testing, QA, game testers, whatever. And so they think unit testing is redundant, probably. Right, this is the physiological effects of crunch. Oh, look at the science. And crunch is just working tirelessly near the end of the project kind of rush. It's just like, it's the natural progression of procrastination, where you're just rushing to get everything done and you're straining basically to get things in on time, I guess.
Hello. All right. So the story behind this talk is that ever since the EA spouse letter, I've asked everyone I could think of, like, when they're talking about crunch, like, is there any actual scientific research showing the effects of crunch? Some people glorify it, some say it's unfortunate but necessary, some say it's terrible and detrimental, but when I ask anyone in any category, okay, is there any peer-reviewed research on this, it's crickets. Right? Or someone swears, I saw a study once, but when I ask them for a citation, suddenly they can't find it. So I went ahead and did the research myself, so you don't have to. These slides will have numbers in them. I will give a bibliography at the end, and a link to the slides so you can check them out, because I think we can do better at this point than just gut feelings. So just to lay down some boundaries, what are we talking about when we say crunch? This doesn't have an industry standard definition. For this talk, when I say crunch, really I'm using it as a synonym for any amount of unpaid overtime past 8 hours a day or 40 hours a week. Now, this can be short, it can be long, it can be light, it can be brutal. I'm talking about all of these. We do usually talk about this in the context of salaried employees where extra hours are not compensated. That's significant because there are federal laws requiring at least time and a half compensation for overtime, specifically to make it more cost effective that if you're going to make a habit of this, you're going to have to pay for it. It's more cost effective to just hire more workers and work them less hours. But salaried workers are exempt from those laws, so on the surface it means that a company appears to just get more work out of other people for free. There are some edge cases to that, but they generally don't apply to the game industry. The other term that I'll use in this talk is death march, which is just our colloquial term for a situation where a team is behind schedule. They're asked to work longer hours to catch up. That makes them even further behind. They work even longer hours, with crunch getting worse and worse over time and the project getting further and further behind until the entire project just fails, causing high degrees of burnout and other problems. So that's kind of like one extreme end of the scale, but we'll be looking at the entire range. So one thing that I did not include in my definition is calling crunch mandatory unpaid overtime. That is usually how it's used, but this has actually been studied. And whether overtime was strictly voluntary, with a worker putting in more hours because they just wanted to and were passionate, versus it being required by management, the issues arising from crunch that we'll be discussing here actually are the same either way, with one small exception I'll get to at the end of the talk. So if you work long hours, you will have certain fatigue effects, period, regardless of the situation that put you there. So I'll start with a study that was measuring cognitive function, not productivity, but just basic simple tests like the ability to memorize and repeat a word list or do simple math, that kind of thing. And it turns out that your ability to process things mentally is not actually constant throughout a work week. It starts off low, gets better in the first part of the week as you get into the swing of things, and then decays until you get a break. For working hours up to about 25 a week, an increase in working hours has a positive impact on cognitive function. You get into the swing of things, you get into a rhythm. After that, cognition slowly declines. And this study actually looked at gender differences and found none. So this is basically the same curve for everyone. Once you get past 60 hours, your cognitive function is actually worse than someone who wasn't working at all. So there is actually scientific evidence that Mondays suck. But if you talk about Wednesday being hump day, that's actually not supported by science. You peak early Thursday. We knew that already since Wednesday, since most people actually do it on the weekends. This was actually consistent with a number of other studies that didn't look hour to hour, but did confirm that longer hours do show performance degradation when averaged out over the entire week per hour. I'd also like to draw your attention to the bottom study here. There is a difference in effects of crunch depending on the type of work done. Knowledge work and creative work are actually hit harder than things like rote repetitive tasks. While I would love to give you a spreadsheet with just a bunch of numbers to optimize to say, here's exactly what's going to happen at hour number 48, there's just too much variability between people, between different kinds of tasks, and many, many other variables. So this, as much as I would love to spreadsheet this out, it's not actually possible. So now let's talk week to week. So suppose you just work a 40-hour work week, no overtime at all, and we just track your weekly performance instead of hourly. Yes, you'll have some good weeks, you'll have some bad weeks. Going too many weeks without time off can degrade performance. You do get more experienced and skilled over time, so your performance will increase like year to year. But over the course of, say, a few months, we can treat this as sort of constant. And under crunch conditions, there is a degradation of productivity over time that continues to go down the longer that crunch happens. Now, there isn't a single study that measures this overall because there's just too many variables, but there are lots of studies that show this in different narrow contexts, and they all tell the same story. So this is a repeated pattern across a number of fields, countries, and studies that comes through consistently. This is an example of what an actual productivity curve. Oh, I drew this as like a straight line down. It's not necessarily in a linear shape. So this is an example of an actual productivity curve. This is not from game development, but it is from real data collected over 10 years from a processing and manufacturing plant, calculating productivity as the time it takes to do short-term tasks during crunch compared to how long it takes those under normal baseline conditions. So you can see, like, you do get a big fall off early on, then it kind of goes a little bit back up as people go into the swing of things, then it drops a bit more. Yeah, that's in a non-game dev context, but it's an example of what a curve might look like. So it's not linear. And yes, this can actually go negative. And the reason is because the more fatigued someone is, the more likely they are to make catastrophic errors. So what zero productivity looks like is you spend 3 hours fixing a simple bug and you create another bug in the process. That's zero productivity. Negative productivity is you're tired, you see a deprecated file in the Git repository, and you go to remove it to clean things up, and by accident you actually delete the entire Git repo and cost the entire company like a person-month's worth of work because a bunch of people have just lost their most recent check-ins and everything had to be restored from last night's backup. That's what negative productivity looks like. And this is what happens during a death march. The project is behind schedule, people work longer hours, but if it happens for too long, this can actually put the team further behind if you're unlucky because someone just happens to make a really big blunder because of the fatigue effects. And if that happens too many times, then the entire project just ends up collapsing under its own weight. There's also some amount of recovery time that it takes you to get back to your original baseline productivity after crunch. We talk about comp time. Again, this isn't necessarily linear either. I'm just drawing it here to show that there is some recovery period. So you can see very clearly here that a short-term crunch followed by a recovery period is actually a net productivity loss compared to just working continual 40-hour weeks. Short-term, sometimes you need this to hit a milestone at the end of this week. with the understanding that long term is a little bit less efficient, but sometimes you need to squeeze a little bit more hours into a little bit less time in the short term. That can be fine. Long term, there's really no science I could find showing any productivity benefits of doing extended crunches. In fact, just the opposite. It's less efficient, you get less done than just working 40 straight. So there's really no justification for crunch beyond like a month or so. Now, it seems intuitive to say, well, if people work longer hours, you get more out of them, but that's just not supported by reality because humans aren't machines. We don't have a constant...
Not even with
per
machines.
hour. We get tired.
Like, you need maintenance. You need some rest time. Come on now.
So it gets worse when you're not looking not just at productivity, but the actual effects on human physiology. So this is from a pretty big study of over 10,000 Americans over 13 years. They got about 90,000 person years worth of on-the-job data, which let the study authors control for age, gender, occupation, industry, and religion. And within that, we're able to show a very clear linear relationship between hours worked above 8 a day or 40 a week with greater incidence of injury or illness. So yes, you don't typically deal with workplace injury in game development beyond a paper cut, but this does include things like heart attack, stroke, stomach ulcer, and other medical conditions that can either kill you or at least take you out of the game for a while. And this is consistent with 2 other studies shown here that showed a link between overtime hours and heart disease, stroke, and injury hazard rate. Another study here looked at a survey of almost 4,000 Canadians and asked them lifestyle questions and also whether they were consistently working short, normal, or long hours, and basically found that you've got increased chances of mental health issues, decreasing healthy habits like eating well and exercise, and increasing unhealthy habits or starting unhealthy habits like smoking, drinking, or illicit drug use if you are consistently working longer hours. You're just more likely to have those problems if you're consistently working long hours. And this is also backed up by 3 other studies that show increased incidence of anxiety and depression disorders, as well as increased anger and hostility at work on a mood scale, which then leads to greater incidence of interpersonal conflict on a team and resulting lower team morale. Now, there is an actual mechanism for why overtime hours affect mental and physical health, and that mechanism is an increase in stress. There is scientific evidence that long working hours is related to stress, and that's not surprising that long hours are stressful. It's not surprising that chronic stress is known to cause all kinds of health problems. I do want to be clear, when I say stress here, I'm not, for the purpose of these studies, I'm not just talking about like self-reporting or observational stress. I'm talking about biological stress. There are numerous biomarkers for chronic stress in blood studies, including it changes your levels of cortisol, catecholamines, glucose, HbA1c, triglycerides, cholesterol, prolactin, oxytocin, and a whole bunch of other things. So when I say chronic stress here, I'm actually talking about alterations in your blood chemistry. And there's a vast body of literature that links those biomarkers with a number of physical illnesses, mental illnesses, and cognition deficits. I could give an entire separate presentation just showing biochemical pathways that get you from stress to poor outcomes. So when I say stress, I'm not saying this in a way of, well, weak humans fold under crunch, hire people who are tough. This is a physiological response to stress that you cannot get around with just toughness and bootstraps. Now, some people might be thinking, well, okay, these are just the sacrifice. These are unfortunate, but they're the sacrifices we have to make in order to make good games. I think we all know that game development is a bit more messy than that. You can't draw a clear line between a single variable like crunch and the outcome. But there was a study on Gamasutra back before it was Game Developer, specifically relating people's self-reports of whether they worked overtime or crunched on a project versus the project's Metacritic score on the left, their financial ROI in the center, and an aggregate score that the study authors calculated from a combination of factors on the right. And as you can see, the data is all over the place. Each dot on these graphs is the game's score versus how much crunch there was.
The answer is that it's genetic, and we have to breed better game developers.
Same for games with no crunch.
They need to be born with a computer in their stomach.
Spanning the range from AAA to small indie, there is a very mild negative correlation between working overtime and making a successful game. And if you thought that was the worst of it, it actually gets even worse, because if you're working really long hours, these hours have to come from somewhere, and the chances are pretty good they're going to come from your sleep. And so there was a key study I found which showed that people who work more than 55 hours a week compared to those who work 35 to 40 are twice as likely to experience shortened sleep hours, almost 4 times as likely to find it difficult to fall asleep in the first place, and twice as likely to wake up without feeling refreshed. And repeated exposure to long work hours greatly increased those odds. So that's where it starts and it gets worse from there. So there is actually a strong correlation between overtime and sleep deprivation. So let's talk about sleep. Most humans need somewhere around 8 hours of sleep per night to function optimally. There's some variation here. We follow along a bell curve. But if anyone here is thinking that, well, I can function just fine on 6 hours of sleep, I'm one of the lucky ones at the lower end of the bell curve, odds are actually extremely high that you're fooling yourself and you really can't. And honestly, none of us is in a position to actually know how much sleep is optimal for us unless you've had this measured in a lab in an actual sleep study. Because as we're about to see, your self-perception about this is not great under normal conditions, and it gets even worse with sleep deprivation. So going without sleep, it turns out physiologically, is almost indistinguishable from drinking alcohol, other than the effect on a breathalyzer test. This is literally what sleep loss does. It reduces motor function, reaction times, ability to think, judgment, all the things.
There's your non-alcoholic beer. Just sleep deprivation. You want a good night, stay up all day. How about that?
How many shots of alcohol it takes. So the next time you hear someone talk about like pulling an all-nighter or staying up late working on a project, just mentally translate that to drinking alcohol, right? You'd say, if someone said, oh, that Ian, he came in and rebalanced our entire game economy overnight last night. He's such a hero. He does those all-nighters a lot, right? Just mentally translate that to, oh, that Ian, last night he got totally drunk. Then he balanced our game economy. He's a hero. He does that a lot, right? That sounds crazy when I say it like that, but if you say stayed up all night, that is really literally what is happening here. And kind of like being drunk, right? If you've ever been in a bar and seen someone who's like falling off their stool and saying, I'm fine, give me the keys to drive, right? And everyone else is like, dude, you're not fooling anyone. Right? You like being drunk, you always think you're less drunk than you actually are, and being tired is like that too, right? One of the first things to go when you start getting tired or drunk is your ability to self-assess how tired or drunk you are. So however tired you ever think you are, it's probably worse. It turns out this is actually what the second wind is. If any of you have experienced that, where you're like late up at night and maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, you suddenly reach this point where you get this sudden rush of energy, right? That's actually the point where the part of your brain that detects how tired you are is too tired to function and has shut off. It doesn't feel that way. To be sure, you would need to measure this in a lab with cognition tests, but if you do that, what you find is that the second wind is pure perception. Your actual abilities follow a progressive, smooth slide downward, and the point at which you say, I'm having my second wind, does not show up on that graph at all. Also, this surprised me when I found this. If you pull an all-nighter and then take a full day of rest, you are still not back to baseline. So this can be extremely dangerous and inefficient. This was from a study where experienced night shift workers had mental performance measured at baseline, after a night shift, and again after a full day of recovery, and found that even after a full night's sleep and a full day off, test subjects were not recovered all the way back to their baseline levels. Now I know what you're thinking. Ooh, I know a cheat code for this. In some ways, yes, caffeine does have effects that counteract the effects of being tired, but there are a whole bunch of caveats and limitations. And the most important one that most people are not aware of is that you reach caffeine tolerance shockingly quickly. It takes about a week, meaning that 1 week of regular caffeine use, and that amount of caffeine use is no longer giving you any kind of stat bonuses at all. It's just bringing you back to the baseline you were prior to starting your use of caffeine. Sorry, coffee drinkers. So if you don't use caffeine normally and use a boost for a short period of time that is covered under caffeine, like 1 week or less, you can do this to make up for some of the adverse mental effects of short-term crunch, as long as you stop using it immediately after that week and get back to a non-caffeine baseline. For anything longer than that, no, caffeine will actually not help you. So you might say, okay, is there any good news here? Is there anything you can do to improve your performance at work? And yes, if you want to optimize time, whether you're in crunch or not, short attention breaks, so a 10-second attention break, stretching every few minutes, taking a 5-minute break to walk around every hour, that can refresh your attention and keep you fresh throughout the day. Also, taking at least 20 minutes when you take a meal to just eat in a relaxed and slow way actually improves the nutrition of the food and improves digestion and relaxation. And on top of that, of course, any techniques you can use to reduce stress, because as we heard, the main bad effects of extended crunch are from levels of stress. So stress reduction, of course, is a huge field. That could be an entire talk of its own. But if you have noticed, for example, lots of companies offering things like yoga, meditation, and mindfulness classes, that actually does have a solid basis in science for positive health outcomes due to stress reduction. It's just that it comes across as a bit disingenuous when the company offering stress reduction programs is also the primary cause of your stress in the first place. Another thing that was found across multiple studies, and this is the exception that I was referring to at the very beginning, is that allowing people to choose their own work hours. So allowing people flexible time over their schedules, whether in crunch or not, has basically nothing but positive effects under normal baseline conditions or crunch conditions. So that is also something you can do, is letting people set their own hours helps with job satisfaction, health, well-being, productivity, efficiency, just basically everything across the board. Now, another thing you may be wondering, there may be an elephant in the room here that I want to address, which is, you're saying like, well, Ian, you're co-founder of Global Game Jam. Everyone knows that game jams take place over a sleepless weekend. Are you the biggest hypocrite getting up here and telling us about this? So I will say game jams in general and Global Game Jam in particular do have an image problem. A lot of people think that these glorify and encourage crunch culture. I have actually talked with Global Game Jam leadership about fixing this and having them make some very public statements about crunch. So far, that hasn't happened. I will keep pushing on it, but I do want to address this right now. So first off, as we've seen, the worst health and like physiological and psychological effects of crunch happen in the long term, not the short term. With game jams, this is time boxed. You can short yourself on sleep over 48 hours, but that won't have nearly the same effects of depression and illness and injury that a longer crunch period would have. So a weekend jam just isn't a fair comparison to the long-term damage that a 6-month death march would do. But more importantly than that, you don't have to crunch at game jams, right? Co-founder of Global Game Jam telling you you do not have to crunch at game jams, right? In fact, knowing what I've just shown you about the effects of long hours and sleep deprivation, I would say that if you treat a game jam as a short-term crunch, you are doing it wrong. You can work an 8-hour day in a game jam 2 days on a weekend and probably make a better overall project than if you work 2 16-hour days, and definitely better than if you pulled 2 adjacent all-nighters. If you want, you can do empirical research on yourself to prove this to yourself. Game jams are actually a good way to do this relatively safely because they are so time compressed. Just schedule several game jams that are at least a month apart to give yourself time to recover. Time it so that you're going into each game jam equally fresh, and then try one jam where you only work 8 hours a day, one where you work until you're subjectively tired, and one where you go with as little sleep as possible and push yourself to your limit, and then compare. What's the quality of the work that you did on those games? How much did you get done? How did you feel during and after each jam? Just let your team know when you do this on a game jam with a team so they can scope accordingly. And if you do that, that's not really glorifying crunch. It's using game jams to learn more about yourself and the effect that crunch has on you so that you can make better personal decisions when your actual job is on the line. And I just want to address also, every now and then you'll see a thread where people will post pictures of jammers asleep on the floor or at their desks. Just keep in mind that this floor is comfy Tumblr isn't glorifying crunch, it's mocking it. This is not aspirational, don't treat it as such. So if you take away nothing else from today, these are the points that I really want you to remember. Know that your productivity per unit time decreases continually and linearly if you work long hours or you're short on sleep, and these effects stack with each other and get worse until you catch up in the short term. If you do this long enough that you can no longer catch up in the short term, the excess is taken off your lifespan with permanent health damage. And if you're fatigued enough, you'll also be in the territory where you can sometimes, if you're unlucky, create more messes than you can clean up, and you're actually a net liability to your team. If your entire team is under these conditions, you're in a death march. And even if you're short on sleep for just a single day, remember that during the time when you are sleep deprived, you are operating as if you are drunk. So avoid anything where you can kill someone with a mistake. Try not to drive. For God's sake, stay off the critical path of your project. And there are other things I didn't even get to cover here because I just have a half hour. The effects of crunch on family life and relationship stress, decrease in job satisfaction. Those can lead to increased absenteeism and employee turnover. And employees, if they turn over, are quite expensive to replace. Burnout is also a factor. That doesn't just increase employee turnover, but also cost the entire industry senior level experience that leaves. So there's more research on that I just didn't have time for. So the next time you see this sign in Moscone West, your first thought should probably be, which creative is wasting money at 10 p.m.? Probably whichever one is in the office working. So to leave you with some final thoughts, you might wonder, okay, well, how do we avoid crunch if we get behind schedule then? That's all fine and good to say this is bad. What's the alternative? Let's be clear that we don't usually get behind schedule because the engineering team was lazy and playing games all day, or because the designers were unskilled and didn't know how to make the game. Right? Those things both happen a lot on student projects, but in the industry, we tend to filter those people out when we're hiring. Professional developers actually tend to be pretty good at what we do. So the cause of crunch is usually not a skill problem or a laziness problem. It's an unrealistic schedule. Expectations are too high. That's a project management fail. And even if there is a technical skill problem where you do have, say, engineers that just aren't skilled enough to build the thing as fast as they should, that's still arguably a project management fail because it's the project manager's job to know the capabilities of their team. If you overestimate the team's skills, that's on the person who did the overestimation. So if you do find your project behind schedule with too much work and not enough time to do it, the solution is really not work harder or work longer hours, because you are just as likely to cause damage to the project as to advance it. Yes, if you're very lucky and happen to avoid random catastrophic errors, you might get a little more done, but the odds are against you. Right. The solution really here is to, in order to maximize your chances of success, is to reassess how much you can realistically get done. And if you can't get done what's currently spec'd in the time that you have, redo the spec so that it is possible to get done, or knock back the release date to give the team extra time to get more done, or hire more people onto the team with enough ramp-up time that their net productivity gains. That one does have some delay. So yes, there are real citations for all of the sources here. These are on the comments slide and individual slide, as well as the slide here. If anyone wants to look these up for themselves or do more research on this topic, you can get your slides here. And with that, I will take questions. We have mics here and here.
Hi there. My name is Lauren, and I'm an art student at Academy of Art, but I'm also a college softball player. And so you can imagine the amount of crunch I get put under, having to wake up at like 6 a.m. to do weights for, an hour, and then play softball for 3 hours. So it definitely, the hours only come from sleep. I can definitely agree with that. I found it interesting when you talked about depression, because in the last couple, years, I've realized my increase in depression and experiencing anxiety almost exclusively when I'm in season. And so when I have like a lot of obligations, all of a sudden it just keeps piling on. But with the increase of awareness for mental health as we move forward into the future, I wanted to ask, how do you think the work week will change in the future for the betterment of mental health, and what is your ideal work week?
So ideal work week, like you said, there's definitely, you peak at 25 hours, so you don't want to stop there, right? There, you do still get more. I think 40 hours was ideal back in Henry Ford's time for people working on an auto assembly line doing rote tasks. The ideal work week length for knowledge tasks, I have not found yet like specific. I did not cover specific things here with relations to that. I'm guessing it's probably between 30 and 35. Now, whether we will get there as an industry when we are very, very stubborn about these kinds of things, I'm not sure that I have that kind of confidence, at scale. But we actually have seen some recent things with that, like some companies experimenting with 4-day work weeks and not a 4x10, like a 4x8, and reporting positive results from that. So I think like many things in the industry, there are positive things we can do. Some studios will do them, some of them won't, and I can only just hope that the the companies that are doing things better will eventually, over time, make better games and kind of displace the ones that aren't. But game development is chaotic enough. Occasionally, a toxic studio, in any number of ways, can still produce a hit game, just by random chance, not necessarily because because that's part of the process. And sometimes good studios will produce bombs. But hopefully over time, there's a die roll. There's a die roll modifier. The ones that give positive die roll modifiers are overall going to be more successful on average, and hopefully we can have that also with a shift in the culture. As more people understand that. That was kind of my hope with this talk, that it's just it gets us past just talking about anecdotes and feelings and, well, I think, and here's my experience, and really talk about the science that we know, so that we can kind of have a more elevated conversation about this topic. So, thanks. Might have time for one more.
Yeah, I think. So that was a great question because it's in relation to mine. This conversation about sleep, it's a very equitable conversation. So from a privileged perspective, I mean, there's folks that are working more, have more jobs and things like that. So it's great to find from a scientific standpoint the causes of some of these downfalls. But moving forward, I'm curious what your solutions might be from a process perspective. Like there's the Pomodoro technique and things like that where you're taking breaks in between your work days. So I'm curious your thoughts on that and how we can use this information to move forward with companies to recognize that not everybody has the same number of hours in a day. And while this information is very valuable, I think there's subsets of minorities that will struggle with implementing it.
Yeah. As far as helping studios to do better with this, that's part of why I'm giving this talk, right? So that you'll have a resource to be able to bring up and point to and say, look, here's what science actually says. Again, so that people, yes, I mean, if you're like a junior designer at a company, you have absolutely no institutional power, and you do not have a say over whether you crunch or not, and your producer says, all right, everyone's crunching, it's mandatory, right? There's limited things you can do other than maybe like look for additional work, but I want to at least have it so that individuals in that situation at least understand this is what's going to happen to your mind and body under these conditions if it goes for long enough. And so that you can make a more well-informed decision about, do I stay, do I leave, do I push back, which parts of the rest of my life do I protect, right? I would definitely say if you are in crunch conditions, prioritize sleep as much as you can, because if you do get short on sleep from that, that's just going to amplify all the other negative effects and make you even more dangerous. So. And yes, there, like I said, there was a slide where I did show, some, small things that you can do, during the day to improve productivity. This is under crunch conditions or non-crunch conditions, but obviously there are limits, right? The effects of an extended crunch will stack and overpower any positive things that you do, given enough time. Right. So it's mostly about just optimizing. And then, of course, if there's anyone here who is a key decision maker, who does have a say over, do we crunch, do we not crunch, how much do we crunch, that my hope is that you can use this as a better understanding to understand, okay, here are the effects that are going to happen to individuals and to teams under crunch conditions so that you can make more informed decisions about, when do we crunch, in the short term because we have a milestone due next week and we're a little bit behind. And I recognize that it's important to hit that milestone because if we miss it, then the entire project gets canceled and our studio closes. All right, go ahead. But just understand that you will want to give people time afterwards to get them back to baseline. That it is inefficient to do that regularly. And that as far as extended crunches go, that's where you should really be looking at your project timelines and your goals and your scope instead. So for and for people who aren't in that position, who maybe are junior or mid-level, if you stay in the industry for long enough and get into positions of power where this is your call, just remember this so that when you do have the ability to make those kinds of decisions on behalf of a team, that you're making decisions based on actual science. So I think we're out of time there. Thank you again for coming. I will be still around and going to the speaker wrap-up area wherever that is, if anyone wants to continue the conversation. Thank you so much for coming.
So anyways, crunch bad, that's the summary here. And also check your privilege, I guess. This one's for an hour. It's nature versus nurture. Unpacking player spending in free-to-play games. Ooh, someone from Congregate. Nice. I remember Congregate, that was fun. I miss Flash. But then again, you know why you had to get rid of it, because, people could execute code for you. It was just a vector for malicious attacks. Anyways.
So today, we're here to talk about unpacking player spending in free-to-play games. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. Who am I? That's a great question. I'm VP of Insights and Analytics at Congregate, and I do some other stuff other than games, and I've had a fair amount of experience in the industry. And I have great help in building that. So, telling you a little bit about Congregate first. So Congregate has been around for 13 years now. We started as a web platform. We're also a mobile publisher. We have over 200 million mobile installs since 2015, over 10 million monthly active users, over 60 games published, and over 100 games on the web. And a lot of the data that I'm going to be using today is from those games. So what's really interesting about being a publisher in a web platform is that we get access to a lot of data. So we can do these analysis across many, many games and get some understanding on general trends across all of these free-to-play games. Some games that we've published, Adventure Capitalist, Animation Throwdown, I'm going to use both of them a fair amount today, and a couple of other more recent games as well. So what can you expect today? I really hope I can deliver on that promise of analytics and insights and be able to share with you as much data as possible, go into a little bit deeper analysis, intermingle some examples in there. Hopefully it's a lot of data that is very useful and that gives you not a checklist of best practices, but more of a framework on how to think about monetization. My goal is not to give you, hey, go implement this feature, and this feature. That's up to you on how you do that. My goal here is to give you ideas and inspiration on develop what works best for your game. All right, so to warm up a little bit, and please don't be shy. We're among a small gathering of friends. Can you please raise your hand if you've ever played a free-to-play game? Cool. Leave them up, leave them up, leave them up.
Everyone
All right.
should have. They're
Who-
free to
can
play.
you
Why wouldn't
put your
you?
hand down if you've only played a free-to-play game for work? Cool. Awesome. Can you? Okay, lower your hands. Don't get tired. Can you please raise your hand if you've ever spent on a free-to-play game? All right. Plenty of hands, but not as many. And you can put them down. Can you raise them again if you've only spent for fun, not for work? So, wave your hand. And even though it was a fair amount of hands up there, you can see that it was a small group of people, or a smaller group of people, and it's this is even an audience and people of the industry that know how things happen, how the stuff is made, why you spend, and it's still a small percentage of people. So that is basically why we're here to talk about spending in free-to-play games. So over the years, the free-to-play industry has really matured how we think about monetization. We've learned things over the years. We've diversified our revenue sources. But at the end of the day, even looking at our own revenue sources for Kongregate, in-app purchases are still a big chunk. We've been able to diversify this, but it's still extremely important. And throughout all these years, one of the things that I was Googling for preparing for this talk, and I was like, okay, let's see what the conventional wisdom is on the internet, because obviously that's a source of truth. And
The best.
most blog posts and
Second only to the Ludilogy stream, where we say nothing but the truth,
from
whole truth, nothing but the
2012
truth.
to today, they all kind of have two big pieces in there. Most players will never spend in your game, and most revenue will come from a small, very small percentage of players. But now we know IP is important, but where do these learnings come from? We should not take these at face value. We should continue to validate whether this is true, and we should be able to understand it further. We have more data now. So first, I'm going to start by validating some of these kind of conventional wisdom, pieces of wisdom, and then I'll dive into understanding what's happening with spending patterns and free-to-play spending. So a little bit of a philosophical question. Can anyone that walks into your game can become a spender? And it is a question that's hard to answer. But we can at least look at some data to better understand.
I'm pretty sure anyone could be.
What the patterns in
if they
trends
walked
tell.
into your game.
If we look at percent buyers, we split this.
Actually answering that question when you think about it. I mean, if they had something that attracted them to the game in the first place, I suppose that kind of incentive could be, what's it called, coddled, amplified or something. I don't know, when I want to spend in the game, it's because I see they're doing it's because I really enjoy the game, even, and I want to support it. That's kind of my baseline. But anyways, let's get to the actual, research here.
Across genres of games that we've published at Kongregate, and we looked at how many players have ever spent. And looking at it by genres, we have a few games that are casual and hyper-casual, idle incremental games, mid-core games. So you can see that the ranges are different, but it's still a very narrow band. In fact, most games see kind of a max of 5% of players will ever spend. So it kind of does validate that idea of a very few percentage of players will ever spend on your game. But I wanted to validate this a little bit further. So I'll look back to Kongregate.com. As I said, we have a lot of games up there. So I took the same time frame, 2014 to today, or yesterday, and I took the top 500 games. And it's a little bit of a busy chart, but at the bottom, it's the rank by revenue, and on the y-axis is the percentage of payers. And what we can see here is that most games fall on the 1 to 3% buyer rate. So it validates what we're seeing on mobile games. And across many, many more games, a bigger pool of games. And, we see there a few games going up 5%, 6%, but it's still this narrow band. I will caveat a little bit this. Looking back, kind of 2010, 2011, 2012, Kongregate did get a lot of Asian MMOs uploaded and very popular on the platform. And those games, I exclude them intentionally because they have very different mechanics and they do see very different metrics. And at that point, we are seeing kind of go beyond those ranges, but it is not representative of like the majority of recent games that we've seen. So this took us to the next question. Are some players more likely to spend than others? So is there something there that some players have this inclination to, or like a higher likelihood to spend? So what we did here is looking at our games in the portfolio, see have they gone from one game to another, have they spent in both games? All right, so taking the total spenders have ever spent on a single Kongregate game on mobile, we saw 40% play 2 or more games. And from there, 17% of those spend on at least 2 games. And while this doesn't give us a concrete answer, what it does start hinting at is that these players are not your random player. If we were thinking about that 5% that, any player on the street or likelihood of them spending, only 5 of them will ever spend, in this case, it's much higher. So it is starting to tell us something about, there's certain players that are more willing or come in with a different expectation on whether they will spend on a game or not. All right, so to summarize a little bit what we've seen up to this point, our conventional wisdom holds, I would say. Some players are more likely to spend than others, and this is what gives us that narrow band of spenders or percent buyers. And I have a little note there that says, please don't call them whales. This is a call out to a talk from Kongregate CEO Emily Greer. She gave many years ago, and I really, really like it because calling them whales kind of takes this human piece out of the person. We're just
they're whales.
hunting for whales, and they're much more valuable to us than that.
Yeah, that's why they're whales.
Real people that are passionate about the games that we're building, and we should treat them with that respect.
Yeah, it's only because they sign your paychecks.
Right, so,
not me, I'm a
other than
free-to-player.
that little side note,
deride them.
the
Every
reason
chance
we
I
want to
get.
talk about spend and monetization is because at the end of the day, free-to-play lives and breeds out of being able to monetize. So successful games, you want to live operate your game for many, many, many years. And the way to grow your game is grow your LTV, grow your ARPU. That is, you want to maximize your player's lifetime value, or some people call it average revenue per user. And yes, but how? Or how can I measure my progress? Or how can I focus my efforts? If lifetime value, I can only measure it at the end of the lifetime, how can I focus into knowing that I'm changing and moving the right metrics and putting the right content into the game that's going to give me that result? So it all starts with the KPI letter soup. And some of us are very used to just throwing acronyms out there. And in fact, what I've encountered is that some companies use them in different ways. So I wanted to kind of just go through them quickly so that you know what I'm talking about. So we start with ARPU, average revenue per user, and I'm going to use that to also kind of reference lifetime value. We have ARPU, average revenue per paying user. So this is only your payers. We have your percent buyers. Some people call them percent buyers, percent payers, percent spenders. ARPDAU, average revenue per daily active user. So this is once you start looking at daily metrics. ARPT, average revenue per transaction. So how big are those transactions? Conversion rate. Some people call it first-time spenders. Some people get confused with conversion rate and percent buyers. Percent repeat spenders. So once they spend once, do they spend again? Number of transactions, retention, lifetime sessions, MAU, DAU. Whew. But the first acronym I used was KPI. And we forget that the first part there, KPI is key performance indicator. So how can I be measuring my key performance indicators if I'm looking at 20 metrics? So the rest of today, I'm going to spend digging into this to hopefully unearth what we can actually think of as our key performance indicators for monetization. And it starts with understanding that not all KPIs or metrics are created equal. Some will give us more insight than others. Some will give us more actionable insights than others. And some are more relevant and more aligned with your goals. And for today, that goal and what we're talking about is increasing your ARPU or your LTV. So what we can do to understand this is determine which KPI matters the most. So how can we do that? Back to our goal. We want strong ARPU. What we can do is figure out which KPIs have a strong relationship with ARPU. So in that case, if we move that KPI, we will hopefully be moving our ARPU. And at the end of the day, we can focus on these to get the most out of the time that we're spending on our road mapping, live operations, content generation, new feature releases. And how can we do this? So it is time for some correlation analysis. So what does this mean? That you can learn all the math, but you can also go and use Excel or R or Python and actually do this very easily and quickly. And we can model the relationship between two variables. In our case, two KPIs. And the question that we're trying to answer is, can one KPI influence the other? And we calculate our R-square. What does this mean? Why does it matter? What R-square tells us, and I'm going to show you the R-squares of all the correlations that I did, is if we are close to 0, there's no relationship between the two things that we're comparing. If it's 1, you're like predicting the future almost. But there's a perfect correlation. I've never seen that. All right, so which KPIs have a strong relationship with ARPU? And I'll keep coming back to this. And similar to how I showed the percent buyers by genre, I will be showing all of these KPIs and their ranges. And one thing to keep in mind is that it doesn't mean that a game is in that genre. You might be like looking at this and be like, oh, I have an idle game, and it's not that number. It's higher or it's lower. Games can fall outside of these ranges. What I try to do is narrow it to the most frequent behavior. So before we jump into our first correlation, I want to kind of go a little bit about through how to read a bunch of the charts that we're about to look at. So in every chart, the dots signify one game, and the color is the genre. The reason I did this is because for some correlations, we're gonna go a little bit deeper and split it by genre, because in some cases that starts to have an impact. On the x-axis, we're gonna have what we call the independent variable, which is basically the thing that we're trying to see if it impacts the other thing. And, sorry, transitions, okay. And on the y-axis, we have our dependent variable. One quick technical note for the math nerds. In this case, monetization variables tend to be curves, which means that a linear regression wouldn't have worked for all of this analysis. So the numbers that you see on the axis, that's why I left them super small, because they don't mean anything. I actually transformed the numbers to take the logarithm values and be able to do a safe linear regression that actually means something. All right. With that out
Good
of the
for
way,
you.
time for some correlation analysis. First, we looked at sessions. And it all starts there, right? You need players playing the games. And I used sessions as proxy for engagement. The reason I did this is because it's universal to all games. And if you could do retention or days retained, some other types of engagement, but different games will measure it a little bit different and it will impact that. So I chose this. You can choose another metric to do this. So on the correlation, what we saw is a correlation, or R square, of 0.46. And asking our correlation meter, it said that it's pretty good. And the reason it's pretty good is it's really hard, especially in kind of more behavioral analytics, to get to higher numbers. Like some other fields will want to aim for much higher before they call it good. But for behavioral analytics, getting to this 0.46 range is already a pretty good correlation. And if you think about it, this makes sense. The longer someone is in a game, the more they will probably spend.
I messed up somewhere.
All right, so that's good. We want to keep players. But we're going to be talking mostly about monetization. Next, I looked at average minimum price point that players spend on. So what this means is, on average for a game, what's the lowest amount that players spend? And what this means is it's either we're offering very low price points if the number is very low, or the lowest price points are the most popular ones. Here's our pretty graph. And asking looking at the R square is 0.31, which it's not great. And the reason I wanted to look at this is because I often hear people say, you just need to get a player to spend, even if it's at a low price. Just get them to spend 99 cents, and then you're good. And this actually tells you that that's not the case. Let's go to the flip side, max price points. Same approach with max points. The reason I wanted to look at this is some teams are scared of prices. And the reality is, don't be scared of high prices. Don't be scared of offering items and content at very high prices. If you have the right offering, players will want to buy it. So looking at our R square, 0.6. That is really strong. So low prices, not great. High prices, great. Now let's look at the average. So for this, I took average revenue per transaction. That's what the acronym means. And this is the average transaction size, basically. And looking at our R square, 0.5, that is really good. So what this is telling us is that the higher transaction size on average, the higher the ARPU we'll see. To recap what we have so far, sessions matter. This is where it all starts. Make a fun game. We're going to talk a lot about monetization and revenue. But what really matters is to start with a fun game. And price point matters. They really matter. So we're going to take a little break from correlations and dig into pricing.
How do I get back here?
All right. I wanted to start with a little concept of this is your game. Your game is kind of like a monopoly. It's its own economy. You are the only person offering those goods. So if you are Animation Throwdown, you are the only one selling gems and jiggity what's and golden turds and all sorts of other funky things. And you need to look at your game to determine how to price your game. So, how should you decide your game's pricing? It all starts with elasticity of goods. What does that mean? Well, there's two types of goods. Imagine your gems, Animation Throwdown's gems. If we were to decrease the price of our gems and our revenue decreases, that means that we might have gotten more purchases by lowering our price, but the revenue decreased, so the gems are what we call elastic. Basically, demand moves with price. Now, if the revenue decreases, sorry, that was revenue increasing. So revenue increases, more purchases, gems are elastic. Revenue decreases, purchases go up slightly. People are excited about this, but not enough to make up for you dropping your price. What that means is that gems are inelastic, and you can think about that way. Is it moving with the price elastically or not? So, which one is gems or virtual goods? And the reason this is important is because it helps us understand how fluid you can be with your pricing. For this, I am taking an example or case study from one of our games, Adventure Capitalist, by a studio up in Canada called Hyper Hippo. And this is from about a little bit less than a year ago. So, about a year ago, the team had a first-time buyer special, priced at $7.99. And they were wondering, what happens if we lower the price? We'll get more people to buy it. What happened? Let's look at the first purchase rate, because this is a first-time buyer bundle. And what happened is that demand just went up like crazy. So way more people were buying this. Even legacy players that had never converted, people that had been playing for a year or longer, had never converted, saw this special and went for it. But did this actually help revenue? For this case, we can look at our ARPDAU and average revenue per daily active user. And I will caveat that games are messy ecosystems, and try to control this information as much as possible to look at just one piece of one segment in the game. Right when the price was lowered, our ARPDAU declined drastically, which means that our revenue declined. So, back to our original question. Are virtual goods elastic or inelastic? Well, purchases went up, Check. It did not compensate for the price drop. Check. Revenue decline. Check, unfortunately. So this starts hinting at virtual goods are mostly inelastic. And I know that you're all very worried that revenue declined, so good news. The team identified this quickly. They reacted right away. All was good with the capitalist world. Another question I often hear around pricing is, okay, cool, elasticity, inelasticity, I don't understand that, econ, but what if a lower price point will help me get players to spend again? So maybe it's not all about that single purchase, it's about what comes after that. I get them to spend once, they spend again. So for that, I looked at repeat purchase rates. So starting with the overall portfolio, looking at the second purchase rate. And what we see across all our games, so we had seen, I'll show split by genres, but just the average across our whole portfolio, 50%. I'll use that as our baseline. And then we'll compare it against buckets. What these buckets are is the price point of the first purchase. So someone spent, their first purchase was between $1 and $4, they'll fall under that bucket. And we'll see if they have a lower second purchase rate for lower prices. They don't. It's slightly lower. So for that lower price point, we don't see better chances to get a second purchase. When we get to the 5 to 10 price range, it's about the same as the overall portfolio. And higher price points, much higher repeat spend. This means that lower price points do not increase repeat spend. We found that our sweet spot, and that's why you see that most of our games fall under that, is between $5 and $25. But it really depends on the game. So what I would recommend
So
is
spending
that
isn't driven by
find
an
your sweet
economic
spot,
decision.
the sweet spot for your game. It might be a little bit higher, it might be a little bit lower. Next,
Which, kind of expected.
there's another piece to purchasing and the first purchase that players see, which is that they set expectations. So, looking at how high or low is the second purchase compared to the first one, what we see is that most players, that first bucket, 48% of them, their second purchase will be at a lower price point than their first purchase. 32 will be right at the same price point. And only 28% of them will spend at a higher price point. So, if you price too low your initial offers, you don't give yourself or your players wiggle room to go down on that price point. Back to AdCap, because they kind of did this. So looking at lifetime transactions, based on their first purchase, and I have the players who spent, their first purchase was that $7.99 special, that new $2.99 special, and then everyone else, that first purchase was somewhere else. And what we see is that for those who spent, their first purchase was the lower price point, they have higher number of transactions throughout their lifetime. Cool. But the revenue per transaction is lower. And that results in the overall ARPU for those players, or the average revenue per paying user, so how much they're going to spend in their lifetime, was much lower, as you can see. So these two things combined tell us that price anchoring is a real thing. What does this mean? Anchoring is that it's a cognitive bias that we humans, even if we're like, no, I'm not going to do that, it's there. We use the first piece of information to make future decisions. And remember, your game is your monopoly. So it means that a player only has your game to make comparisons. So the first prize or the first offer that you present to that player will really set the expectations and perceptions and impact the decisions that they will make for future prices. What this all means is don't set too low of a bar. It's not going to help with repeat spending, and it's not going to help with, if they do repeat spend, with what are they going to choose to buy on that second purchase.
All right, that is curious to me. Because people who spend a lot as a first purchase won't spend less for the same amount of purchase later. It seems backwards. No, I can't make sense of it, so wait a minute, or am I interpreting this wrong? I think they say don't make your initial purchase less because they don't spend more if they do. So you want it higher so that, oh, okay, yeah, wait, never mind. I got that exactly back. Never mind, it makes sense. I'm stupid. Okay, continue.
Cool, Tammy. So should I just increase all the prices in my game? No. It is a careful balance. And the price that you put in front of a player has to be justified by the value that you're offering.
The offering is some imaginary
to
bids.
summarize
It's
our little
worthless.
pricing detour.
It's arbitrary.
Correlations with ARPU. Low price points or minimum transaction size doesn't matter. Having higher matters. Average transaction size matters. Games are mostly inelastic. And watch out for price anchoring. Now, back to our correlations. Our original question was relationships with ARPU. And next up, we're going to look at percent buyers. How many players will ever spend on the game? These are the ranges that we had already talked about. And asking our correlation meter, holy smokes, that's very strong. And that's fairly intuitive, right? The more players I have spending, that's better. But it's also good to see it in the data. And just back to this idea that what I started with is that only a narrow band of buyers will ever spend. That is true, but it is still important to make sure that you're getting those players.
It's a tight squeeze, but we did it.
And I have one more correlation
I just
for
hope we
you
can get
with
back out. Gee.
ARPU, which is average revenue per paying user, or ARPU, my favorite one because it's fun to say. And you can see that in this case, the ranges are pretty different as you go from genre to genre. All right, so let's look at this. 0.69. That is really strong. But the ranges were different for different genres. So I went down and separated this by genre and see how it impacts the correlation between your ARPU and your ARPU. Mid-core games, that is very, very high. What does that mean? High investment per payer really matters for these mid-core games, and it is fairly intuitive, right? It's games where players come with the expectation that they're gonna go very, very deep, both in gameplay and spending. For idle games, it's actually still really strong, and I wanted to have this because there's this misconception that, more casual games, it doesn't matter as much. It does. Having strong, encouraging this strong investment per payer is really important. And for casual games, not as high, still decent, but it also makes sense. You have a wider audience, and it relies on kind of different monetization mechanics. So, to summarize, ARPU, or investment per payer, also matters, and it varies by genre. So we already saw that percent buyers and ARPU are really, really important. So I decided to go in and say, ask the question, which KPIs have strong correlation to these two KPIs that really matter? And starting with sessions and percent buyers, very strong. It makes sense. Again, the more time a player spends in a game, the likelier they are to invest in the game. Next up, repeat spending and ARPU. And in this case, what it means is that enabling steady investment from players who want to spend will give you a high investment from those players. So you want to get them to that second purchase. You want to get them to that third purchase, that fourth purchase. You want to really get them going through that funnel. And splitting that by genre, a lot of people forget to track this second purchase rate, and it's very, very important. You already captured the people that were willing to spend, but you want to make sure that they're satisfied with their purchase. Now, how can you measure that? A very good way to measure that is, do they spend again? So, keep percent repeat spending in mind when you're monitoring your KPIs. A quick example, and I'm going to go super quick through this because I think I'm running out of time. I wanted to use Animation Throwdown as an example here because we see that they really have best-in-class repeat spend. And this is by a studio up in Chicago called Synapse Games. A little bit of history about Synapse is they have 3 CCGs, or card collecting games, in the market already, and they've iterated taking what's working from those games to the next one and improving what isn't. In 2013, they released a sci-fi one called Tyrant Unleashed. The next iteration in 2015 was trying to reach a broader audience, kind of a fantasy theme, Spellstone. And in 2016, we released Animation Throwdown with all 5 IPs and a lot of very fun ride in getting that ready to launch. So looking at their second purchase rate, so I'm just highlighting, this is the purchase funnel, but I'm just highlighting the second purchase. Tyrant Unleashed had incredible repeat purchase rates. So from all the players that spent, 75% of them spent at least another time. That is huge. And it kind of makes sense. It was a very niche, hardcore game.
Shit, I already would out there.
So next iteration, Spellstone, we saw a little bit of a drop, but still very, very strong. 67% for Spellstone with a more approachable theme, but still very strong monetization metrics. And Animation Throwdown, 62%, it's still really strong. More than half of the players who spend once will spend 2 times. And we were able to reach a bigger audience even though the metrics took a small hit. So it was kind of this balance between reach and strong monetization. Why and what do they do to be able to kind of repeat this over the course of the years and multiple iterations of the same type of game is their live service strategy. So it has a very well-defined, and this is for animation throwdown, I just took a month, for example, or 6 weeks, very strong and well-defined cadence of events. And just quick info on the structure of a card on animation throwdown. There's skills, we don't care about those. Attack, we don't care about those. And traits. You can see that there's no numbers there. The other two are self-explanatory. They're going to do things against your opponent. But traits, are they useless? And they're not. But they're only useful for a limited time. And this rotates. So part of that live ops cadence has become, for all these games, to grant a specific bonus or penalty or something special happens to a trait for a limited amount of time. And what that does is that it creates this puzzle-solving mentality for players. They want to find the right combination that will give them the most powerful deck during this time. And can't read that on the left, but that's a Reddit post that as soon as a new bonus was announced, the drunk one, people start posting, like, just help me out, what's the best combination, what are the best combos that I can put together, how should I optimize my deck? So at the end of the day, that they can have the strongest deck. So part of this is timing also the offers that are presented to the player. And this is something that the team has iterated on very much, and finding the right cadence of what types of exclusive cards should be offered to match that active trait. In this case, original design that Animation Throwdown had was this box idea,
Let's see, in black pepper
which has a
is
bunch
the
of boxes.
constant.
You spend, you pull a card,
Black
and
pepper.
you can keep spending, and basically
How do I even?
you can go through the whole box. It literally is as if you're pulling things out of a box. In some, there's more kind of weak cards than super strong cards. But the idea is that, if you pull everything, in this case, I don't know how many cards they had, but if you pull everything out of the box, you get all the very, very strong cards. And what we see is that there's a very even engagement with these boxes. So the most committed players will regularly spend in these to get those cards from these boxes. And it creates a very steady gem sink. So you see kind of these ups and downs. That comes with the release of a new box. But on average, you can see that throughout week over week over week, it is a very, very steady sink of gems, which means that ultimately is people will need more gems and spend more in the game. Now, if we look at just high spender players, it is much higher. It's actually flips. So that tells us that your big spenders are going even deeper. In fact, 70 to 80% of the gems spent on these boxes come from those spenders. Just to summarize real quick, and I apologize that I didn't get a chance to go a little bit slower on this, but it's really important to have a regular and deep content updates. And what you'll see is that it will give you what we call strong depth of spend, which means that players will want to go and do that second, third, fourth purchase. But only if it is a good purchase. So remember that. It's not just giving them things, it has to make a difference on their game. And the way that we can measure the success of this is by looking at repeat purchase rates. And at the end of the day, spending players will want to spend if it's worth it again. All right, so back to correlations. This is the last one. Which KPIs have a strong relationship with percent buyers and ARPPU? In this case, ARPPU. And I looked at lifetime transactions. And the idea here is that it's not only about big purchases or getting them to that second purchase, but it's also about those multiple purchases. So many, many more after the second one, and hopefully you win by doing that. And the correlation is super strong, 0.72. That's one of the highest that we've seen. So you want to increase the number of transactions that players are doing throughout their lifetime. And I'm going to go back real quick to Animation Throwdown for an example on this. So recently, the team actually iterated on the design of their boxes. So the boxes that we just looked at, they've been running those in all of their games. And in December, they tested a new type of box, which it's called tier boxes. So tiers, guarantee cards. You buy more, you go up tiers. You're at a higher tier, the price goes up. So it's kind of like a step. You're going up that ladder. But the higher that tier, the better the value. Kind of reduces a little bit of the randomness. And just as an example here, in this case, you can buy for 200 gems. After you buy that tier, you're going to go up, and it's going to be, I think, something like 500, and it's just going to keep going up. And the best card is always there in front of you so that you really, really, really want it. All right, so looking at, back to that percent DAU buying boxes, what happened? Well, on green we have our regular boxes that we have looked at. And in orange we have tier boxes. During the testing period, even as we added into our regular students, it increased tremendously. So what this started saying is, there's a similar system, but it's more approachable. You're getting a breadth of players. More players are engaging with the boxes. But is that good? Is that actually going to help, bring in more revenue? So if we look at gems spent per engaged player, we saw lower gem spend. Is that bad? Well, it's a balance, right? We had talked about this. So when we look at overall gem spend, you can see that in orange, the tier boxes have much higher gem spend, generate more, a bigger sink of gems. So the lower starting price point gives a much higher engagement, and players, and we found the right balance between approachable and scaling that system. So what we saw with that is this breadth, kind of what I was talking about. Once the boxes, you can see that when it was tested, percent first-time buyer went up, and then once it was added into the regular cadence, it also went up. And didn't I say we shouldn't focus on this too much? It's still something that we want to optimize, right? But what we also saw was increase in average transactions. So we also created more depth. More players are spending, but they're also going through more transactions. So it's a little bit of a win-win, right?
All right.
So
next round of scavenging.
Quick summary there. Iterate and test different approaches. I think that's very important, and we talk about, found really good monetization strategy, and you go all in, and you want to kind of take a step back and iterate and test different approaches. You can find the right balance between getting more players to spend, so finding that breadth, and getting them to spend multiple times, so getting that depth. And in reality, you can increase both without underpricing your game. Because once again, spending players will want to spend if it's worth it. All right, so
Should be phrased that if
to
they
summarize a
believe
little
it's
bit what
worth
we
it.
talked about today.
This is all just a psychological game.
Some players are more likely to spend this is still true. This is the nature of free-to-play games. And that percent buyer rate is a narrow band. But when optimizing monetization, go deeper, think beyond percent buyers, and don't call them whales.
We're still calling them whales. You can't tell them what to do.
What are your KPIs? So go back to that. Went through a bunch of correlations, and we want to think about what's key. So key are percent buyers. It still matters. This tells you that, you know, a player who is willing to spend comes into your game, they're enjoying it, and they see the value there, and they give you a chance. ARPPU, percent repeat spenders, and number of transactions tells you that after that first purchase, they saw the value. It's kind of their stamp of approval. They were satisfied with their purchase, and they're willing to spend again on your game and go deeper and really, really go deep into your game and take it up.
I just thought, I mean, I know this is probably nearly over, but I just figured out this is probably why they have, you know, microtransactions and even paid games, right? That initial box price, that's like that big initial spend that we were talking about, and then the microtransactions are those smaller price points, and once it's identified that you already spent on the game, you're more willing to spend more. And because you spent that initial on the original game, you think that the microtransactions are adding even more value or are more valuable than your initial purchase was. That's my working theory. Anyways, I just thought of that. Let's let her finish.
A hobby and many times. All right, so if you don't remember anything else in all the numbers that I talked about and all the KPIs and the alphabet soup, remember that it all starts with a fun, engaging game.
Oh shit, I wasn't supposed to even be.
Don't underprice your game.
Oops.
And spending players will want to spend. Provide the content that lets them do that, go deeper, and feel good about it. Thank you. And I think we have 5 minutes for questions.
Hello, thank you very much for an awesome lecture. I just had probably one question. When you showed the graph of dependence between the price of first purchase and the percentage of players who are repeating to make second purchase after that, isn't it just kind of a bit biased? Because when you make first purchase really cheap, it kind of accumulates very large user base within it, including all those low spenders, like those who are super rarely spent. So it's kind of like biased by cohort, and it's like, I don't know. And like those who willing to spend $100 on the first purchase, they like, of course they will more likely spend more because they're just this small golden cohort of whales.
It is, and so sorry. The question was,
Don't call them whales.
When you look at
I expected her to
the
snap at him.
second purchase rate, isn't it? The buckets are a little bit biased, and the answer it is, but part of that is because it's not gonna help you to get those kind of what you were saying, the low spending players that are only gonna spend $1. You're undervaluing your game because they're not gonna repeat spend again. So part of it is, in many ways, don't even providing those offers.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, thanks. So did you run any A/B tests on that as well? Or was it just looking at the same game and conversion points?
We've also ran A/B tests. This is the most recent example that we had, and it was kind of a relearning in many ways. We've ran multiple tests, and we've always encountered that same result.
Thank you very much for being so open and sharing all the data. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
You mentioned there were key performance indicators, and you gave us a whole bunch of alphabet soup. I had a question for you around DAO and ARPDAO. Because you mentioned it at the beginning, but then it never showed up in any of the other analyses. Is this something that's more of a red herring? Is this something that we shouldn't be chasing when we're measuring performance? Or is that just sort of your dependent variable at this point?
So ARPDAO, I have strong feelings about ARPDAO. And the question was that I showed the alphabet soup, and then I had ARPDAO and DAO in there, and then almost never talked about it again. And so ARPDAO I have strong feelings about it because it's a really bad metric, because you're looking at your revenue and your users on a daily basis. And what happens is that it's aggregating everyone, right? But in your game, you have players that have been playing for 1 day, that just installed, and players who have been playing for 100 days, or hopefully 2 years. And their behavior is going to be very different. So by aggregating all of them, you are effectively not getting a lot of insight. It's much more a vanity metric. When it really becomes useful is when you start segmenting it by those kind of milestones or player ages. So if you're looking at your ARPDAO for your new players versus your midlife players versus your elder players.
Thank you.
Great talk. I just wanted to ask you about price elasticity. So you kind of summarized that in general, virtual goods are inelastic. In previous data I've seen on games, it was highly dependent on
Really,
price.
it's that fucking easy.
So we kind of used a rule of thumb.
That's
like
stupid.
below $5, prices were inelastic because people didn't care whether they spent $1 or $5. But above that, you did start to see some, elasticity in the prices. Have you found anything like that, or is the rule of thumb kind of changed?
I think part of it is also, is the price elasticity, is it kind of a rule of thumb across everything, or you're mentioning that, if you go higher in prices,
so we want to be
it
heading
starts becoming a
southish.
little bit more elastic. And I think that's why I had like kind of the mostly, because it's not entirely inelastic. So it also depends on the game. And it also depends, I think, on who you're presenting those offers to. So yes, I think they're mostly inelastic, kind of as a broad umbrella, but you will encounter situations where you need to be a little bit more careful about that.
Thanks a lot.
Hi there. Thank you for the talk. It was very good. So much like you were talking about R squared sort of being lower because games is a messy business, from one math nerd to another, sort of how do you deal with sort of like the variables not being ideal, like P factor and things like that? So I just sort of wondering your general philosophy for sort of measuring math and things like that.
A lot of it is we use ranges. So math, the question was from one math nerd to another. Games are messy environments, and how do we deal with the R scores not being perfect and other types of variables. And a lot of it, we have the luxury of having a portfolio of games, so that also helps us in having ranges. So it's kind of like a little bit of a cheat in that way, because we can look at these behaviors and these analysis across multiple games and kind of determine when a range is good versus a range is bad.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Alright, so that was about spending in free-to-play games. I think the takeaway is snag them with a high price and then microdose them throughout. I'm pretty sure that's it. The west of loathing approach to I don't think I'll go off on tangents. Classic game postmortem for Qbert. I mean, that'll be like last like what's it called? Last resort. There it is. But for now, I gotta use the bathroom, so I don't know. I'll finish the scavenging run and then I'll go to the bathroom and then we can continue on the talks. I think I'll choose a 30-minute talk actually, because break time is in close to 30 minutes. Anyhow, finishing scavenge. Yeah, let it get too low. It's just a beautiful scene. Like, just listen to this while the rain's falling. There's a lonely streetlight to a vast wilderness. I don't know, I like it. Oh, god, thanks. I thought I accidentally messed up my shoes, too. I would have had to replace them. Neato.
chapters looking backwards and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun.
Alright, so then first it's bathroom, and then it's, I don't know, finding a nice little 30-minute talk. Alright, let's find one. Let's find one. Which one's like this? Ew, this is like 27 minutes. Let's called The Flappy Bird That Laid the Golden Egg. Success in hyper casual. I don't know what double coconut is. I don't think this is from the original guy who made Flappy Bird, but you know, whatever. Let's see what the hyper casuals think. This talks about hyper casual games.
My name's David, and I'm here to talk about the Flappy Bird that laid the golden egg. So just briefly about me and why I care about hyper casual games. So probably like a lot of you, been making hyper casual games for a very, very long time. Didn't call them that, didn't know it was hyper casual, but any mini games, little prototypes, little plays with mechanics, little twitchy loops, little arcadey things. Been doing that forever for various brands and mini games and websites. We've also done a few what are now called idle games. Milk and Weiner, High Profits with Eastside Games. And we're working on an IO game, so a multiplayer hyper casual game coming out, and we're excited to see how that goes. So, you know, the interesting thing about hyper casual is, how did we get here? How did this become a thing, right? Well, you know, just as a quick spoiler, a little later on, we're going to show you some numbers, and basically half the downloads in mobile are hyper casual. How did that happen?
I'm going to spoil it. Hold on. Let me just... Women. All right, continue.
So you could really blame this guy, Dong Nguyen, and this is what Dong did. Please count. Please count. Oh, shit. So, thanks. Actually, I need that back.
That was a ping pong ball. He was juggling a ping pong ball on a paddle.
All right, so Dong was inspired by that very activity. In fact, I think it was the even stupider one with the elastic attached to it, to make a game. So he was
that's what Flappy Bird was
a
inspired
programmer
by.
in Vietnam, and he coded a game in 3 days called Flappy Bird. So who here has played Flappy Bird? Okay, now raise your other hand.
Flappy Bird.
Now flap. No, come. It looks so cool. All right.
What a silly guy.
So Dong, you know, just a hobbyist guy, kind of messing around. He wanted to make a game that was just incredibly
barbed
simple.
wire. That's what I was. Whatever.
And really, the game was mindless. And I say this with genuine respect, almost in a Zen level of mindlessness. You lose your mind. You lose your concept of mind when you're playing the game. It's a one-touch game. You're touching it. There's pipes. There's birds, and there's a score. You live that score. You need to beat that score, and before you know it, hours have passed. Right. So. That said, it was a crappy game, right? It was a crappy, simple little hyper-casual game. But 50 million downloads later, publishers started paying attention. Hobbyists started paying attention. Everyone started saying, how do we do this, right? How do we replicate this success? In fact, the initial launch of Flappy Bird had no ads in it. And eventually, Dong was so overwhelmed by all of the success of the game, he took it down. So publishers started playing with this model and doing what, you know, I think looking back we can call super casual. So they took casual games, which were deeper but mass market games, and took these simple mechanics, often borrowed from historical great games like Crossy Road, borrowing from Frogger, you know, Stick Hero, borrowing from any numerous arcade games, and simplified them down to a core, made them really, really tight and easy, and rolled them out. And you can see the numbers here. I mean, these are ridiculous. Even more ridiculous is a lot of these numbers came, by and large, organically. People, you know, kids talking on the schoolyard and sharing the game at school with their friends. You know, a game could easily get to the top of the charts, and that just would amplify the download numbers. So you really got this crazy, this way of achieving crazy huge downloads. Right, so it seems kind of easy on the surface, right? Make a simple game, get crazy huge downloads, profit, and buy an island. Super casual gameplay, you know, to really break it down, is really the same thing we've been seeing even in coin-op games from the 70s and 80s, right? Just you put in a quarter, Very simple, friendly graphics. You understand by looking at it what's going on. You jump in, no tutorials or fatuis. I always want to do that every time I say that word, fatui. You just jump in, quick to start, really, really easy to get hooked. And usually, if you like it, you play again. You want to get a little better at your score. And there's usually this very typical thing in game design where you ramp a challenge, right? You want things to get more and more challenging. You want that pain. You want to achieve that. You want the pleasure of doing that. And that's how these games work. Very simple stuff we all know as game designers, programmers, anyone who's ever played a game with any depth, right? Nothing kind of new here. So the company that best exemplified this super casual era from 2015 to 2016 was Ketchup. So Ketchup were two brothers out in France. They created a few of these games very simply, masterfully. They cloned a lot of existing games that were actually premium games and made them free and achieved success that way. They published a number of indies that created games and put them out there. And they got just crazy amount of downloads overall and ended up netting millions of dollars per year. Ended up selling actually to, I think, Goldman Sachs recently. Another very interesting story in this era is this game Color Switch. Color Switch was actually built by a veteran who didn't know how to program. He picked up a tool called BuildBox. He just had this idea for a game that the ball changes color and can only go through moving objects of the same color. And again, it's a mechanic we've seen before in various ways. He just did it masterfully, really put love into the levels, and it became a huge success. Millions of downloads, and did quite well with that. So then something changed in 2017 amid all this other stuff going on, which was video ads, rewarded video ads. So, of course, rewarded video ads are always with us. They've always been out there. But ads at this point became, the networks became much more mature. So it was actually very cheap on places like Facebook or AppLovin to buy these ads, put a little clip of your gameplay out there, and people, especially young people and kids, would really click on them and always want to try the latest thing, right? It was just easy. Click on the ad, try it, and move on. And the other thing that was happening is because so many people were using these ads, the CPMs, the money you would get by putting these ads in your game, became quite high as well. So it didn't take rocket science, but it did take some insight to realize that you could arbitrage the system pretty well, right? If you could figure out a way to show more ads to players than you would spend to acquire the players, you could do quite well. And indeed, many companies took advantage of this arbitrage. Nobody more than the monster we call Voodoo. Voodoo
these assholes.
were indie game players that had a few small hits of their own. They came out with the game Paper.io, a very hyper-casual, quote-unquote multiplayer game. It wasn't really multiplayer, but it felt like it was.
Stick figure
games,
right?
Within years, they had I think 40 games the first year, maybe a few hundred games the second year, and they achieved just in 2018 over 1 billion downloads. So how did Voodoo do this? They actually got even more mindless than Flappy Bird. And again, I say this with great respect. They took this super casual model of being easy to grok, quick to master, and the quick sessions, right? And what they did that's really, really counterintuitive to anyone who's studied game design or anybody that's really gotten to the essence of what makes a game, they took away the challenge, really, in a lot of cases. They actually made the game rewarding. You play the game and you do better and better and better and better. Do you get bored quickly? Eventually you do. The retention's pretty low. But you really have fun for a few days while you're at it. So one could ask, philosophically, are these real games? Is this really just a linear experience disguised as interactivity? And I have strong opinions on the subject, but we won't go down that path for now. But the point is they worked, and they worked really well. Not just Voodoo, but many other companies, indies, folks. 2018 was the year of the hyper-casual game, and it continues to this day, which I think if you look at the download stats right now, 55%, maybe even close to 60% of the games out there in terms of downloads are hyper-casual games. Right, so what we saw, if you want to break this little casual game market into epochs, you have your era of from 2007 to 2012 of the premium casual epoch, casual free-to-play from 2013 to 2016, the super casual creeped in there from 16 to 17, and then we're now in the era of the hyper-casual game. Now, of course, that's not to say there aren't many other genres, blah, 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 but if we're talking about casual, this is really where the business has gone. So monetization goes way down. Premium casual, you'd actually spend a little money to buy a game. Hyper casual, there's often no in-app purchases at all. You're just playing and you're being monetized by ads. Retention, as we discussed also, has plummeted. But obviously there's something that's driving this, and it's downloads. It's just the sheer ease and ability to get massive, massive amounts of downloads, and that volume drives profit. So let's talk about profit. And I mean, I don't know, how many of you all consider yourself business folks? Cool, that's actually about a quarter. And you know, so if you're, who considers themselves a hardcore indie gamer or game maker? Okay, also a small amount. So you know, a lot of times you won't think about the math if you're making a game, you think about the fun. Right? But you really have to understand the math of how this works and how this breaks down, because it's going to drive your every decision in terms of how long you spend on the game, how polished the game is, and of course, what the final game is and how you distribute it. So, you know, if you want to break it down in one chart, it's not rocket science, right? The way you make money in the free-to-play business is you bring in more revenue per customer than you spend acquiring them. Right, and hyper-casual, these numbers are low. Casino, these numbers are incredibly high. Right, you'll actually maybe spend $100 to bring in a real money casino player, but they'll earn you much more than that once they stay. So let's look, you know, very quickly at a profit and loss sheet for a successful hyper-casual game. So on the expense side, not including the development cost, which essentially washes out once you have a profitable game. On the expense side, you have ads, right? You have to spend money on ads to acquire your players. Now, you might get some cross-promotion with a publisher, you might get featured, but you shouldn't count on it. You should count on ads as the thing you can predict if you're putting together a business plan. So a good hyper-casual game will have an ad cost of about 40 cents an ad. So that's the target we have to beat. If we can make more than 40 cents, we have a profitable game. So how do we figure that out? The beautiful thing about hyper-casual games and about the crappy retention in hyper-casual games is you could know very quickly by looking at the day one retention how much money your game's going to make. It's actually
how much money
the entire
Ebony, the
revenue
King's
of the game.
Return, makes.
And let me explain why, right? Like,
Great, I can figure
that chart on
that
the
piece of
right
shit.
is your a typical retention chart where 100% of people play on day one. After day two, maybe 60% of people are not interested, they're not going to come back. 40% might be. And day three, that drops even more. And that, that curve is very steep for hyper-casual games because, as we mentioned, they kind of get boring after a while. You want to move on to the new one. But if you can get your retention to about 50%, that typically kind of breaks out to about a 5-day lifespan on average for players. And most games, again, this varies wildly, but most games will get about 3 sessions a day of people actually coming back and playing. Maybe you'll show 3 video ads per session, and let's say you can make a penny per video ad, which is reasonable, a bit on the high end. So if you take 5 times 3 times 3, right, you get 45 times a penny. So now we have 45 cents we've made from each player. Boom, we have a profitable game. Right? Make sense? Kind of? So if we zoom in on hyper-casual, from you as a studio's point of view or from a publisher's point of view, our goal is to be above this line, right, and profit. So if you take any 100 hyper-casual games that's probably everyone in this audience, let's say, makes a hyper-casual game. We have a game jam, and everyone makes a decent game. So I'm not even talking about the really bad ones. Just everyone makes a decent game that's somewhat fun and fun to pass around to friends. It's really, really, really difficult to know, looking at it, if it's going to succeed or fail. But what we have, and what's wonderful about hyper-casual games, and some would say horrible about hyper-casual games, is market testing. So you take 100 games and actually put it out there, and after a day or two, you can actually see what your day one retention is and plot that. A lot of your games are going to be zero retention, right? There's just no one's going to come back. You might have a few outliers on the top that people are actually love, and they're just coming back for weeks and weeks or even months and months. Then do the same thing with video ads for those games. Make a test video ad for the game, do your best shot, put it out there, and remarkably, the cost for these video ads varies a lot and actually remains consistent oftentimes, even though you could do slight optimizations. The video ad actually remains, whatever cost you see for the video ad, if you test it for a few days, actually ends up being the video ad cost that you would run for up to a million players. So again, you'll see very cheap video costs for most of them. Some of them you might see really expensive CPI costs because maybe the video art just doesn't appeal to people for whatever inexplicable reason. Maybe the game looks too similar to something else that's already they've just played. And you just don't know until you try it. So you put it out there, try it. Now you take these 100 games and you plot the cost per install based on the video ad and the lifetime customer value based on the retention. And as you can see, you'll have a couple little dots that eke above the profit line. And this is, unfortunately, what the picture really looks like. But if you can take the ones that are near the line and put in some tricks that improve retention, like coming back and getting bonuses or achievements that give you a reason to come back, and better push notifications, and all the typical bag of tricks that increase retention. And of course, if you can smartly show more ads to players, you've now increased your lifetime customer value, and now you have more hits that have creeped above the line.
There would be no reason to make it out of concrete. What about this one, though?
Then finally, on the publisher side, the publisher uses the vast amount of data they have, plus their network to cross-promote between all their games to drive down the cost per install.
Yeah, that's what takes.
Now, by driving down the cost per install, you've even lifted more of those dots above the line. So most of them, just to be a million% clear, will fail. But the few that rise above the line, you now have a system, a provable system to pump marketing money into it and profit very, very handsomely. So, I mean, I almost view hyper-casual games as the crowdsourcing way of proving hits, right? And kind of works with the thing we all know deep in our gut, is that none of us know what we're doing when it comes to making games. And this model lets you take some tries, take some shots, and prove right away if you have something that can be a good business or not. So where this is all going, and I think is pretty clear, and it's been this way for a while, certainly was in the social game business, and now it is in the mobile game business. We're basically replicating what we're seeing in pop music and in pop in general, right? So if you're a new studio coming out and you want to create a game, you can either put a lot of money into it and use months and months and months, if not years, of development cost, a huge team, maybe get a big license, do a soft launch for many months and tweak your metrics until you've got it working, and then spend tons of money on marketing, and plus use your relationships to get Apple and Google featuring and do quite well. And that of course works, but if it doesn't work, it's a very big risk for many companies. Or you could be the nimble dwarf, right? Just make a playable game,
shovel out
a step or two above a prototype, lure players in with the cheap video ads to see if they like it, and see if they retain long enough to profit. Yeah, so is this easy money? Is this a whale farting a rainbow out of its blowhole? It's really not. As I think, if that chart wasn't clear to you and didn't illustrate enough, hopefully this picture will. If you partner with the publisher, what publishers do is this essentially this crowdsourcing. They will take your game as part of a swarm military tactic, which is a valid military tactic, and swarm the machine gun nest. And most of you will die. In fact, here, this was the reason I want the ball back. Let me say that again. Most of you will die. Thank you. But the ones that succeed, for very little effort, very little time put into the game, can do incredibly well, and the numbers prove that out, right? Even though it's a few cents per user, because of the multi-million downloads, that amounts to a great business. Now, whether you go at it alone or use a publisher is, of course, up to you. Every deal's different. You have to shop around. Publishers do have some great benefits for a pop system like this, just like a big music label has a big benefit to an aspiring songwriter. They've done a lot of deals with UA. They know how to optimize the price and get the cheapest ads. They've seen a lot about what works and doesn't work and can provide some really good advice. And of course, they'll have other games oftentimes that they can promote your game in and get you a lot of free traffic. So as far as which publisher to go to, Voodoo is still quite dominant, with almost 30% of the downloads single-handedly as a company. There's a new attempted King of the Jungle there, starting in August with Lion Studios. It's an offshoot from the ad company AppLovin. And there's some other players out there. And in the green band, that's just other publishers. And there's a lot of smaller up-and-coming publishers. And I predict a few of them will get up there in this big echelon of downloads in 2019. Here's a list of a bunch of them. And by the way, at the end, I'm going to post the link to the slides, so don't worry about all the math and logos. This will all be available online. And like I was saying, this really is resembling now to me, if you pull back, the pop music industry. You have tons and tons of eager hopefuls, many with quite a bit of talent. You have a product that's aiming for mass appeal. You are putting craft and speed over your artistry when you're actually building that product. You're trying to do something that's trendy, not innovative. You often are using repetitive beats and rhythms, or in our case, repetitive taps. And ultimately, there's a marketing and promo machine that proves out the winners. And of course, there is some risk. Sometimes it fails, but almost always, if the machine tells you you're going to have a hit on your hands, you do, and it makes sure you do. Right, and if there was a great NPR piece on Planet Money about how the pop music business works, and it's pretty fascinating, right? You get, once you're vetted as a talented songwriter by good producers, they'll have you come in and write a few songs. Of course, throw most of those away, but the ones that work, they might get a better producer to really lay down a track and do a vocal producer, and finally, they might get some people to come in and focus test it and hear it. They might mix it and master it. All that's pretty cheap, right? That's about maybe $70,000, $80,000. And then once it's at that point, they'll play it in some test markets, make sure their thesis works in terms of marketing.
It's actually
and
a
then
genius
spend the big
system.
money and jam it.
Oh wait, hold on. I wasn't talking about the video, but the genius system is that you can't actually enter this little back area unless that airplane door is closed, making sure you're secure. I don't know. That's probably not really a genius system, but just making sure the door's closed. You can't have a case where that door is open, but you're also back here, all vulnerable. I don't know. It's silly. Anyhow, video.
Everybody's ear hole, whether you want to hear it or not, you're going to hear the pop song, and it obviously works, right? It's become a big business, and it's about doing the marketing at the tail end. So I think the question you have to ask yourself as a game maker is, are you Esther Dean? And for those who don't know Esther Dean, she's a face behind many of the hit songs that we listen to, and in my case, forced to listen to all the time, right? She's written many, many hits for people like Rihanna, Katy Perry, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, Drake, Usher. I could go on and on and on. Songs like Firework and etc. And her process is pretty amazing. If you have a chance to see her on YouTube and just see her process, she's got a good voice, but really what she's got is this uncanny sense of of finding a hook, right? Finding this part of a song that people can't get out of their head. And this is her process. She just goes in there and screams and yells and chants in strange strange gutturals. And when she feels that chill, she knows she's hit it. Everyone in the room knows she's hit it, and boom, they start printing the money. So it's pretty crazy. But if you feel you have that Esther Dean talent equivalent in game mechanic design, go for it, and you will do well. So I want to leave you with a few just big weighty thoughts about what this all means in terms of the games business, because again, it's some of it as from a data science level and a business level is fascinating. From a creative game making level, it's a bit disturbing and unsettling. So this is the first prediction. Right now, if you're into the world of ad networks, there is a lot of what they call AI. It's really just A/B testing done through algorithm happening in ad networks. In other words, you'll see one ad with a blue button, one ad with a yellow button. They'll see which one gets more clicks, and then they'll show more of that one. And then they'll show one with this little tagline. They'll show one with this little tagline. Whichever one gets more clicks, they'll give more dominance to. And it works, right? You end up getting ads that drive more clicks, and the market, you're crowdsourcing your problem, and the market is proving out which ad works the best and which ad they like the most. This is used not just in the game industry, this is used in all advertising. Games, I believe someone, and I think it's a problem people are working on now as we speak. People are creating systems that will design their own game
deleted my
mechanics.
progress, but no, it just
And
overlaid
again,
it.
as game designer, it's a little bit scary, but these systems will blend the mechanics and colors and art and shapes and music from all these other hit games, create some truly horrible hybrid monsters, but somewhere in there, they'll also create, I believe, what's a hit that makes Flappy Bird, look like, what's a good bird metaphor? I don't know. It'll make Flappy Bird look like a flop, right? So it's
a floppy bird.
It's scary, but talk to me in a year. We'll see if this happens.
So you're talking about AI generated.
Big prediction number 2.
I want to hear AI generated pop music now.
Maybe a ray of hope,
easy.
but this is not going to necessarily last quite the way it is. It never does. None of these trends and markets do. Everything's getting crowded. There's too many people trying to go after the same prize. Too many publishers making too many games that are too much the same. Too many of these ads look the same. So audiences are getting bored with the same old. Publishers will hit a revenue ceiling, no matter how many aspiring studios and indies they work with to create that swarm effect. They're just going to hit a ceiling of how many hits they're going to be able to get. And guess what? Everyone will discover this magical thing called engagement with good old-fashioned social features and narrative and deep play systems and multiplayer systems and saga maps and actual difficulty and level design and deep economies and blah, blah, blah. All the stuff that we've been doing in mobile and probably before. So that's pretty much it. That's the flap, and hopefully giving you some food for thought. Thank you so much.
correct, little robot. So what if we upgrade the barbed wire? It'll only take bolts, scraps, and lots of toolbox. Not like we weren't prepared for such stuff. You know, that's the radius of our personal protection that we're going to be investing in. What? That's meat snack. Spices mix. I wonder if that pepper has spices mix. Maybe we should eat some spices mix. Pure spice. It must flow, don't you know? Oh, oh, oh. Wonder if I can reinforce these by, you know. I think I tried it once and I couldn't, you know, do basic fortifications on these windows. No. Okay. Can't basically fortify anything. Come on. So I'll be right back. Let me just check. I'm gonna see some stuff. Hold on. Alright, likely be taking the break later. Nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that, I guess. I guess we can listen to another lecture. 30 Things I Hate About Your Game Pitch. I think I watched that at one point. Way in the past. Where are we? There we go. I close that one. So what were we going to do? Classic game, post-mortem, no. Mission-driven games, developing a better world. I don't know what the hell that means. Wait, listen. Okay, switching on. Panelists. Okay, so developing a better world. Okay, let's listen. I'm reading the comments. Might be a little contentious. Oh, is this about using games to politically activize in real life? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's listen.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Carla Reyes. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a product manager
yes,
at
it is.
Niantic, and I also helped found Code Coven, which is
Most
an
probably is.
accelerator for underrepresented game developers. Thank you so much for joining us early this morning on a Tuesday, especially if many of you were out and about last night. There are a few housekeeping announcements before we get started. So please, if you could put your mobile phones on silent and not record any photos or videos during the session. I have also been told that if you would like to give some feedback at the end of the session, please check the GDC app, and I think there's a place to fill out an evaluation survey. Ask any of the volunteers, I think, afterwards if you have any questions around that. So today we'll be talking about social impact in games, and I think it's a really critical and opportune time to be having this discussion because we are, just at how long has it been since the pandemic started now? 2.5 years, I think we're, and with, global crises having been amplified through the pandemic, but also this rapid proliferation of video game consumption. It's really an opportune time for us as game developers
So how do we
or
get our
anybody adjacent to
politics
the
in
industry
video
to
games?
be shaping this conversation and seeing how we can harness the power of games for social impact, both within the game level, the studio level, and the broader industry level. So I will now turn it over to my lovely panelists to introduce themselves. So if you want to start with Jennifer.
I get to start. Yay. Jennifer Estaris. I'm a game director at Us2 Games, where I've been for the past 1.5 years out in London. I've been in the game industry for about 15 years, primarily as a game designer for companies like Cybo, who made Subway Surfers, Disney, Nickelodeon, a lot of indie outfits for social good. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. I've lived in Copenhagen, London, New York, LA, so I'm not really from anywhere. I grew up in Atlanta, and active member of Playing for the Planet Alliance and IGA Climate SIG and Extinction Rebellion. Thanks, Carla.
That was a really good introduction. Hi, everybody. I'm Deborah Mensah-Bonsu. I'm the founder of Games for Good, and we're a consultancy that works with studios and industry on incorporating social good. And I've been in the industry for about 10 years, close to 10 years. Started out in console, then moved into mobile, and have been doing the social impact side specifically probably for the last 3 years or so, and work with studios like Space Ape and Supercell, and also UNIP's Playing for the Planet Alliance on things like the Green Game Jam. So, yeah. Over to you, Luau.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's really so good to be back to GDC. My name is Lual Mayen, and I'm the founder of UNIP Games. So our focus, we're building a game about peace and conflict resolution. I'm also the founder of Lual Mayen Foundation. So our focus is empowering refugees to learn how to make video game art and animation. So, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Susanna Pollock. I'm president of Games for Change. We are a not-for-profit that whose mission is to empower game developers, innovators, and creators to use digital games and immersive media to drive real-world change.
Yeah, okay, so we were right about that, but I'm just going to say that it's the same type of talk as it's almost guaranteed to be the same type of talk as that one about the level designers, but these people sound much more tolerable, even if, their message is going to be a bit, let's just say, preachy. Anyhow, we have Scrap, and we're continuing.
The organization is nearly 20 years old, and so we've grown with the games industry into this time, and have been actively involved in kind of sector building, how to bring different stakeholders and industries into this space of how we can use this powerful medium for change. We have our own annual conference each year called the Games for Change Festival. We have learning programs for underserved youth through G4C Learn, and we also serve as executive producers and impact producers on amazing games and XR projects, which I can talk about a little bit later. Interestingly enough, I don't come from the games industry. I've been in this space for about 8 years. Prior to that, I worked in traditional media and television, and I had this opportunity and saw a vision, as all of you have done as well, about the powerful medium that games can have both from an entertainment lens as well as for an impact lens. And I just fell in love with the space and have stayed ever since. And so that's who I am.
Thank you so much. Before we kick it off, I'd actually love to get a sense of who's in the room. So if you're a game developer, maybe on an indie or smaller studio level, could you please raise your hand? Okay, cool. And then if you're in AAA, larger studio, cool. And if you're not a game developer, but maybe adjacent, maybe an advocacy group or NGOs, is there any representation here from? Cool, okay, thank you so much. So I'd love to start by asking each of you what keeps you up at night, right? Like there are so many global issues to tackle, and we think about these global issues and global goals within the Sustainable Development Goal framework as well.
How about that
and so is there any specific issue that you are primarily focused
need
on?
more
And how do you
anti-red
prioritize? How do you
games.
choose which battles to pick? Maybe starting with you, Jennifer.
Oh gosh, yeah, okay.
More games
What
like
keeps me up at night?
SCUMmy.
So I'm going to get in on it.
Advocating
So
the blue-collar
I've been working
workers
in the sustainable
lifestyle.
space for a while, especially for games and how to support it. And we just came from South by Southwest. Me and Deborah, we gave a talk there too. And there's just a lot of bubbling on climate justice and all those issues where, yes, climate change is the symptoms, but it's not the cause. And the causes are things like exploitation and late stage capitalism and all these issues that we need to solve as well as solving the symptoms. So I'm fired up about it. I want to figure out how can games contribute to this and do behavioral transference. And there's just so many things that we have to do. And that's what keeps me up at night.
Thank you so much. Deborah?
What keeps me up at night? Yeah, I think just to echo what Jen said, I think that
Oh,
that
I was
climate
using the red
justice piece
toolbox
is really
to repair
starting
my-
to stick out
Nah, never
more
mind.
strongly.
I need
And
to repair stuff with
having donated
toolboxes.
a lot of time towards playing for the planet and getting this industry together to work on all those different topics, I think, like Jen said, there are all of these root causes that I'm just so interested in exploring with this industry. And also, having developers here like Lual, for example, even within Playing for the Planet, how do we get better representation within the Alliance and start to hear from developers all over the world about the challenges that they're facing. Also, when it comes to this climate change problem, because they're the ones most affected. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. Or, well, I don't know if I'm looking forward to it, but that's the thing that gets me going at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me is realizing the power of games. For me, I spent almost 24 years in a refugee camp, and we have about over 78 million refugees around the world, and each of them flee their country because of different reasons. And I feel like a lot of people do not understand really the journey of a refugee. And I feel like games are really very powerful tool that we can be able to tell stories. And that's actually what inspired me so much to be in the industry, because I feel that as creators, we have the responsibility to create an environment where people can be able to learn and be able to understand exactly what those people and the things that are going on in the world. So I feel games are really
Dude wanted to
great
make the next
tool
Freddy
and
Fish
medium
over
to
here.
be able to bridge these global communities, and that's what keeps me up a lot. Yep.
I've been thinking a lot about mental health lately. I'm a mother of two
Oh, I
teenage
bet you
boys
have.
and have seen them go through, the last 2 years of the pandemic. But it's not just for young people. It's societal about taking care of ourselves. And I think, and at Games for Change, we are like an issue agnostic organization. For us, it's the power of the medium, right? The power of games. But as we think about curation for our events and projects that we want to support, we've been thinking a lot about young people, and from a well-being standpoint, but also from an equity standpoint too, and ensuring that young people have access to education and career opportunities. And that's there's been a focus of ours for the last few years about making sure that young people of color from marginalized communities can see themselves as empowered to make a change in the world, and that they can use games and even see a career in games for themselves. And I think that's part of the solution for everything that we're talking about is young people and their well-being.
Thank you so much. I'd love to start by talking a little bit about the game design process and social impact within the game content itself. So maybe this is more for Jennifer and Luol as game developers and designers. What is your process in terms of how you embed values into your games, and do you follow any specific framework or methodology when you're thinking about your design pillars and ensuring that how much of it is focused on the players' values versus the developers' values, the value of yourself as an individual and the team? I don't know if Jennifer, you want to get started.
I keep starting.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I think it's a balance of both the authentic me as a designer, me as a creative, but then also hand in hand with the players themselves and understanding who they are, what motivates them, what drives them, and what can have us continue to have something like an asynchronous dialogue with each other through game design.
Yeah. I think for me, as you mentioned, design integrity is very important in terms of as a creator yourself, what are you bringing into that game, and how are you able to help players experience what you want to bring to the world. And I think that that's really very important. For me, when I started making game, I realized that as a creator, I can be able to use my past and experiences to create a sustainable future for those who play the game. And I think that, and that's why the game industry is really very powerful in a way that we are a community of people who love what they want to play. So you can't just come in the industry and do something different. So I think that for you to identify that as a creator and the people and the team that you're working with, it's really very important. And that's why I think that the game that I'm working on is the game that I'm chained to it. I'm part of it, I'm part of the creation, and I'm part of what I want people to experience. So, and I think that's really very important when you're designing a game as a creator, and the team as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And can you tell us a little bit about the elements of the game design? Are you more focused on narrative and aesthetics, or are you focused on some of the interactions within the game when you're trying to not just build awareness, but actually thinking about how do you, implement reinforcement learning about these topics, these issues? Is there anything specific?
Yeah, I think there are three things you have to understand as, for example, when you're creating game for education and creating game for awareness and helping people. So you have to understand is that how are people going to learn from that? Is it because of maybe the game characters, the art? Is it what are you trying to tell people in the game? So I think for me it's more the elements are very important, and those elements I think that really players are going to experience, right? And I think that's really very important in terms of so for example in my game, so Salam is a game that actually put a player in the shoes of a refugee. You flee a war-torn country to find a peaceful environment. And for you as a creator, so as a player, what you do is that you take a refugee from that war environment so that they can be able to find a place of peace, and then they can start a family or a new life and something new to them. So, and the reason is because I feel like a lot of people think that, being a refugee is the only problem, but they don't understand the journey. So in that journey, there are a lot of difficulties on the way. My family had to flee from walking from South Sudan to find a place of refuge in Uganda. And that on the way, they are I was born on the way when my family was actually fleeing the violence, the war. And all those things that are happening on the way, it create awareness for other people to experience that. It's not just being a lot of people may think that a lot of people are traumatized and stuff like that, but what you're showing in the game as a creator is to understand that, okay, how does decision making matters a lot when players, and that's what I love about games. That's that power of decision making. You're part of that journey. So, and that's why the design is very important. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just realize it's South Sudan. He's South Sudanese, fleeing to Uganda. But that made me think of Uganda Knuckles and how he's making these games to show his players the way. That's a joke I came up with anyway. It's this freaking mind-numbing talk. But in the interest of science, we struggle on.
Yeah, I'd like to address that from a different angle,
Yeah.
because we're not a game studio, so we're not making the games, but we are actively
'cause you can't.
helping NGOs and not-for-profits and brands think about how games can drive impact. And so we actually have a methodology about how we walk our non-game partners through the process of trying to articulate what their impact goals may be within the game so that they can then articulate that to the game studio, and the game studio can embrace it and make a game that meets on those impact goals. And, and our process always starts with who's the audience you want to reach, what are the goals that you're trying to achieve, and what context do you want them to play the game? Because if you're looking for if you want to reach young people in a school environment, you're not going to be making a mobile game. You're probably going to make a browser-based game. But if you're trying to reach women in their, parents, for example, you may be and you want to have them raise awareness around the refugee crisis, you might go towards a mobile game. So understanding the context, who the audience is, and then what your impact goals are, because there are a lot of different types of goals and outcomes. You talked about education, you talked about building awareness, but an impact goal could be around bringing communities together, or it might be for therapeutic purposes. And so each of those goals will lend to different kind of game mechanics, different platforms, and it's almost like thinking about like a user-centric design process.
And when you go through that process, it's with the NGOs themselves, right? And then you take that to studios.
I keep forgetting where my toolboxes are. Gosh, dingle.
Yeah. But before we even go to a studio, because studios have different areas of expertise, working different platforms. So this is really an opportunity to, in a sense, level the playing field with the NGO. They understand what's possible. They can articulate what their goals are, and then we help them frame that in a way that's like a concept document that could ultimately be an RFP.
I appreciate that because it means that those values are already embedded into the DNA of that project, right? Whereas maybe, Deborah, I'd love to learn a little bit more about the Playing for the Planet and Green Game Jam process, because sometimes you're working with studios and games that aren't necessarily impact-oriented games, but you're trying to implement some more impact-oriented features. So can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
I think just piggybacking off of what Susanna was saying, there is, I think, a kind of a knowledge gap a lot of the time when you're trying to work with NGO partners. And I think sometimes, so far in my experience, sometimes, they'll sort of come to you and say, hey, we want to make a game about climate, but then how do we get that game about climate to reach a mass audience? And what they're really kind of asking sometimes is, how do you make a hit? Like, how do you make a massive hit in a game? And I think that's what probably everybody in this room is trying to do. And so to crack that nut is actually the most difficult part. So the way that I guess we try to approach it at Playing for the Planet and through the Green Game Jam is we already have these titles with massive audiences. We already have these player audiences who are spending time in our game. And
I'm thinking this central question is why how do I say this? These organizations are backing, let's say, rewrites, reworks, what are they fucking called? Re-releases, remasters. There's another word for it that I haven't said. Taking an old game, updating it, or old IP, updating the old story, or re-releasing it for a newer audience. Gosh, dingle. It's not rerun. I don't even know if it has re in it, but it's... I almost said something else. Their idea of, how do we make this popular is you take something that's already popular and, shove the message into it. And how do you make a new one that's like that? I don't think it's not something that you can make in a lab, right? You just gotta know, and these people are, let's just say they don't have their finger on the pulse to the point where they could never make something popular. Anyways, we're back to the talk. I may think of it, but I'll pause when I think of the word I wanted to use for what old IPs are being.
They're at our fingertips, and so how do we try to influence those people who we already have with titles that are existing and try to tweak something within those games or incorporate something new within those games, innovate on those games because we're really good at that, and try to incorporate, whether it's messaging about climate change or biodiversity, or I think the other sort of powerful part in rallying that player base is trying to give them a space where they can start to commune and have these conversations. And when you're talking about clans and clubs, alliances within games, like these players already have their communities. So then how do you try to empower those communities to take action, or like I said, to have those conversations in the spaces that are already existing?
Actually, what you said, I agree completely with Deborah. And one of the projects that we recently worked on was with the Nobel Peace Center. And, they're a pretty well-known brand, the Nobel Peace Prize. But there's actually a museum in Oslo that builds awareness around the Nobel Peace Laureates. They had an interest to reach more young people to learn about the Nobel Peace Prize and the values within them, because they only receive a certain amount of traffic, right, each year in the museum in Oslo. So we worked with them through this process and, articulated they wanted to reach middle school students, they wanted to reach students in schools, they wanted to reach a global audience, and we came up with a couple of game design concepts. And,
Get 'em
and
young.
ultimately, some of them sounded a little bit like, maybe Minecraft, right? Like how, rather than building a brand new game on your own, what if there's a partnership with a game that already has tremendous reach? So we were able to create a partnership between Minecraft EDU, the Education Edition, and the Nobel Peace Prize Museum, and create a series of games.
Reboot. That's what. Yeah, it does have it's a reboot. That's what I was thinking about. Rebooted. Yeah, that's. Old franchises rebooted. They're like, that's their strategy. Take something that already has a massive amount of reach. You don't need any sense of originality. You don't need any talent. You just take something established. They already have their characters named. Just use those names and push the message. That's the limit of their thinking. You don't have to be loyal to the source material in any way except for naming things. Similarly, or using the same names, using established names, because that's what made it popular, right? What the things were named. That's where the association lies, with the names of things. Anyways, it was called Reboot. We're continuing with their parasites.
Within Minecraft EDU called Active Citizens, and so now students, because EDU is the education version is distributed to millions of schools around the world, are able to learn about Malala and the Dalai Lama and other laureates and understand that they can become active citizens as well. And but it's through an existing platform, and I think that there's incredible power in that. It's not the only way to go, but to be able to leverage that is really powerful.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. And just going more into the education versus entertainment discourse, how much of these game features, either within the Playing for the Planet Alliance or in some of the work that you've done, Susanna, is focused on the pedagogical, more didactic pieces versus the, we are game developers. We are trying to make entertaining experiences for our audiences. So does anyone want to take that one to start?
No fun is allowed.
Because you said someone else and all. So at various places where I've worked, Nickelodeon, it was always called like an edutainment company, and it was entertainment first and then education. But I think what was key was that we had experts on the team and also as consultants that would provide the pedagogical stuff, that would provide knowledge about the target demographic. I didn't work on Alba Wildlife Adventure, but in that game it came from like the creator's love of Spain and birds and childhood, and how do you capture that and then elevate it into something that does have purpose. And I think there was just something about reaching out and connecting with the people who are in that space and who have those stories to tell and the knowledge to share that helped the game elevate into better space than it was originally. I think for Monument Valley 2, which we participated in the Green Game Jam this year, we added a chapter that was inspired by one of the talks at the Green Game Jam that Deborah organized by this author, Peter Wolleben, who's the author of The Hidden Life of Trees, really romantic nonfiction book about how trees speak and communicate with each other. I don't know if anyone's read it, but I highly recommend grabbing it. It reads like a fairy tale. And we wanted to capture that essence and the talk that he gave in that chapter.
Yeah, I think just to build off what Jen said, I think it's about bridging the gap. You know, our community, like the games industry, we're excellent at engaging players and storytelling and creating new characters and worlds and all of those wonderful things. Whereas, you know, when we look at the scientific side, or like Jen said, the pedagogical side, you also need to sort of backfill the knowledge. And I think we both have incredible things to bring to each other. So how do we bring those two pieces together to create really strong content? And I think, you know, for something like the Jam, like Jen said, we try to bring the experts from one side together with experts from the gaming side so that they can then pass on that knowledge in their own way, in creative ways, in the ways that make sense for their own title and their own community. But yeah.
On the flip side, Susanna, I know that Games for Change ran a challenge for actually implementing or adapting entertainment-first games to become more educational. Can you tell us a little bit about that and some of the learnings and takeaways?
Yeah, it was a really interesting project because it was called STEM Your Game. And from a pedagogical standpoint, we typically encourage the kind of development that you're talking about, right? Whether it's creator-driven or it's coming from an impact partner, but that healthy balance between the domain expertise, right? So the subject matter expertise and then the creative team and bringing that together. In this project, we had a funder who was interested in flipping that and seeing if there was a way to invite entertainment-first game developers to come to this program with a game that was made for entertainment purposes, but felt that there was some kernel within the game that could lend itself to some kind of educational game. In this case, they wanted STEM games that promoted STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And through a application process, we identified a few projects and then worked with, paired them with the subject matter expertise. In this case, it was educators, also people who were focused on distribution in the education system, but to work with going into the game, pulling out the pieces, or like identifying the threads that led to more of a focused STEM education, and then create a version of the game that can then be released into the education market. And the games were just released, and we'll see how they do. But I think the interest for that project was really about inspiring more entertainment-based developers to be thinking about how they can apply their games to a learning environment.
Thank you. And I'd love to learn a little bit more about how the player communities have been receptive to some of this content, especially from what you've learned from the Green Game Jams, Jennifer and Deborah, because there's a Newzoo study that was published recently that said that 30% of gamers in the US and UK primarily actually want publishers and developers to take a stance on societal issues, and so this is becoming more salient, right? So
I wonder what the
I'm
sex
just wondering, because on the flip
breakdown for that
side,
is.
people are also, there's always, a potential community backlash for politicizing content, so I'd love to learn a little bit more about that.
It's funny because for the Green Game Jam, we were about to put out the content, and I remember talking with the team and going, oh, what happens if we get negative feedback? What happens if we get climate change?
Fuck 'em.
What do we do? Nature haters? I don't know what kind of.
Earth is flat. Eat a dick.
Actually, we had the opposite, right? Quantitatively, number of downloads.
I don't know how to go through with that. This isn't a joking matter. Stop joking.
The petition signatures doubled, but the reviews were so beautiful. They talked about nature. They talked about forest conservation. Some of them were written in the form of poetry, and I think that's what really captures the heart and keeps us going. And I think in terms of evaluating evaluating success, we are doing some things on the Green Games side and with PlayMob for that.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about it. First, what Carla was saying about the response from the player community. I think so far, from what we've heard back from the studios, like overwhelmingly positive feedback and including that kind of content. But even from my own experience working with Space Ape, when the Australian bushfires were raging, it actually came from the community side for us to do something about that. So some of our VIP players said, like, this is awful, what's going on? Is there any way that we can like try to contribute via these games that we love? And so
I will say, I don't know, the way these things work, right, is that they need constant positive reinforcement. So the people who agree will agree. It's cheap to agree. Keep agreeing, keep agreeing, keep agreeing. Meanwhile, the people discontented will keep it in, right, until it reaches an explosive point, right? And then you'll figure out, oh, just how much people actually dislike this stuff. Now, I won't get into the sex differences between it, but you should know that sex differences underlie a lot of these types of things. It can be simplified there to that vector. Not fully. You'll lose a lot of information as you do in simplification, right? But it's just something to keep in mind, I suppose. Yeah, I think we have enough materials to keep going. We have enough patience to keep going with this video. How about that?
So we kind of just got together internally at the company, and within a few days, we had created, just, it was super simple, but just a bundle within one of our titles. Or I think, no, we did it across all of our live games. And then all the proceeds of that went towards charities that were fighting the fire relief effort. So I think this idea that we're kind of pushing something on our players they don't want is really a misconception, because it's coming from them, and how great is it if you're spending time in a place that you love, that you also get to have a voice there or make a difference there. I think the way that you go about it is really important. You never want to like shame or blame or force people into anything.
But you will.
But giving them the space, I think is great. Yeah.
Thank you. And Luol, I'd love to learn a little bit more about how the community has, been receiving some of your content. I know you haven't released your game yet necessarily, but you've been evangelizing it, and you're doing such great work with your foundation. Can you tell us a little bit more about how people have reacted to what you're doing?
Yeah, there has been really very good positive impact. I mean, like feedback from the community, and I think that the future of game is actually by empowering the upcoming content creators, and they might come from different backgrounds, so that we can actually have more game in different ways. So really, what inspired me a lot, as I said, to start my foundation is that talent is evenly distributed and opportunity is not. So the game industry is like it's a huge industry, and I think that we can actually be part of the change that actually making the world better. And we're able to partner with Unity Technologies last year. So our focus is we're teaching kids in the refugee camp game design, and we're also teaching them animation. And the reason is because I think that the more we empower those those who do not have the opportunities, the more we're actually making the industry better and better. So, and another feedback is that like even designing my game is that art is really a big thing. It's becoming like being able to like transform a content into like something people can be able to see. And for the first time, like this year, Chanel, which is actually like a brand, they actually launched a new platform where they're supporting creators in the world, and I became one of the winners of the year for Chanel for creating my game, the game that I'm working on. So I think that there is the game industry like all over, and it's really like it's really very important to bring like the thing that we create to the world, and I think that there's more we can do. Yeah.
Well, really quick question on that. You were talking about having children create the games themselves. I have a friend who works at the Rohingya Cultural Center for Refugees over there, and they use art as a form of therapy. They create art as a form of therapy. I'm wondering, for the children, is it therapeutic for them to make their games and have those shared out?
Yeah, so it is because the whole idea is that depend on where most refugees are and the kids are. Some of them do not really have the opportunity to actually like maybe have computers or laptop. So it is because they have the access now to education. They have the access to be able to learn something by themselves. So which is really very good. I remember like when I was living in a refugee camp, like the first time I saw a laptop was like 2012. And I remember like during a refugee registration, and I look at a computer and I asked my mom, "What is that?" Like it was so like, so like I don't know, because she's not even having that education. But I remember coming back to her later on, and I was like, "I need to buy a computer," and she was like, "Where are we gonna get the money?" Like she spent almost like 3 years looking for $300 to buy for me my first computer, and that led to like playing my first video game, which is Grand Theft Auto. And and I remember like when I was playing Grand Theft Auto on my computer, like I was like, wow, what is this? I thought like video games are not created by people. I thought they fall from heaven, because I have no, I had no idea at all. But at the end of the day, now I'm creating my game. I think that the most important thing is like investing in people so they can create what they love. And with that, you actually like giving them more opportunities. And that's why like from that time my mom bought from me a computer to now where my foundation is partnering with Origin PC. So Origin PC is actually donating really very powerful computers to my foundation. So I think there is that change of like investing in diversity and in people, because you don't know where it's going to be. So yeah, I think it's more like a form of education for them. That's
great.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the
harks
quote
back-
of the day, investing in people so that they can create what they love. Like, gave me
Yeah.
chills.
No, I mean, it really harks back to
Gave
what
me chills,
Jennifer
didn't it?
alluded to earlier about addressing the cause rather than the symptom when thinking about the different global
This
issues,
talk
because one of
gives
the
me
causes is a
chills.
lack of
It's
diversity
okay.
and inclusion in the industry, right?
You
so
go, girl.
when you empower underrepresented developers to actually create the games, share their stories, it's electrifying. We've seen it so much through Code Coven. We've run a couple of game jams, one in partnership with UN Women, which was around harassment and abuse against people of marginalized genders, and then we also ran one around care narratives. So what the stories are for caretakers and caregivers, and these sort of invisible perspectives that we don't see as much because there are so many migrants and immigrants in various countries that have these beautiful stories to share of resilience, and these are the ones that we want to highlight more, but they're not necessarily being captured, or they haven't historically been captured.
Right, all these underrepresented voices. I'd like to give props to Danny Maria, who are in the audience and who are the CCO and CEO of Us2 Games, but the team that I'm on, they helped formed. It's I think we are mostly women and underrepresented genders, and I think we hired one of the reasons why we hired a male is I was like, we don't have enough males on the team, and we're
Yeah, out of
all
obligation. You
different
didn't want to. I know you
cultural
didn't want to.
backgrounds. One is, I think she's Middle Eastern and Vietnamese. Another is British, Middle Eastern. We have me, the Filipina, then Indian. I mean, it's a beautiful team, and
Just fascinating.
It's also very challenging because there's such a diversity of voices, and how do you align, and how do you align quickly given deadlines? But it is every day is a beautiful challenge, and I love it.
Thank you. No, that's really great. I'd love to talk a little bit more about the studio level side of things, and if you're not necessarily implementing any features within the games, what sort of corporate social responsibility initiatives are you thinking about? Maybe this is more pertinent to Susanna and Deborah, having worked with larger studios. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the initiatives that you've run, maybe for crisis relief efforts, for example? I know, Deb, you were working on some Ukraine crisis relief efforts. Can you share a little bit about that?
I never know if I have to actually turn it or if it's fine. Yeah, no, I think at studio level, it's, I think on the one hand, of course it's great to get your players involved, but it really doesn't mean that much if you're not backing that up on a studio level. So I think whether it's around the climate crisis, if you're getting your players to take action on food sustainability or food waste or on planting forests, but then you as a studio have made zero commitments, that really rings empty. So I think it's really important for the studio to also take a stance on those issues to also inspire their players, right? So yeah, as far as crisis relief, I mean at Supercell, I mean it's public, you might have seen it, but yeah, we donated €1 million towards the UNHCR because of that humanitarian crisis, and we're also matching up to another $1 million. And we've started to get some sort of higher donations, larger sum donations from partner studios. So if anybody else is in the audience who would like to donate larger amounts, Supercell is matching. So yeah, up to another $1 million. But I think it really depends on like the studio that you're working with as well. If, for example, at Space Ape, there might be something that we do more locally within the UK, within London, Supercell Global, but also based in Finland, so, really close proximity to Russia, like lots of different things to consider there. But yeah, I'll hand over to Susanna.
Yeah, I'm going to say a lot of acronyms, but like
Well, it's just in the middle of the video, the audio suddenly goes
kind
to
of morphed
shit.
into ESG,
Well, more,
right? So
whatever.
environment, social, and government, right?
Oh, I guess they pulled away the mic.
So I've been seeing
Not far
certainly an
enough.
increase in activity across the industry and AAAs, and it's amazing. It's great. Like it's time, right? It's time that studios at all levels are thinking about all of this. But one of the ways that we've been engaging with studios is through its people. It's through employee engagement programs. And you just have to remember, too, these big studios, big publishers are made of people, right? And the people and employees want to feel like they're contributing as well. And so what we've been seeing a lot of interest at a studio level is to allow and encourage and provide opportunities for employees to participate in programs that are important to them. And because we do run programs that are a lot for younger people and trying to help diversify the pipeline, it's employees acting as mentors, volunteering at game jams, judging, and reviewing student games, providing opportunities for internships. That is so important. And I'm really encouraged to see that encouragement of that kind of participation at the studio level to allow their employees and encourage them to contribute and give back in that way.
It is great that we're seeing more engagement from the studios, but we know that it still comes with challenges, and not every studio is a Supercell that has the resources to donate the millions of dollars that they can. So, something that we've been talking about a lot is advocacy burnout, right? As champions of these values, of these social justice issues, and as game developers and as all of the different hats that we wear, right? How do we navigate this? How do we get the support that we need? Maybe this is a call to action to some people here in this room, but I'd love to, get your perspectives on this.
Yeah, I think, I guess I can start, and we talked about this yesterday as well, but I think sometimes there's this misconception that to do good, like everything has to be a nonprofit and 100% of the funds have to go directly towards the cause. And what we underestimate is, okay, but who's running the thing and how are they supported and how are you going to build the infrastructure to make sure that your team can run well and efficiently? And so this idea that, to do good, you can't have a budget and then you have, is just, I don't quite understand it, because to run a successful business, you have goals and you want to get to places, there's funding for that. Whereas on, the NGO side or the sort of do good side, it always seems to be, but they're taking 20% for the team, and so that's an evil charity. And you're like, well, how are they supposed to run it and scale it and make it effective? So I think, again, what Lul was saying, like investing in people, there are still people behind all of those all those organizations that like need investment and need funding. And so I think we just have to like myth bust that idea.
Myth bust and like think outside the box. I know for Alba Wilderness Adventure, we plant a tree for every download of the game or every purchase of the game, and that's a nice little partnership. And it's also inspiring for the team to see those numbers go up to associate with life. In terms of the eco-anxiety, I think it's one of the questions you were asking. Join a community that can help you with that. I mean, I'm such a hype man for all these activities that I'm doing. I'm really proud of everyone for all their efforts, and I'm just here for it. And I like to help people tag team out. So if they need someone to support them, the community is there, whether it's if you're an individual, join the IGNA Climate SIG, or if you're part of your studio that can join the Playing for the Planet Alliance. I know that they're looking for their, what member?
For the Green Jam, we're looking for magic number 50. I mean, this thing has grown, which is like just a testament, I think, to the willingness of the industry, from 11 mobile studios to like 26 across different platforms last year to 49 studios this year. And just like the learnings that can come out of that group and the knowledge sharing that can happen just to make us all better at this stuff, I think is kind of priceless. So, yeah.
Jennifer, actually both of you pointed on this thing about this misperception about not-for-profits, right? I mean, although we're a not-for-profit, the people in our community are not. We're not solely about making games in a not-for-profit environment and serving good. You can make a game that changes the world or builds awareness around the issue and make money. Like that can exist in a for-profit environment. So that there's, talk about misperceptions. I mean, that's the encouragement is for the studios or games or studio level to get involved and create games that could or incorporate aspects into their games that have some kind of social impact. You don't need to abandon your revenue model.
No, exactly. And like Jen was saying as well, like usually that engagement levels, go up, downloads go up. When we did the thing at Space, we had like 10x the engagement during that live ops event versus another one. So like there is still, like Susanna said, there's definitely a business case to be had there. Yeah.
And I think that's a problem with our people, with developers that are making game for good, because every time like you want to make a game, a lot of people advise you, hey, you go for a non-profit, not knowing that you can be like a sustainable game studio. And it becomes really hard for actually even the investors. They will look at, oh, like this is a social game or this is a game for impact. So how are we going to invest this? And I think I've been like for the last 3 years, like part of the thing that I struggle with every time, like I talk with someone, I say, hey, yeah, you should, you should like make this game as a for a non-profit.
Is this shrub
at the end of the day,
blockers?
that you don't have to be a charity to make a world a better place. You can be like, for profit. Make this game that you're working on, that you're passionate about. And I think because sustainability is very important. So, and that sustainability, what are you going to do with it? If you cannot sustain it, you cannot make change. So, and I think that's. I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine, and everybody wants to do good, but they just don't know how to do it. So I think that having that space to like have resources and see like game for change, and things like that are really very important. Yeah.
It's true. I know, Luol, you and I talk about the difference between charity and aid versus things like economic empowerment, right? Because economic empowerment really leads to that sustainability. Although there is a time and space for direct relief efforts, how do you actually, it's the difference between give a man a fish and teach a man to fish, right? And really being able to create a systemic change. And that's something that we're trying to do at Code Coven as well, by actually funding the studios and developers that go through our programs and helping them build their own studios and start as entrepreneurs as well. Thank you so much for all of this. I hope that it's been insightful for the audience. We're about to turn to Q&A, but I do want to ask one last question to each of you, which is, what's your next big milestone? What are your hopes for the future of the industry? It can be short, mid, or long term. Just curious in general about, again, going to what's keeping you up at night, but future looking. Susanna, if we start with you.
Well, our next big milestone is that we're going to turn 20. And for a not-for-profit, that's an achievement. So we'll turn 20 in 2023. And I think while it's a time of like we're looking at what's happened over the last 20 years, we're definitely looking at what's going to be happening in the next 20 years. And one of the things that we've seen change over the last few years, as a result of pivoting to virtual environments through the pandemic, is how truly global this community is, that there are people all over the world that are interested in how they can use games to drive impact. In fact, we launched chapters in Africa, in Asia Pacific. We'll be launching a Games for Change chapter in Abu Dhabi. We have Latin American presence, and there are communities all over the world that are looking for, there are people all over the world looking for community, and that we do hope that we can help create events and programs to support, to help build partnerships and coalitions around different, not only game developers, but also the NGOs that are seeing the power of the games, the not-for-profits, the government agencies that are supporting this from an economic development standpoint. I'm sure many of you are aware here in the audience that, there's just vibrant game development communities, right, growing, and governments are investing in economic development all around the world. And so what I hope is that we can continue to tap into those emerging sectors to think about impact, as well as the excitement that is and the success that is the games industry. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Wow. I'm not turning 20. No,
Yeah, I think for me it's like, I'm gonna talk in the perspective of like an independent designer and independent studio. I think that we are right now in a space whereby we are about to announce something really soon. So regarding my game and regarding investment, so I'm really excited and give me so much hope. It's a long journey, but the best thing about it is that you enjoy the process and it takes time to like get something cool outside. So
Excuse me. Gosh, I just had to burp. That was bad timing. What am I most sort of looking forward to? I think, yeah, if we speak about future, and this is something that Susanna talked about as well, is like the future generations. So future game developers. I think creating pathways for them so that they can, have their voices heard, tell their stories. Gosh, when you talk to young people today, they are so switched on. Like when I was at South by Southwest, I got schooled, like they really, they're passionate and they are educated by so many different means.
And they're fluent. They have all the vocabulary down. They know what they're out to get.
Exactly.
They're out to get us.
Yeah.
We're not doing enough.
Yeah. So I think that's really the space I'm really excited about, and yeah, trying to give as many people access, I guess, to our industry to change it and make it better, and then save the world.
Just
I'm
like
gonna
that.
say, betting she wasn't schooled,
So
she was just
work-wise, we're working
agreed
on the
with
next one
in
Valley
words
and
she
excited
hadn't
about
heard before.
both as a team, what kind of things we want to explore artistically, purposefully, meaningfully. How do we get all these people and help them become better versions of themselves? There's someone had said something like, broken people don't build better worlds. So how do we get those people, how do we get everyone and unbreak their heart and help them?
Like Tony Braxton.
Correct. Karaoke after this, everyone. I want to have a game where you come for the game, but you stay for the change. And that's, I hope, all of our goals.
Oh, I should mention, we now have a youth version of the Game Jam that is kicking off. So I didn't say that, but yeah, which is exciting.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful and honored to have you all here. I'd love to open it up to questions from the audience now. So I don't know how this works, actually. So I don't know if the volunteers can help me.
There's a mic there that they're supposed to go to.
Oh, okay. If anybody has a question, then please go to that mic in the center of the room. Sorry.
No.
No. All right, we're supposed to repeat the question. So just speak loudly and then we'll repeat your question.
So, first of all, I'd like to thank all you guys for the work you do. It's great. The one question I had was, I've lived in quite a few suburban
How does this
and
keep
rural
fucking happening?
communities that are very conservative, and
Just not letting us
they
fucking-
produce some of the loudest voices against,
the hell,
the efforts you're putting forth.
and no sight.
And they've never played a video game, and honestly, they probably will never play a video game.
Yeah, it's 'cause they're a voice of
So,
fucking time, mate.
How do you get that message to communities like that when there is no gaming community?
So the question was, if you live in, in a suburban area, for example, or a really conservative area, where A, there might be no video games, and B, those conversations aren't really being had, how do you get them to listen? I guess one thing I would say is and we've talked about this a lot too, like everything is winning hearts and minds, and whether there's a game there or not, like you're there and you're at this talk. So, what are the conversations that you can try to have with those people, and always leading with love rather than leading, like I said, with like shame or guilt or I think everybody's at a completely different point in their journey when it comes to this stuff, and that's okay. And we're never going to win people over by making them feel bad about where they're at. So yeah, I think it's always trying to bring people on the journey who are in different places and meeting them where they are. Yeah.
And sometimes there's more of a focus on actually converting the neutral parties as opposed to the ones that are fervently against it, right? And that's actually a wider portion of the society from what we've seen. So. Thank you. Next question.
Thanks so much for your discussion. I want to go back to something Carla said about behavioral transfer. I'm curious, from a game designer perspective, what techniques you've seen most effective in game to move people.
Right. I think for some of the games, you can see the opposite effect. For example, with Papers, Please, that monotonous rote movement is an example of, okay, well, you're sharing that sad state. But I'd like to see how we can convert that into an activity of joy, and definitely for meditation. Monument Valley is a good example of that journey, and it's meditative and it's zen, and it's quiet, it's peaceful, and that can change your attitude and change your behavior. And the next steps would be, how do you figure that out for more active climate action and other activities? So that's our challenge for today and for the next 6 years.
I don't want to monopolize the microphone, but I could listen to examples, I'm sure, from each of you for another hour about these things. But if there are any resources that have been effective for that, I'd also like to hear that. And then I'll pass it.
Yes, and then I went to the climate workshop yesterday, and there is a whole deck of resources that we're happy to share with you. Join the IGA Climate SIG, it's amazing, and lots of things on our website for exactly that.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a little mic shy, so I'm going to see if I can articulate this well. So I'm in public health, and I applied to medical school.
We'll finish this later.
And I'm interested in
saucy
proposing
wall.
video games as an effective digital health intervention. And I'm curious if you can speak to the user-centered design process and how to substantiate that with end-user research. You mentioned, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but you mentioned the user-centered design. And sorry, this is like a three-parter, but so if you have any experience with designing games for users by users, and with that, you run the risk of like getting a lot of noise from them. And so how do you sift through all of their voices to amplify their voices in your game design?
Well, congratulations on your journey.
Thank you.
The use of games in as therapy and is remarkable. What's happening? There's a lot of research that's going into that space. A lot of on the neuroscience side. I don't know if people have heard about Adam Ghazali and Achille Labs' Endeavor RX, which was approved by the FDA last year to treat ADHD. And there's a lot of research going into that space. I'm not, I don't think, equipped to answer your question specifically about the best practices of using users, as part of the research, but I do know it's incredibly important, and it should be part of the ongoing, not only development, but obviously the play testing, right? I mean, that's really where you're going to get most of the feedback and to understand the efficacy of what you're designing and how it's having an effect on the intended, audience and the demographics that you are looking to reach. I will say that at the Games for Change Festival, we do have a whole track focused on health and wellness. And so we will be bringing to the stage people who are experts in this field, and there's a whole host of past talks about this kind of content on our website, which is free, on our YouTube channel. So I think you're on the right track. I think it really has to do with getting that kind of feedback on the efficacy.
I really echo that on the playtesting piece, and thinking firstly about there are various different player motivation models that you can explore, and so going through that process of making the assumptions initially about who is your player base, what motivates them, and then actually getting the data to validate that. And you can do that even with minimal resources, right? Just going out into the field, asking potential users based on the assumptions that you've made, validate, invalidate. It's the game development, iterative process. So.
Yep. I also want to just say there are a lot of resources for funding in this space. The National Institute of Health, the National Science Foundation, they're offering research grants for this kind of work, and you might find some great resources there.
Oh, thank you so much. I would love to talk to all of you afterwards. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for a great talk. I actually work in digital therapeutics gaming for cancer patients, so
oh, great.
I should talk to her as well. But I was curious how you view citizen science gaming and the potential for using gaming to bring in people to scientific endeavors that they might otherwise not consider or consider themselves qualified for.
Yeah, that's such a dream. I mean,
Yeah.
Ender's Game for good, right? Like, I know that Deborah has done a little bit of work with citizen science.
Yeah, we did in the first installment of the Jam. We did. It was around renewable energy, and so we had a new campaign in our game with a storyline. We created a new building, which was solar powered, to sort of try to teach people about that resource. And then we also asked our players to fill out a survey about renewable energy options that were available in their area, because what we found, we were trying to partner with a renewable energy organization, and we said, look, we have these players, like, what do you want them to do? Where should we send them? What action do you want them to take? And so it was really born out of frustration, because they were saying, like, well, we don't really know, because we don't have enough data about the different options that are available in different territories. So the idea of sending the player somewhere to, for example, switch providers, or we're like, we don't know where to send them. And so we asked our players, what's available in your area? And then we shared that data back with the renewable energy organization. And you can imagine that if we, open source that kind
Somewhere
of
northwest-ish.
knowledge and had just players across the world feeding into something like that, the kind of mapping that could create, and access to information and to, potentially change, I guess. So yeah, that's where the citizen science piece is really interesting. But I would also check out Attila Sanser. If you haven't heard of him, Google his name. He did a bunch of stuff with EVE Online and with Borderlands 3, all about that field of citizen science. Definitely check him out.
Yeah, connected with him actually. And I've been in this space for a few years, so I guess I'm more curious where you see opportunities, and how the future of citizen science in gaming.
Yeah, no, I think what I just mentioned, I'll hand over to Jen.
I mean, I think I'm interested both in citizen science, the science or the bioscience, et cetera, but I'd love to also understand, what is the world of citizen economic science and citizen political science, and how broad can we get? I'd be curious to hear if Susanna's Game for Change, I know that a lot of the games there are about citizens.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been in the field for a while, I'm sure you have known about one of the more high-profile projects, right? Foldit that occurred about 10 years ago. The use of data, right, from a privacy issue, obviously is something that is critical, and I'm afraid it shies people away from doing that. But there obviously is huge potential, and there's and to have a player knowingly contribute to and opt in to contribute to solving critical issues through research is extremely promising. I don't have any newer examples to give. I know there was a big project about researching for Alzheimer's that came out of Germany or France last year. But I'd be happy to talk to you about it after about some other ideas.
Thank you.
Hi, hello. Thank you for the talk. It was very insightful and everything. I really appreciated it. One really quick
Last second
question
success,
for all of you. While you were developing your game, were there any sort of moral or ethical dilemmas you had during development about the direction you were going in, or anything like that?
No.
Oh, well.
No, I mean, I'm lucky to work at a company where it's a B Corp, so their values and have really strong values. So, and also the topics that we're covering are quite light. We're not trying to tell people exactly how to love a forest and conserve it. I suppose maybe there's that question of, are we dictating to our players, or are we telling them what to do? Are we holding back on content unless you're also aligned with our perspective? And maybe that's a good one to explore that I haven't explored enough of.
I guess I don't personally develop games with the studios that I've worked with. It's a good question. I think overall, kind of like Jen, I've been really lucky to work with studios that think about these things and wouldn't knowingly or actively try to create a game or put something in their game that was morally dubious. I think the one thing that we do think about is when it comes to the social good stuff, how much like Jen said, how much do you put into your title, because it is still a means of escape for a lot of people. So how do you strike the balance between, talking about these very important subjects, but then still realizing that this is a place of like fun and escape and striking that balance, I guess, is the challenge.
There's also the sensitivity portion, right? So we engage with sensitivity consultants a lot when dealing with these hard-hitting issues and topics, like going back to the UN Women Game Jam and thinking about triggering content, right? And making sure that when you're exposing that to players, and Lual, this is probably relevant to you as well, right? Like, how do you make sure that, and also Susanna, you're talking about mental health, right? Right? And sometimes it's actually a case where that triggering content is a form of therapy in a sense, right? The player should be exposed to that trauma, that experience to have a sense of what it is. And if they've gone through that, there's that aspect as well.
Thank you for that question. Have a lot to think of tonight.
No, thank you for the answers.
Okay, yeah, I think that was it then. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
It's hard to see.
I feel so inspired to propagandize my games now. Thank you, GDC. Oh shit, no. Just do this. I don't even think the different dressings really have a purpose yet. Maybe they heal more of a wound or something. I don't fucking know. What I do know is that talk was stunning and brave. And, you go, girls. You tell them. You let your truth be heard, or whatever. And shit. Can't just fit a chainsaw in here. So many roadblocks. I got it. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do this. And then that can fit. There we go. We'll just sell that at some point. We should have enough fuel for going to the outpost and back directly from here. I mean, yeah, why not? Should be fine. Let's see, I don't know what else we need. What else would we need? If we think about shopping at the outpost. Oh yeah, well, lots of, obviously a lot of gravel and other stuff. What's the other stuff? Cement, I think. We could get that from the shop, because no use searching for it. Wouldn't know where to go because the map isn't detailed. Even if we have our little map space we could be looking at. I guess we could search, but without any prior knowledge, it's really hard to tell from the map what is where. I suppose having a better map would be a priority closer to release. Right, something that's actually immersive in the game world and not just press a button, get an overlay, but you actually have to do a map, or maybe there's a skill that commits something to memory for you, and you have to scribble it on a piece of paper. It's your cartography skill, and you get better at mapping out the island, and you'll actually be able to mark resources or something. I don't know, but anyways. Oop. We're doing that. Oh, we're low on. Let's drink some milk, actually. Let's drink some milk. Just drink a whole fucking pint of milk. I think this is actually a half gallon, not a pint. Or maybe it's a quart, actually. I'm forgetting. A pint. 2 pints. No, it's not a quart. It is a half gallon. I think, in these cartons. Does it even tell you? It's the primary infant mammals. I'm sure it has a bunch of fucking... so milk is actually super good for our vitamins and minerals. It makes sense, I guess, but it doesn't have a good shelf life, which is why I don't opt for it. But hey, if it's helping us with our vitals, maybe I just drink a lot of milk and urinate a lot. I mean, it has 63. I mean, it seems like a good... Okay, I'll take it on, even despite it spoiling quickly. I'll have cereal and milk, a whole box of cereal and a whole half gallon in the mornings. You know, how them apples, how you like them apples. Try that one on for size. VHS, and too bad we can't fit any, yeah, we have time. Too bad we can't fit the chainsaw in there. Could fit it right in our backpack and sell it for that. No, don't do that. Okay, let's actually go back and put things in the fridge first. I know it's not refrigerated and doesn't actually preserve it like a refrigerator, but it still preserves it faster if it's in a box, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe, I think, was that a server setting I saw? I think it was a server setting where you can choose the decay of items if they're in a container. Okay, that's the metric. That's what we're going with. Stop right by the fuely thingy. All of a sudden you can pass through them. What's with these fucking cones? I know they're physical objects. They block you. I'd fucking kill someone if I crashed my car into a safety cone. Got it down to like 20% health. Anyways, we'll... Oh, we can't try. Yeah, sure, let's fuel it. So we can take off our work jacket. We did a lot of metal upgrading, spent all our scrap to get this fucking monstrosity. Hell yeah. This place is shaping up quite a bit. Let's put some music on. Why not? Let's actually see what's on country. It's ending. Small screwdrivers here. 1, 2, 3. We'll take out 4.
Zombies are dead, but our cameras are live, bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
Could it be the morning of the spring when the sea runs dry and stuff?
It's not that I don't like Jay, right? It's just, you know, not what I'm feeling like right now.
Down the river, high tide flows around it. Through the whispers of pines, I hear them sing. The more you love, the more you live. You ever feel like going back when nothing seemed to be a drag? You read until your legs gave way and you cried and got back up again. And it's real to think that I could fly across a broken bridge in the fading light. Never thought ahead of my 2 feet. Never had a care in the world you see. Have you heard from the sky all about it? Down the river, high tide flows around it. Through the whispers of pines, I hear them sing. The more you love, the more you live. Have you heard from the sky all about it? Down the river, high tide flows around it. Through the whispers of pines, I hear them sing. The more you love, the more you live. Have you heard from the sky all about it? Down the river, high tide flows around it. Through the whispers of pines, I hear them sing. The more you love, the more you live. The more you love, the more you live.
My neon sign says open.
They call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. And I burn through Trojan rubbers like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, 'cause Edith likes eating at East of Eden, where Wendy works on Wednesday evenings, and Donna Lee does her laundry 2 doors down. So when I'm out to eat with Edith, I'm always worried Wendy's watching, and equally that Donna Lee's gonna be around. And what's worse is Wendy lives by the Wally World, where Donna Lee goes to the pharmacy, and Edith's ex-old man's employed there. So I choose to keep a low profile and sneak around like it's going out of style, and try to keep these balls up in the air. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin brother, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubba hubba. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, but I had 3 more the month before, Tanya, Tina, and Isadora. But that all ended in a puddle of tears and blood. I had Tanya down for 10 to noon, and Tina turned up around 1 or 2, and Izzy used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late, and Tina turned up a lot early. So fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure it's the doors when they threw me on the floor, while Tanya and Tina punched and kicked and swore. And long story short, I lost the fight.
Really? Even a small wooden stick would help? You can use up to a giant log? I'm pretty sure. No, just small. Oh yeah, but you can use a small stick to make the handmade gun. Anyways.
I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Alarm goes off at 5:15. Roll out of bed, rub the sleep from my eyes. Throw on a shirt and some jeans and my boots, and then it's time to make that morning drive. Work all day till I'm totally beat. Get back home and fall right to sleep. Alarm goes off in the morning and the cycle's complete. Work, sleep, repeat. Yeah, work, sleep, that's all I ever do anymore. Work, sleep. Somewhere up the line I forgot what I was working for. Yeah, there goes life, looks like it ain't slowing down for me. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat. Seems like yesterday I was 17, running bootlegs and draws and screens. Now I'm running up debt and I'm scrambling to make ends meet. So work, sleep, repeat. Yeah, work, sleep, that's all I ever do anymore. Somewhere up the line I forgot what I was working for. Yeah, there goes life, looks like it ain't slowing down for me. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat. Sometimes at work I just sit around and fantasize about how I could save myself from dying in this working life. And that alarm goes off again at 4:45. Roll out of bed, rub the sleep from my eyes. Throw on a shirt and some jeans and my boots, and then it's time to make that morning drive. Yeah, work, sleep, that's all I ever do anymore. Somewhere up the line I forgot what I was working for. Yeah, there goes life, looks like it ain't slowing down for me. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat.
You're just going through the whole Ben Bostic catalog. Except for that one that's on the blues station. Good for you, Ben.
But I never made it there, 'cause sleep come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spins me around and see you later. Want to hate her, but I love her instead. scars of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
How do I make a 100%? Oh, it's our little improvised hand. Our improvised 50.
All you do is say so. It's along the way. Wondered if for these days when we are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. Said not much these days. You are young. Best be on your way. If you want to be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV.
cache doesn't auto-stack into places. That's bad. That's unacceptable. What the hell, guys? Okay, bricks. You got bricks, bro. You got bricks, brother. I think they weigh 2.5, so I can weigh 4, maybe.
Got nothing new to talk about, got nothing new to say. Anyway,
That's close enough, so 4 per.
fell in love with a girl downtown.
Okay, so 12.
That heart of coal, the sticks and stars, they put me here today. Hooray. I'm gonna leave for a while, walk out the door, forget my troubles, and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. And since you left me crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. We walked a while on down the street with those pretty eyes of yours. You took me down onto the ocean and kissed me on the shores. hold me there, now we've reached the end. Neath that setting sun. And I hate you so much, I stole your bicycle. It's all said and done, now honey, you won. Gonna leave for a while, walk out the door.
I did forget I wanted to see about getting Pepper.
Forget my troubles and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. Ever since you left me, crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same.
Man, I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ, is a huge cauliflower. It's gonna damn near fill my stomach too, what the fuck? Oh well, let's see if the general shop guy has pepper. Don't mind me, May, just eating this huge fucking cauliflower. Is currant the peppercorns? Probably not, it's fruit. Who knows, man? I don't know.
Lifting slowly from my bed, I shake my head. I've done this before. So tell me, darling, once again what you said and what you swore. 'Cause the sight line goes over the tree line, Lord. And it's easier letting go when you know that you got nothing to fear. Because you're safely standing miles around, you never see it. Because you're nowhere near. While the bomb drops all the way
think it's bully time. Hey! No, she stepped back. She's like, I don't want to get bullied. Come on, get bullied. How about this way? I'm getting bullied now. Hold on. My bully stick needs recharge. Ah, shit. Hold on, there we are. Really? That's all it took? Okay then. Chainsaw has some character now. Or we can make a garage opener. Not that I need it. Not really. Oh my god, bladder from cauliflower. Fuck you, mate. That cauliflower was mostly water. That's why it was so big.
If only.
I think it's tradition. We store some stuff in our fridge. Store the this stuff in the fridge.
You need a friendly face.
Lightning McQueen's telling me to do it. I can't say no to him. Anyways. I don't know, Bob will probably be being talked to by Ricky Bobby rather than Lightning McQueen. We're talking about fictional race and Talladega Nights wasn't a movie for kids. I don't even fucking remember that movie. But I remember it's the Ballad of Ricky Bobby. It's about all I remember about that movie. Shake and Bake, I remember that. Anyways.
Make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you. Can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? I was kidding. Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, nothing to do, say nothing around. That same sheriff ran around the block, streets empty and the doors are locked. Got feeling lonely. When that preacher there came ring my bell, tell me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? I thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the The world outside is mad and cold. Don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say. God Almighty, till that day. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the
I don't know, should I make another wood wall? Do another wood wall to make it? Nah. I don't think so. Not another wood wall to make it more believable. Maybe something else.
Make me work, make me sweat inside, make me feel like I'm alive. Take this hurt, lady, throw it in my face. Don't let these bones slow you down. 'Cause I'm coming on strong, grass should have looked greener. lady without the thrill of chasing, like taking cotton candy from a child. Too many answers, but all we need is questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light. 'Cause I'm coming up strong. The grass should've looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, she'll change it and receiving. Girl, you best believe in me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy. I'm over easy. And I'm over easy tonight. Life is just
Study the map in the rain. This is our map study in place. So that's big city. Top right of A4, that's Blotto. Yeah. Wouldn't see any straightforward path to the big city. We know what that outpost is if we... Okay, so go past that outpost and then go to the right. There'll be some big city there. I think the most important path we need to find is to that airport. If we're able to even assault it or get a plane out of there, it'll be a challenge in its own right, I think. We need to go southwest. And if anything, we can follow the coastline and then, you know, pick out the airstrip from the coast. The question would be getting enough fuel, I think. And then after that, we probably have to go there on foot to retrieve our car. Or we just fuel up like a motorcycle and go on a road trip in a junk car, some junk that we don't even care about, and then sacrifice whatever fuel we have in there to the airplane. Take the gas can back in a hiking backpack.
maybe if I close my eyes, or wake up back home. Maybe if I close my eyes, maybe if I close my eyes, maybe if I close my eyes, I'll wake up home.
Yeah, the thing is how to get there. And what do we bring? Need more planning. First, we need to find a good car that is junk. I think there was a police car somewhere. Police SUV at some point. Around here somewhere. Wait, is there an outpost we don't know about? I see two. Oh gosh. So which one do we know about? That's the question. Yeah, I think the one in A3 is the one where you have a fence at, and whatever is in the middle of A4. But looks like we could get to the outpost from there. Stronghold. I should have been calling them strongholds. Yeah, I wonder what that is. Alright, first order of business is, I think, to figure out where that police station thingy was. That police car. And then make that our our airplane fetch vehicle that we can abandon after we're done with it. Which means we might need some little batteries. We have plenty of little batteries to fuel it up. I'm thinking. Alright, I was just checking something. Looks like they tastefully deleted the nipple. Oh, what's this? Just some dude having fun. Alright. Alright, well let's go check even in this weather.
some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, or Cargo Drop. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
Being the juggler. Yeah, 'cause Edith likes eating at East of Eden, where Wendy works on Wednesday evenings in Donnelly, does her laundry 2 doors down. So when I'm out to eat with Edith, I'm always worried Wendy's watching, and equally that Donnelly's gonna be around. And what's worse is Wendy lives by the Wally World, where Donnelly goes to the pharmacy, and Edith's ex-old man's employed there. So I choose to keep a low profile and sneak around like it's going out of style, trying to keep these balls up in the air. Hey, me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin brother, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubbub. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, but I had 3 more the month before, Tanya, Tina, and Isadora. But that all ended in a puddle of tears and blood. I had Tanya down for 10 to noon, and Tina turned up around 1 or 2, and Izzy'd used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late, and Tina turned up a lot early, so fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure it's the doors when they threw me on the floor, while Tanya and Tina punched and kicked and swore, and long story short, I lost the fight. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. They come and go, but there's always another. Yeah, I guess I can't be pleased by just one lady's comfort. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, maybe someday I'll quit this fooling around, find someone to make me settle down, but I'd hate to be the one to make her suffer. 'Cause one of them days we'd go to town, and one of my friends would flag us down and say, "You know why everybody calls him the juggler?" And I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler.
Alright, hold on. Shit. Just a little break, Why not? I mean, it doesn't even warrant the break screen, I guess. Okay, no worrying for the time being, but okay. Just keep playing. Got this Roadhog. Not really gonna handle that. So it wasn't this way, not towards Blottos. On this way, maybe. Seems accurate. I think that's the way to the other stronghold that we saw. But there it is. There's the police car. Alright, come on, bitch. Get hit again. Cunt. Maybe it wasn't an outpost, it's just really a well-fortified place. I mean, it's a walled city, maybe. Yeah, look, I got a big farm. Also, I saw that the devlog, they're working on farming.
And we start to dance in my booty. Get down
Anyways.
and boogie with the tip top, sticking it on the dance floor. I'm not checking you out, I'm just checking your checks. It better be good so I can do that. I know you fancy. Do you think I'm sexy? Put your arms around where I can see them.
Nope, definitely an outpost. Okay.
I'll be giving you the
So that's another thing to work on, I'm guessing. Not seeing anything in there. There's the sentries. But it looks like one that's easy to sneak in, at least in the front. Okay, I see.
It all starts with a hey, and then we get down and we start to play. See, I'm just about wasted, and I'm not about to waste my time on the rocks, twisting line, not stopping anything till you knock me down off my feet. See, I can be tasty. Do you think I'm sexy?
let's find out. Mission-driven games. I thought this was going to be about game missions, but it was about, the mission to propagandize people. Spread the word. Okay, and then let's see. We'll do this one. This is short. It's Final Fantasy VII Remake, automating quality assurance and the tools for the future. I think this goes with whatever we did earlier today about unit testing, but automating quality assurance, pretty much unit testing on a larger scale, probably. Anyways, let's listen.
Hello, my name is Fabien Ravo, and today I will present Final Fantasy VII Remake, automating quality assurance and the tools for the future. But before, a small warning. Most of the developments that I will present here have been done at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake project, and only part of it has been used before the master. But the development teams allow us to use their game to continue to develop our tools and maybe use it for another project. First,
How's this
I'd
French
like
you
to
saying?
talk a little bit about the
I thought it
current
was
state of QA for game,
Japanese at first.
and
I was like,
focus
wait, no, this
on
sounds
the main
too
part
French.
of this talk, that is the
But
replay
yeah, he's
system,
French.
with an overview of the system, what kind of data we use, how we synchronize them, what kind of workflow we were using, and some results that we got. I will also
Globalized
talk about
world, remember.
small extensions, that is explorations, to
It's
allow
normal.
the bot to explore the game, and conclude on some future works. But first, game development is evolving. More content, more interactions, greater freedoms, lot of playstyles, and also the game is not finished when you release it. You have now post-release content, DLC, patch, and so on. So this will lead to growing QA costs.
It's not that hard to have
You
double-sided
just
signs, guys. Just
again
print
and
the
again.
same sign. I don't know, flip it around.
What we can do to improve that? We can improve reporting tools. So you have some
You know what I mean.
prejudice talk about that.
If it was the exact
We
same
can
sign, it would be
fill part
upside
of the
down
bug
the other
report
way.
automatically.
Anyway.
We can completely automatically report crash and asset, for example. We can add telemetry to the game so we can gather data and evaluate the quality of it. We can also try to make in some way replay or play the game automatically. So with
Okay, so
scripting,
design a bot to play the game.
or with replaying already played data, or with explorations. But first, let's focus on replay, and even in replay we can divide it into two big categories. Things that are done without game change. So what you can do to go control your input is basically the screen, and you can control time. You can control the game through the gamepad driver, and the good things,
Just charge
you
the battery
can
some
test
more.
the
I
final
think that's
release
enough
of
to
your
start
game,
it.
the one that
Yeah, I
usually
don't know
will
about,
be clean.
fuel drain. Don't want to
So
go through it again.
the bad thing is that
Not
it
fuel
will
drain,
be
battery
really
drain.
hard to support non-deterministic actions, and level change will probably need to rewrite part of the script. So this technique is generally used at the end of the development. You can also try to add auto QA and replay feature on the game engine side that allow you to access the whole code, but probably you want to restrict you to something that is more near what the user can do. And especially in our case, we want to register, in fact, the game state. We can also control everything, but you want probably to restrict you on a gamepad emulator, even if time to time you may want to add debug command menu. You are restricted to the test period, but The good thing is that you can now try to support non-deterministic actions, and you can be robust to some level change. See, that allow you to start to use this kind of techniques as soon as you have a first vertical slice.
Oh man, everything's
This
in
is
the
where
other
we
track.
will
I just
focus
gotta focus on getting to it.
But first, a
Should
small
have enough
example.
22 for the adventure.
So I will first record a small gameplay by using my gamepad. And we record not only the gamepad input that we are using during the menu, but also the game state that we will use after to help the play. Here we will have a tutorial and a game, a battle. Battle are typically something that is not deterministic. And just to personalize my replay, I go forward and go back. Okay, let's stop it for now and replay it. So as I
basically,
said, we
demo
record not
replay
only
has
game
quality
input, but
assurance.
also game state. So once the game screen happens, we can push a button. There is no additional wait time, basically. And here we have the tutorial, skip it, and now we use a battle bot to control the game. So we will have different battle, and the battle bot can even test other commands randomly to be sure that we didn't break anything in the battle system. And we go back to our replay, and now we can go forward and back as I have done in my recording data. And I finish by a replay success that the game has detected. So what is the system? We will have this kind of UI, the launcher, what that we call, but we can also have command line for Jenkins that will start two processes. One is an auto QA server, that we call it, that will be used to supervise and control the game. The second one is a watchdog that will be platform dependent and can start to and monitor the game. The auto QA server will ask the watchdog to start the game. The watchdog will really start the process. The watchdog can also be responsible for recording videos and so on, screenshot, and detecting cordon. On the game start, it will try to ping the watchdog to be sure that we hang or not. And the game will also send generic game state that the AutoQA server will use to control the game by giving some request. We will have also some UI command like stop and so on that we can send to the QA server. Inside the game, in fact, we can
I think we found a use for this damn bike.
Two parts.
Bicycle.
One that will be, in fact,
Getting back to the car.
game engine specific.
Need
that
everything. All the
will be
help
in
we can
charge
get.
of communication, some default behavior.
Don't really have to use the rifle.
And another part that will be specific to this game. We will have this kind of bot, and we will say what are the game state, basically. So just take a look at this game specific part. So in Final Fantasy VII Remake, we had a few bots. So just give me some example of them. In the left side, you have some bots where, in fact, you are merging bot usage with replay because the control of your character is completely different from what you were seeking first. Either you control a robot arm or you are on the ceiling. But basically, you are using replay to control where to go. The middle part is a battle bot, one of the most complex ones, that mix in fact both replay and a battle, just to be able to be sure that some battle techniques, or if you want to climb during a battle or do things during battles, can be still replay if needed. The last part are really small mini game that generally we implement a bot in 1 day, just to be able to pass successfully, because synchronizations will be a little bit too precise.
Okay, so the point of this
we just
is
replay
to,
data.
you know,
Just replay
make
data.
sure. I see. I was wondering. Hold on.
Okay.
I was wondering what the benefit of this would be. Like, you know, it seems like you're just doing something a QA tester could do anyway, and I don't see what the point of using a bot is if you're gonna, you know, launch it and you know, take up the battle process anyhow. But they can have, you know, I was just blind, right? They can have precise inputs, precise replay of inputs, sequence, exact timings. Okay, I am on board now.
Okay, so we have talked about the game-specific code. Now, let's talk about the generic game state. What kind of data we are using. So, generic game state will contain where we are, so the positions, the level ID,
But a
the
human's still watching
orientations,
the bot
and also the
do
velocity
things
of
to,
the characters.
you know,
When we
evaluate
we
things.
will have, in fact, several times, because depending on what kind of game state you are, you care about different times. You may have, like we have seen in the battle, some slowdown that are used to activate the debug menu and so on, the control menu. And time will flow in different speed during the game. So we adapt. UTC time will be mostly used for video synchronization. Frame count is generally the default behavior that works basically everywhere. After you have some action and events that you want to know what you are doing. And also you want to know why you are doing it. And this is done by knowing the game state. And we say not game state, but game state stack. Why? Because we can have replay data, and for example, we can start a follow mode. So if you go too far from the NPC that you are following, you may have a warning and make you go back. This is one of the game mode. And you may have a battle that started while you are still in follow mode. And during the battle, you can have a tutorial that interrupts the battle and so on. So you will have always one step, but you have the other ones that are continuing inside the background. So this is why we have a game stack. And what we will do to identify each text is an ID that will be based on the type and the cinematic. This is the game specific code that will specify those values. So game ID is generally a fixed ID for battle, or cinematics maybe each of one have a different name, so something like that. We can store also user data that will go back when we are doing replay. And we can store also synchronization flags and timeout overrides that we will just talk from now on. That is used to synchronize, in fact, the replay. So we will not explain all the synchronization flags during this presentation, but let's take a look at a few of them. So let's suppose that you have a game state and you want to go to it. You are replaying your data, and now you are supposed to get to the game state, but maybe it's not popping up. So if you have a non-relocatable flag, it means that you need, in fact, to be at these positions to be able to start this game state. So what you will do is first say that start a timeout to say, okay, I will have a given time to succeed, and you will start to continue to do some play or motions to be able to be sure at these positions, or maybe it can be either motions or also maybe wait. And if you reach it, you can synchronize again. And after, because you succeed during your start timeout, you have a success, and you start an end timeout. And you will, you must be sure to finish this replay during this timeout, before the end of the timeout.
Alright, this sounds like he's just giving a demo of some sort of tool.
In that.
Let me just... Auto QA workflow. How about we skip to that chapter?
Not the game specific codes, but as long as you have the same game engines, even the auto QA tools can be shared between projects. Now let's go to the workflow. You will have someone that will try to record a replay, like you have seen, that will give a database of replay data. We will have the game build system that will trigger or Jenkins that will ask a set of build machine to build the corresponding executable and ask a setup of test machine or consoles to test the game. We will update everything to a test with a database to do some test monitoring, but we will also send it to a system to do some bug classifications. Some of them will be sent directly to the QA team or to the game team because they are assert and crash and we are sure that they are relative to the game. And some of them will go to some auto QA specialist. So you may have some replay failures that can be, in fact, change in the data that is too strong for us to be able to cope with. So we need to re-record the data. It can be also some problem in our own workflow. So we will try to analyze it and debug it. And we will report what we need to do on the other teams. So what kind of advantages we got with this system? We were able to find really rare bugs, logics, multi-thread, something that happens even less than 0.3% of the times. So 7,000 of
0.3%, so rare bugs.
We were able to test levels about
loads of times.
3,000 chapters per day, basically. We were able to test a large code change. So we get some requests to test some changes and test it maybe for 1 week to be sure to have stable results. We can test the game with also bad frame rate. So if you want to have memory analyzer on, the game may be really slow and really painful to play for a human player, but the system is able to cope with that. We were able to perform tests 24 hours a day, and even aging tests that were generally about 18 hours for one test by playing the game, in fact, several times in loop. The main disadvantages is probably because we test only what we have recorded. We don't go outside your path. So if you want to do a complete test, you need to create a lot of levels. So now let's go to look at another example, exploration example. So this one has been developed on UE4, basic UE4. And we have, in fact, two agents that are playing together the game to try to create a map. Like I said, we are able to create these 3D maps, this 3D grids map. And the goal now is to find where we were not, where we didn't go. So here, once we have explored part of the room, we can see that we try to find another way out. And together, we can start to explore, in fact, the whole map. So the advantage of exploration is that we can find bugs outside of the normally tested paths that we had. We can capture performance, so FPS, memory usage everywhere on the map. We can check for collisions. The problem
Let's go
is
to this
that
place. Wherever it takes
by
us
trying
northeast.
randomly a lot of things, we will not go very far.
Scout out
Quests
stuff.
and game are too complex for that. We will not be able to clear any game, any level. So what we have done is mixed both. So here we have in Final Fantasy some replay and explorations meshed together. So currently we are exploring the map. So as you can see, we try to go everywhere and we kind of try to detect where our
Got a sports bike, huh?
The first time of the exploration is random, so we go there and there. But as more as we are exploring, we will start to fill up the map.
Okay, so we go through Verdun.
And we will need now
called.
to find where are other edges that we didn't explore. And in blue, you can see some past findings that we are doing to try to test other edge case. By doing that, we will finish by filling up all the map. So here we are finishing the last holes that are left. And when we have filled all the holes, we can start to explore new areas
that we have
not yet explored. But sometimes you can have game events that pop up. For example, here we have a battle. What we will do is, when we have new game sequence that pop up, we'll synchronize with the replay data. So we'll try to go to use the replay data of these battles, if there are one. And we continue the exploration until we time out of it, and we go back to the replay. So we are doing, again, past findings to go back to the end of the replay data. That is after the battles that we have done during our exploration step, because we are able to do it, and they are reordinable. So now let's try to go back to the replay. We have some cinematics and so on.
So that we can put them in here and get ready for the bad weather.
There. So
or
how we
get ready to freeze
we
when we're
generally
flying or something. I don't know.
Record a replay, and if we want to add expressions, we look at the movie, we synchronize, we add some replay exploration event inside the replay based on when we are compared to the movies. And after we can explore, decide where to explore, in fact, the different part of the map. Okay, so we go back again to the replay data now.
So I remember this
one.
This little pit stop. Or a detour that we didn't want to go on. And oh, look, another car.
Find out with the replay data that we need to press this button to continue.
Whatever, man. I'm just heading to the northeast.
One of the things that we can have is
generally we want to go southwest to get back home.
So here is an example of replay data, so 14 replay data at the same path. So each time that we are replaying the data without expressions, we are basically have one only path that we follow. If we use expressions, that will take more time, but now we can see that we have a more wider range of use. Sure, exploration is not necessarily used everywhere in the game, but for example, if you have a bomb that will explode, you probably don't want to explore now, you want to go out. But so this is why we have also this kind of events. But it can be used really to increase the range of the part of the game that we can test and get data from, with, for example, this telemetry tool. So the advantages is that we were presenting, in fact, an automation system that avoid a lot of repetitive testing. We were able to show how to share development costs through several projects by making this part as more common as possible and trying to have a generic game state in which we can store a lot of data, even some user data like what kind of objects we want to interact with. So in the replay, we can use this kind of ID to look for these objects and not go to the recorded data, but to the new position of these objects. This allows us to have some margin with level change. We were also showing that we have a navigation system that is outside the game that can allow you also to have something that is less game specific. And with mixing explorations, you can start to have also support for some variety inside the game level. Even if you have new obstacles during your own path, you may be able to explore rounds and go on these obstacles.
Now we're in familiar territory.
The problem is that we are not able to do any qualitative QA,
I
so
can
graphic
recognize
issue and
this.
so on.
So we want to
The
actually go
replay
to this.
system was
Well,
perfectly
obviously, you
fine
want to go
to
through
say
the
that
lower path, the
the
sub
game
more
was
path.
working when there was a black screen all over the place, just because he was able to complete the level. But we have still some graphical movies and so on that we can export to help QA, in fact, to make some decision about that. So what we want to do is
Okay, so I think we're going to want to make a bucket.
more
a nice bucket.
Of this extract
Maybe two,
video and screenshot
but
to,
buckets to be
in
able to
fact,
drain the fuel from this thing and
for
transfer it
example,
into an airplane if
cover
we
all
find it.
cinematics that are inside the game and have a QA that just checks the cinematics, doesn't have to run the games several times to gather all the possible cutscene depending on its different actions. And we want to maybe use expressions on other things than positions, for example on menu, or maybe on minigame. And things that I have said that the expressions may be able to detect collisions, but this is something that we have to work on. We want also tools to find large change in level collisions.
You have to actually go through the forest, I think, to get to the a good
So if
angle
you
on
have
the
any more questions, you can
airport.
always contact me, and thank you for listening.
You're not gonna lie, I barely fucking understood what the hell he was saying. But you know what? Good for you. You have automatic QA testing tools. More power to you. I don't think we want to piss off a sentry bot. Although we will be speeding past them. We could be speeding past them, but then again, if we catch their attention, they could follow us into the hangar, and then I don't know, putting them on alert puts them at higher reaction speeds, and then we can't escape that easily. I just had to check. Okay, the northernmost part is the one with the hangars. I think I see our prize. The thing is to make sure they don't see us taking it. Well, now that we know that it's here, now that we know where it is and how to get there, it's break time. That's the impression that I get. Alright. Nice little break. Now, I don't know if we can pull off the great plane heist today. Maybe. Maybe not. What I do know is about 1 hour left, maybe. Are any of these 1 hour that I chose? I don't know how good this would be for, just the stream. I did click it thinking maybe it might be interesting. A technical perspective of Shadow of the Colossus. Getting more on the tech side of the tech behind the game. But I think these are more sexy titles. So first things first, what can game designers learn from competitive reality shows? One of the comments is when you pretend watching Netflix was part of the research. Okay. Let's learn what game designers can learn from competitive reality shows. SCUM, competitive reality show, in a sense, right? It's themed. I just drew that connection, but hey, if it helps, it helps.
Hello everyone, my name is Ifat Shaikh and I want to talk a little bit about what can game designers learn from competitive reality show. Before I start, I want to acknowledge the land in which I'm speaking to you is from the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Anishinaabe, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. I would also like to acknowledge that Toronto, also known as Toronto, is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. So who am I? My name is Ifat Shaikh. As I mentioned, I'm an assistant professor at York University in Canada. I'm also an experimental game designer. I'm currently working on games that are made in non-traditional game engine. The current one uses Miro, and I made games in Excel as well. And bots that examine each other around AI ethic. I'm not going to talk about any of those here, but rather I'm going to draw of my love of the trashier side of TV, which frankly I do not consider to be trash at all, and examine the game design of specific reality show, as I believe that there is a lot we can learn from them. This talk came to be because I really like Survivor, and I'm trying to convince more people to watch it. I should note, I try to make this talk into a more practical look at this show, with the idea that by the end of this talk you will come up with some idea of how you can use those games to implement in your own design. But I only have about half an hour, so I will probably only whet your appetite and interest on the topic, or just make you think that it's not worth your time. I'm also an academic, so sometimes I can't help myself and overcomplicate thing. So, on August 23rd, 2000, more than 50 million Americans watched the final of the first season of Survivor, making it a cultural milestone and birthing the age of reality shows. It seems silly nowadays, but looking back at the popularity of the first few seasons of Survivor, and later Big Brother, made the participant of this show youth celebrity, if only for a very short while, and managed for at least a few years to dominate the TV landscape until eventually being replaced by prestige TV. It is important to note, Survivor was certainly not the first very popular reality show out there. I want to give credit to the real world, and can also be argued that game show also can fit into the term reality show. And I think some of them, I can think of something like the Crystal Maze is well worth exploring. So this to say, reality shows are still being produced. For one thing, they're cheaper to produce. Survivor at this point has a huge amount of people working for it, it's still cheaper than working on a more prestige TV drama. And a lot of them also share production with other countries. So the cost of running a reality show is still enormously less than other type of show. They're still very popular. While they do not reach the height of popularity and buzz that they had in the early 2000s, they're still very successful and a huge part of the media landscape. And they still get a really high rating. I think Survivor is still one of the highest rated shows on Wednesdays. They proved that they're here to stay. Survivor has 40 seasons. Big Brother, the American version, has 22. The Circle is a huge hit for Netflix. And then like shows like RuPaul Drag Race, The Great British Bake Off, etc. We do not talk about the cultural impact. For both good and bad and very bad, reality shows have affected our culture.
Just realized I don't really need gas.
The former president of the United States, and which helped him get elected, was heavily influenced by the image constructed by a reality show. And lastly, there's a lot they can teach us. Their design can teach us how to improve our own design. There's a lot of things we can analyze and critique about the shows, from issues of race, colonialism, and gender, to the evolution of strategic gameplay. For the sake of this talk, I'm going to focus on how competitive reality shows, which I will describe in the next section, create emergent gameplay, and how player agency affects the overall thematic game. I'm going to look at the way the players interact with the system of rules set by the designer of the game, and how they use those to create their own rule and game dynamic. While those rules of the show do not change that much, the way the player use them and interact with each other is ever-changing, creating surprising new interaction in narratives. So let's talk about our competitive reality shows first. What do I mean? So there's many genres of reality shows, and their popularity tend to change over time. From documentaries like shows where there's very little production interference, like The Real World, skill-based competition like RuPaul Drag Race, The Great British Bake Off, American Idol, etc., which are probably the most popular nowadays. Soap opera style like docu-soap and celebrity reality, like The Kardashian and The Real Housewife. Which mimic sort of deliberately tries to mimic the appearance and structure of a soap opera. Home improvement show, which there's a full channel just for those kinds of shows. Dating show like The Bachelor, Too Hot to Handle, Marriage on First Sight, etc. And there's many other genres in it. I would like to focus on one specific type of reality show, which I call competitive reality show, which might be a sub-genre. It's a bit hard to quantify, but those are competitive shows in which ordinary people compete to win a prize, usually a cash one. And they have a strong game-like element to them, with a specific game mechanic, the idea of entering a magic circle, strategy, procedurally generated contact, and etc. So what are the specific elements of the show? How do we differentiate them from other types of reality genre? So the first one is the prize. The show will generally involve a large cash prize. This will not include job offer, collection, etc., but strictly money. With Survivor probably has the largest prize, which was $1 million, and I think 2040 was $2 million. Because the amount of hardship they have to deal with and they offered affect the amount.
Just guessing this is the right way.
And
a lot of guessing right now.
Is much less. I think it's like 100K. Or the second element is ordinary people. The contestants do not have specific skill and are often chosen for personality and archetype.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
And the last thing, which is probably the biggest thing, is immunity, in which contestant can win the right to be exempt the next time a contestant might be eliminated from the show. This allows for strategic gameplay, as the players are not only trying to not lose, but also to get immunity. In my opinion, as I said, this is the element which allows the game to become a complex strategic game, as players are not only trying to win, not to win or to lose, but also trying to be safe and or trying to prevent other players from being safe. There's a few shows that fit the bill. Survivor, obviously, as I mentioned, The Amazing Race, Big Brother, the American version, not Canadian version, not the more international version. The Circle. But for the sake of time and keeping the talk focused, I will only focus on two shows, Survivor and The Circle. For one thing, I'm the most familiar with them. And while there's a lot to say about Big Brother specifically, but the two different versions of the show and my lack of familiarity with the American-Canadian version, I felt I'm not an expert enough on those shows to talk about them. I also think there's something fitting in talking
Yeah,
about
I
the
remember that
oldest
sports bike.
and newest
We're
show
golden.
of the genre. So level of engagement. You can look at those shows and games before the distinct level of engagement. The producer, the player, the editor, and the viewer, with each level separately contributing and helping with the success of the show. The producer, who acts as both the game dungeon master and the game designer, they are there to design the rule of the game and make sure they are followed, as well as making sure the production of the show is running smoothly. I call this category producer, but it includes almost everyone involved in the overall production of the show, the behind the scene. That includes Survivor vast medical staff and the poor person whose job is to describe what the players in the circle say. While they are mostly silent, the host acts as their face and reinforcers. We can look at them as the main dungeon masters, and their job is to guide the player and make sure that the game is run smoothly and maintain the illusion of reality in a make-believe situation. In some cases, like
This
Jeff
analogy
Cox
is
from
going the
Survivor,
wrong
the host
direction
is
so
also
far.
the executive producer, and his control is much bigger than other hosts, and he can even change or modify rules on the fly. The amount of control the producers have is different from show to show, and reports of producer interference is always part of the conversation around those shows. Survivor especially was accused many times of having the production interference.
I didn't even notice I wasn't having this on screen.
Interfere and change
Damn
the
it.
outcome of the vote. This has never been proven. Big Brother has also been accused, and frankly, the producer interference is a lot more visible there. There are actually quite a lot of fan theory around producer interference.
And no one's around to notice either. That's fine.
The second level of engagement is the players. The players are the people choosing to play the game. They are the one who produce the majority of the emergent gameplay content in the show, as they are the folks who are interacting with the rules set by the producers. Some of those interactions are amazing and wonderful. There's wonderful humane moment, there's wonderful strategic element, and some of them are extremely unpleasant, like a contestant being outed as a trans man. I don't have time to specifically talk about the casting process, but with a lot of them, players are chosen to fulfill a specific archetype and are often presented that way. In a recent TikTok, Kelly Wentworth, a Survivor contestant, mentioned how she her archetype was the farmer's daughter, and so she was only allowed to bring in clothes that fit that archetype. The next one are the editors. The players are often filmed 24/7, and the editor job is to distill this narrative into a chunk of about 45 minutes, depending on the show, which tell the viewer everything that happened in the span of a few days and craft a coherent narrative from the footage they have. The editor have full control to pick and choose how to tell the narrative, but the narrative is also completely dependent on the player action themselves. If the players have nothing to show, even the most interesting editing won't help with crafting an interesting story. And the last ones are the viewers. The last level of engagement is the audience itself, which engage with the show.
I hope she's going to tie this into freaking game design. Jeez.
Sort of as a spectator in a sport event, and have no power to control the narrative of the show, but can engage in participatory action when the need arises. Example, anything like voicing their opinion on social media, and as well as creating games based on their show, which I will talk about in later section. So how does this mechanic of the game encourage player agency and create emergent narrative? How does the intention of the designer and the player interaction with the game affect the gameplay? And So before I give specific example, let's talk a little bit about what it means when I talk about emergent. This is sort of my definition mixed with a lot of other definitions, and some of you might say, oh, this is wrong, that's okay. But this is just sort of to put us in the same place. In the simplest term, emergent is when the game allows the player to craft their own experience in the game. It is the unexpected outcome of player interaction with the system of rules set by the designer. Emergent is sort of a buzzword nowadays, as game companies are looking more and more into procedural technique, which will allow them to prolong player engagement with their product. The problem with that is that unlike crafted story, emergent stories and systems are not something we necessarily know how to design and even how to approach it in a way that creates an engaging play experience. So the single most important act of emergence in Survivor happened in the first season. And it defined not just the show, but the genre itself. Initially, Survivor was billed as the greatest social experiment on the planet, a show in which a group of ordinary Americans are left stranded on an island and has to build a new society. Most players took it to heart, and while they voted out a player every week, those players were generally the people who could not handle the physical and social aspect of the game. It was Richard Hatch, the eventual winner, who understood something that not even the producer did. Survivor is not a social experiment about who can survive in the wilderness, rather it is a complex strategic game. And in order to win, you need to deploy game theory strategy like the prisoner dilemma and
Need animal skin? Can't make a human bucket.
He formed a plan which led to his victory. He formed a voting bloc or an alliance with 3 other members of his tribe. For the rest of the season, the 4-person alliance dominated the game, voted out everyone else until there were only 4 left. At this point, the alliance was shattered and the game became an individual game. And while the strategy considerably evolved since then, the concept of alliance became a pivotal part of Survivor and other competitive shows like Big Brother and The Amazing Race. So there are other reasons that season was a resounding success. It was Richard Hatch's strategy that cemented Survivor's success and its cultural influence. It also formed its core gameplay loop, creating an alliance and understanding which path you need to follow in order to win the game. And it was probably the main factor in Survivor longevity as it made the game interesting. Another sort of emergent thing that actually caused a new mechanic to be introduced was in, I believe, season 9, which was Palau. And in this case, one of the tribes, the Ulon tribe, just couldn't win. They basically lost every immunity challenge in the game, and one by one, they were just decimated until there was only one tribe member left, Stephanie LaGrossa. And because there was no merge, because there was just nothing left of that tribe, Stephanie had to stay 1 full day at the island by itself.
Where the hell is any of them? What? Where in the heck? It just knocked her out her eyes. Thanks for that.
By herself, surviving by herself, and sort of shining a new light on the hardship of the setting. And it was such a poignant TV moment that the producers saw that and actually sort of introduced, they never said it to us, but they did, introduced a new mechanic, which is the Exile Island, in which players have to stay by themselves alone on an island for a day. And that mechanic already was introduced the next episode, and sort of became kind of a main mechanic of the game for at least a few more seasons until sort of it became kind of redundant. But But yeah, that's an example, a really good
She's
example
just
of how
geeking
that
out about Survivor so
mechanics,
far.
how the player and what happens in the game can lead to new mechanics. There's countless other examples. This is just a few of them. In the circle, again, fairly new show, so we don't really have that many examples. But we knew that the idea of the catfish mechanic, where player can play as different people and not as themselves, was a huge success. At least in my opinion, when two players who play as catfish go on a date, a virtual date. So Alex.
Okay, so okay. For this, we're gonna need, I think, multiple fuel trips with the gas can. I really want a water bucket. I think I'm just gonna have to go into the wilderness and hope I find an animal that spawns so that I can get the skin. Because I don't want to waste my only gas canister. Unless I go to the outpost and buy something. That's an alternative. Yeah, we'll go to the outpost, yeah.
Was playing as Adam. Alex was a married man, and straight married man. He was married. He played as Adam, like a very handsome single dude, and he had the ability to go on a dinner date with one of the player, and he chose Rebecca because they sort of had a connection. Rebecca was also a catfish. Who was actually Seaburn, who was her Rebecca's boyfriend. So basically, there was a bunch of awkward flirtation and some really inappropriate questions, and they sort of started this fake relationship. Again, if you have seen the circle, they can't see each other. And until the show, Rebecca pretended to be completely crazy over Adam, while Adam actively tries to keep the relationship going. Eventually, Adam was Alex was cut from the game. Seaburn actually was a finalist, but these two guys going on a date, these two not single guys going on a date, both playing totally different characters, was TV gold, frankly. So
Yeah, I'm sure you thought
the
so.
gameplay. So I want to look a little bit about the development of gameplay strategy, from setting up the alliance in season 1 of Survivor to the far more complex strategy deployed today in most of those games, like Shifted Alliance, etc. The simple mechanic and the player interaction means that the strategy of the games evolve over the years. And I wanted to give a quick overview of those. I should note that most of this is based on Survivor and a bit of Big Brother, as the circle is still fairly new, but I won't be surprised if it follows the same trajectory. This to say, I might be completely wrong. So one thing to note is the way the game is played in season 1 really affects the way in which the game will be perceived in later season. In season 1, nobody knows what to do, and the overall theme of the game will be determined. So in season 1 of Survivor, Richard Hatch, forming an alliance, submitted the game as a strategic game that is based around alliances and making alliances and breaking them. With the circle, for example, joy, niceness, as well, and his friendship with Shaban sort of made the circle a far more wholesome game, and far more, I would say, soft games, or and while the game is actually fairly different in international version, even today, when you watch season 2 of the circle, that particular strategy of being genuine and nice continues, even if there's more complex strategies. By season 2, strategies are more refined, players make less mistakes, but there's still a few cases that will show future player what not to do. So in Survivor, for example, Colby chose Tina and not a goat. which was Keith, and I won't talk exactly what the GOAT dynamic is. And in the circle, for example, the use of Jack kind of was playing Emily, a very sweet, like sorority girl, failed the makeup challenge and sort of outed himself as a catfish. And more twists are introduced, and it's usually a much better season. Season 3, the mechanic and strategy are more refined, and dominant strategy is emerging. And this is where the game kind of gets a bit stale, and so at this point, new twists are introduced in order to counter it. So in Season 3 of Survivor, the dominant strategy at this point was beginning, which is that one strong tribe will vote out, one bigger tribe will vote out the smaller tribe. And so they had to introduce a new mechanic, which is the tribe swap, which is nowadays a main mechanic in the game, which will make players basically have more shift in alliance and not just be only with the alliance with the original tribe. By Season 4, new strategies are introduced, probably as a twist on the dominant strategy. This was very apparent in Season 4 of Survivor, where the smaller tribe managed to basically vote out the bigger tribe by having two members of the bigger tribe join them as an alliance. In Season 1, twists are more common, strategies getting more complex, but new dominant strategies start to emerge. So in Season 5 of Survivor, there was the strategy of begoning still exists, but also a new strategy emerged, which was GOAT, which is basically choosing the weaker player to sit with you at the end, so you will definitely vote, get the votes. So it's important to note a little bit about dominant strategy. Dominant strategy is the optimal move for an individual regardless of how the other player acts. And they will quickly make your game stale, and so they need to be neutralized as fast as you can. In reality show, it's often done by adding a twist. In Survivor, it was the tribe swap, and then Idols and many others. The Circle Season 2 introduced the Joker, and Big Brother is filled with them. The dominant strategy can also create uncomfortable and often ugly situations when players are too observed in the reality created in the game to understand the repercussion of their behavior. The most blatant example was Season 39 of Survivor, where the strategy was for the big player to be kept over the strong player, so the player in the middle will have greater chance to win, which is a fairly regular strategy in both Survivor and Big Brother, but it doesn't make the most interesting of games. In this case, keeping the player that was accused of sexual harassment over a strong player who happened to be the person who was harassed. So a weak player was kept in the game despite action that went beyond strategic, just because everyone knows they can win against him. And the person who accused him was voted out because she was a strong strategic player. Reality show as a game. So, can those shows work as more interactive game? The answer is both yes and no. The answer is yes, but we have to look what fans have done. Sorry. Rather, basically, Survivor does have an official release, a video game or interactive game. I think there's 2 of them. That follows the original mechanic of the game. It's very, very bad. It's available to play on, I believe, archive.org. I post a link at the end. And so this was an example, but it didn't work. But it doesn't mean that the mechanics of Survivor cannot work in those in order circle and stuff like that. But we want to look at what the fans have done. So some examples are, for example, Survivor Alexa, which was a Alaska, a fanfic that used dice to determine the result of each vote. Survivor Edgic, which slightly unfortunate name, but it's an editing metagame in which players analyze the editing of the show to determine the winner. There's a few Survivor LARPs or tabletop RPGs, like Survivor College Edition and Survivor Quarantine, which allow players to play online using
This whole talk
Zoom
was to
version of
advertise
Survivor,
for
and there's
Survivor
videos of those
tabletop group.
online. You can watch them. And there's the Circle Discord, which is a LARP tabletop RPG that is played on Discord. So what can we learn from all of this? So first of all, pay attention to your player, and as they're the one who's going to make and break your game. And like it's especially important in reality show, as the casting really changes how the game is every season, because the rules don't change that much. We can trace the way in which strategies evolved in these games, which can be very useful when looking at games with strong strategic elements of tempo competition of sorts. Dominant strategy will be introduced. Some ways in which the show tried to counter them. For example, these in the circle, because players, especially catfish players, can just coast and just like be nice. The producer actually used the weekly mini games, which are usually like fairly nonsensical, to out one of the catfish player who did not prepare well for being a catfish. So Jack not knowing how to put on makeup. This will mean that next time players who are catfishing will have to make sure they're really prepared. In Survivor, the dominant strategy of begonning, I mentioned this before, was sort of twisted by having the tribe swap, and so making alliances that are more dynamic. 4, if the mechanic can only be countered by one dominant strategy, then remove it from the game. Edge of extinction in Survivor, when losing players are sent to another island and have the chance to come back to the game, really has one way for the players to win, by giving up immunity in the last tribal council. And so by the second time this strategy appeared, people were really, the players themselves really disliked it, and basically the mechanic was canceled. 5, just because a mechanic was successful or unsuccessful in one season doesn't mean the dynamic in the next season will be the same. One world in Survivor was a great idea, but the players of the season were so awful that the plan didn't work. Exile Island was a great concept, but it ran its course fairly quickly. A very good mechanic will allow 6. A very good mechanic will allow strategy to become complex and the game to not be stagnant. 7, simplicity is key for emergent but messy game can work if the overall gameplay compensates for the messiness. Big Brother and Survivor are very messy with a lot of useless twists, but if the contestants are interesting and there's enough interesting strategy, the people, you'll be forgiven. Survivor Fiji has the worst twist in the game, but since the player were interesting and the overall gameplay was good, it's not a bad season despite being so messy. 8, it doesn't matter if the gameplay is good, if the player are bad, the game is no longer enjoyable. Survivor World Apart had pretty good strategy and gameplay, but everyone involved was so awful that it became an unpleasant viewing experience. The games are often unfair, but if the narrative is well constructed and the game is interesting enough, the player will forgive you. For example, no player in the circle often do not have a chance to win, and luck plays a big role in Survivor. Give the player 10. Give the player freedom, but make sure that you still have control without being obvious about it. Adding twist to the game or no mechanic is a way to make sure you're still in control over the overall gameplay. The idol in Survivor is a good example. You've given a player enough freedom how to use it, but you're the one who decides where it is and how many there will be in the game. A little bit harder in the circle because there's only 2 seasons. Sometimes in 11, moderation is important. Something really bad thing will happen and you need to anticipate them and stop them. The mess of season 13 of Survivor would have been maybe not so awful if the producer would have kicked out Dan the first time inappropriately touched female players. Okay, before I finish, just a bunch of links. This is some of the stuff I use, or some of the connection, some of the videos and stuff I looked at. Once you have the slides, you can check the link. And thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will be in the QA after. And this is all my information where you can find me on social media or the internet.
Honestly, let me find that comment again. Yeah, more other people got the same, but it's like when you pretend watching Netflix was part of the research. She spent most of the time just talking about the shows she watched, and not much that. Ugh. Okay, well, that was that talk. And then our final video, Press Y to Cry, Generating Emotions in Video Game Narrative. By Andrew Walsh. You know, press F to pay respects to this talk.
Hello, and welcome to Press Y to Cry, Generating Emotions in Video Game Narrative. My name's Andrew Walsh, a writer, director and narrative designer who's worked in TV, theatre, film, animation and comics. I've also got 85 games credits to my name, including Prince of Persia, Fable Legends, The Division 2, Watch Dogs Legion, and I'm currently working as a senior writer with Guerrilla Games, as well as a lead writer on an NDA project. I'm also involved with the Writers Guild of Great Britain's Video Games Committee, and I hope you can come along to some of the events that we organise. So today, we've got half an hour to look at emotions in video games. I've got a lot to cover, so I will be moving quickly. Now, the aim of this talk is to give you a set of toolkits and to analyse emotion in games and see how techniques from other media need to be adapted to fit into interaction. Please note that I said toolkit and analyse. I'm not giving you a strict, rigid process. What I want to do is give you a set of things that you can use at any point in the process to analyse the emotion that you find in games. Okay, so let's get started. How did I come to choose this subject and title? Well, way back in the mists of time, EA published this as an advert. It was intended to start a debate about the creative goals for the industry and to set down a challenge. Could you make video games that made players cry? By this stage, the medium was already decades old, and yet while music, books, films, TV and theatre knew how to create all sorts of emotional change in people, to some it appeared that this new immersive medium wasn't able to explore the same range of emotional responses, despite it being immersive. Why? Well, two sets of very clever people tried to solve this problem, but humanity being humanity, they each tried to solve it from opposite ends, often without talking to each other and sometimes in direct conflict. On one side of this divide were the programmer designers, who were forging the code, verbs and models that modern games rely on today. They were defining interactivity. But many of these individuals saw emotion and story as problematic. Games were about verbs and interactivity. Emotion and story, where it was to be found, should and could only be emergent. And even though many leading luminaries on this side of the divide continue to talk about emotion and immersion, the question, can a computer make you cry, for many morphed from a challenge to a statement. A game can't make you cry. Stories don't need games don't need stories, was the cry. All of which is nuts. Sure, you don't need a linear narrative in a game, but all games are emotional. Triumph, loss, joy, frustration, elation. We define the games that we play by the emotions that they make us feel, meaning that emotion itself is interactive.
Not really.
In fact, when games fail to create an emotional response in the player, that's because they've ceased to immerse or challenge them. And in that case, they've ceased to be a game. Yet despite that, that many people on the designing and programming side rejected or ignored emotion. In fact, things got so bad that one chap had to go away and write a book reminding people that games were supposed to be, fun. Now remember, there were two sides involved here, and on the other side of the divide were writers and storytellers. After all, reasoned many an executive, if we need to tell stories and explore emotion, we should go to the experts in doing this. We'll get some screenwriters and novelists, and they will bring a whole understanding and toolkit for emotion straight into our industry. Simple, right? Well, the problem is that many of those talented individuals and the execs who employed them brought problems as well as solutions. Just as many early filmmakers had simply set up their cameras and filmed theatre plays, people seemed to think that they could make games in just the same way that they made films. They thought that players should come to them and find their meaning, just as audiences did in cinema. They were sure that if only the people making games fitted the interactivity in around or to the side of the incredible filmic experiences they were making, then the door to emotion in games would be opened. And it's not like either of the sides were completely wrong. No one had come up with the solutions at that time, and they were trying to build a whole new industry. And it made sense to embrace emergence and interactivity, as that's what made the medium different. But it also made sense as a medium that games should explore and generate a wider range of emotions than they were. The two sides needed to stop solving the problem from the end and start it from the middle. They needed to focus on the player. Now, the legacy of this divide continues to today. You will still hear people that were proposing the use of the hero's journey in games. You will still hear people telling you that the only true game is emergent. Whereas actually, the player is often sitting in the middle. To get there, let me ask a strange and difficult question. Who is feeling the emotion in your game? I mean, it sounds obvious. I just said the player, right? Well, yeah, but how often have you heard developers talking about war is hell and how they want to put the player right into the realities of combat? But is that really what they want? To expose the player to some of the worst horrors of humanity, to tear them apart with a set of emotions that cause PTSD and an increased chance of suicide? What's the question really, can games tear your soul apart in the name of entertainment? At the heart of the problem is a confusion between the emotions we're exploring in the game and the emotions we actually want the player to feel. And where we fail to align the emotional content of the game with the emotional reaction of the player will be left either feeling confused, amused, angry, or feeling nothing at all. The dreaded ludonarrative dissonance will eject them from the game. So how do we fix that? Well, for each game that we make, for each moment in the game and each emotion that we're exploring, we need to ask if it is a simulation, a representation, or an abstraction. For a simulation, the emotion in the game matches the one that we seek to trigger directly in the player. Here we want the player to feel exactly what's in the game. For a representation, the emotion in the game doesn't match the one that we seek to trigger in the player. It's triggered indirectly, or both. Here, we put some distance between the emotion in the game and the player's emotion, and to bridge this gap, the player will need to interpret what we've given them. Abstraction. In an abstraction, we present the emotions only as a concept. We don't intend the player to have an emotional reaction at this point. Okay, let's look at each of these in turn. Simulation. In this VR simulation game, the player is asked to walk over a plank that's suspended over a big drop. Here, the emotional reaction the developer seeks to create calls on the player's own natural response to heights. The game intends to generate fear directly in the player. In a Formula 1 driving simulation, the intention is to create the same emotional experience for the player as if they were driving the real car, exactly what Sid Meier was asking for. But remember though, when we're talking about emotions, we're not necessarily simulating the environment or the subject. Pong is not a tennis simulator. There's no tennis court and the rules are different. Pong is a skill game. What's important here is that the emotions the game intends to create, success, win, loss, are the ones that the game intends to generate directly in the player. The emotions match the mechanics. Such emotional simulations can be so powerful that they're being used to change how people behave in the real world. Some companies are putting people into virtual situations to help them recognise racial or gender bias in themselves when interviewing. Doctors are being trained how to tell patients bad news. In each case, the participants enter the scenario as themselves and are then asked to respond to it directly. The emotions they're intended to feel are the ones that they would be feeling if they were in the real situation. But when it comes to representation, the experience is no longer direct. The game places something between the player and the emotion in the game. An obvious example of that would be a character. If we were to take the same VR training and the same doctor, but we were to ask the doctor to play a character this time, then the scenario would switch from being a simulation to a representation. Same doctor, same scenario, same emotional content, but the doctor wouldn't be playing and feeling as themselves. The emotion is no longer direct. We've changed the way that we've asked the participant to react to it, so we've changed the experience. Similarly, when the plank game puts the player in a place where they're asked to feel the terror of crossing over that divide, when we put a character in the place, it's no longer the player who's in virtual danger. It's the character. Here, the game doesn't ask the player to feel the same emotions as the character. Instead of terror, the game is asking us to feel thrill or excitement, or to feel scared for the character rather than from ourselves. So we're putting a distance here between the player's own feelings and those in a game. Why would we want to do that? Well, for a start, interpretation isn't necessarily bad. Interpretation is itself an active verb. It's a way to make emotion interactive. Another plus with representation is it can allow us to present the player with a wider range of experiences than we can in straight simulation. We don't want to expose players to the true horror of war, but we can represent it. We can use a character as a barrier to this negative emotion. This can give the player an emotional distance to explore such difficult subjects. Using this technique, the character can be put through all sorts of potentially negative emotional states, such as loss, rage, grief, hate, revenge, without asking the player to experience those emotions themselves directly. As the character.
Alright, so what we're doing here is buying ourselves our little sneak, our little stealth setup. We're gonna commit the great plane heist, and we gotta look stylish doing it. How about an eye patch? Why not? We're going on a heist, we need an eye patch. I think we already have a pilot's helmet. But do they have one? Nah, whatever. We got a pilot's cap already. Let's see, we got a tracksuit top. We're fine with that. Shirt. Let's just do a pure black shirt. Why not? Geez, expensive for a pure black shirt. Let me just get rid of that. Find a better shirt. Well, obviously we need a pilot's jacket. We're stealing a plane here. Let's just go with this one. Sure, why not? I can't have our sexy pants, unfortunately. Flight pants. Let's wear a kilt. Right? Yeah. We need to wear a kilt while we're stealing a plane. That's appropriate plane thieving attire. We can get shoes from we can get our sneakers from the, where is it, Airplace? Whatever the Airplace is. I don't know that I'd want to bring one of my bags, but, you know. Let's buy a spare sport. Well, we don't really need a bag. How about some underwear? A little stealth willy warmer, how about that? Always need a good willy warmer when you're going on a heist. Fresh pair of socks and underwear, why not? I mean underpants. Yeah. What about fly-in gloves? Nice wool gloves, probably too slippery. Let's get some nice driving gloves. Alright. Okay, that's us dressing to impress. Now what will actually help us get the fucking plane? Water bucket, that's what I wanted to see if he had a water bucket. If not, he should probably have animal skin, because that's what we're missing for our water bucket. Yeah, I doubt it'd be under melee weapons. Storage, not a water bucket. Let's just make sure I didn't miss it. Being stupid, I'm pretty sure I didn't. Okay, so it looks like we're just gonna have to buy the animal skin.
So, what will it be?
Alright, checklist. Water for gas, we already have the battery. Shit, left it in the other car. Airplane repair kits. I have one. And then the gas we're gonna siphon. The airport isn't too far, so... Well, the airport isn't too far from the gas station, so... we shouldn't have no troubles there. I think that's all we need from the general store. Let's buy all these. Sure.
So, what will it be?
I was thinking maybe we need earmuffs. Like, I know it's not a headset, a pilot headset, but still have to look the part. Where are we? Headwear, probably. Is it in helmets? Not in helmets. Oh, it's probably in the MISC category. I think. Yeah, okay, what goes with our pilot stuff? Yeah, let's, I think the plane we saw was yellow, so let's get yellow earmuffs. Yeah. Cool. Alright. We have, plenty of stuff. Plenty of stuff for the great plane heist. I'm thinking. Alright, next. I do have enough to buy a throwaway weapon. Just in case I die, but also enough to be a serious contender, so let's kit up. I already have the Bushmaster for close encounters, but it'll be good if I can pick off puppets at a distance, because, you know, they're still going to be a problem before I get into the plane.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you I'm well armed.
No, we already have a pilot's hat. Thanks, though, mate. Oh, wait, I didn't buy a scarf. Let me just buy this. A scarf from this guy. He's a nice guy.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, handgun's definitely cheaper, I think, right? 1600, 1600 is cheap handgun. Could use the crossbow. I'm pretty sure that'll be even more silent. Compound bow. That's even cheaper.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, for $50 more, I can have a compound bow that already takes into account my strength and the poundage and whatnot. You know, as disposable as compound bows can be, I don't know why, this one's cheaper than all the other compound bows, but shit, let's take it. Why not? I may not have any archery skill, but never too early to learn. You can have a broadhead or a regular carbon arrow. Metal arrow's cheapest, probably falls faster though. You gotta consider the range of engagements at the airport. Yeah, it's mostly close quarters by the hangars. I think we can get away with the metal arrow, right? Do they stack to 6 or 12? I forget. I think they stack to 12. So let me see first the quivers, if he has an animal skin quiver. Just a cheap little quiver. Too far back, too far back. Weapon accessories, there we go. No, he doesn't. Just a military quiver. I think I'll just keep the arrows in my bag. Oh shit, yeah, that took me out of the whole thing, so now I have to go back and get the damn bow. Oh shit, not a ballista. It's too much. Too much. And I got a Shmi scarf from him. Ooh, balaclavas. That's for,
Alright.
That's for thieving, why not? Hell yeah. Alright, alright, alright.
Alright, let's do this. Guns come unloaded. Security reasons, obviously.
And just a cheeseburger for the road, why not? Alright, alright. Didn't spend that much. Back to base.
tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
Greetings, friends and enemies alike. Came to our humble island for some peace and quiet. You came to the wrong place. I'm your host, John Dick, and I'm here to tell you that things are about to get downright brutal. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo race. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
It all starts with a hey, and then we get down and we start to dance in my booty. Get down and boogie with the tip top, sticking it on the dance floor. I'm not checking you out, I'm just checking your checks. It better be good, so I could be bad. I know you fancy. Do you think I'm sexy? Put your arms around where I can see them. Put your hands around where I can feel them. I'll be giving you the satisfaction, but no attraction, no action. It's not about the size, it's how you use what your mama gave you. You snooze, you lose. Look at me dancing. Do you think I'm sexy? It all starts with a hey.
Forgot we should get over here to craft the animal skin bucket first.
Till you knock me down off my feet. See, I can be tasty. Do you think I'm sexy?
just fill this with water and see if the that glitch happens when it's in the backpack too, where it spills all your liquids when you put it in the container. No, not that. I want to fill it with water. Raji's completely drained a fucking well, okay. And it only filled the bucket 50. Yeah, but now it's okay. So we have to carry it by hand. Which means we'll have to clear
Good
the
day,
path
players
first.
and spectators. My name is John Dick, and I'll be your host for today's Blood.
And hope no puppets
Once you're
respawn.
ready, be sure to
I
sign
guess.
up for one of our mini events.
Dang it.
Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome for blood and glory. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Form Live never fails us. My weak ass can only pull 40 pounds, okay. Bushman isn't a suitable melee weapon. Again, I guess that just means it won't take up slot. Who knows? Yeah, I guess we could sacrifice it. If we sacrifice the spade, can that go in a melee slot? Yeah, it can. We'll sacrifice the shovel as a melee weapon. Not that I ever use it, so. Alright. Alright, so it's about the end of the stream. Appropriate. I did want to play Dishonored. I did. But I don't know, the plane heist is just too titillating to pass up. So that will be, yeah, let's get the black hiking backpack just to be able to carry all sorts of stuff. That'll really be our only loss of investment if we happen to fail. Alright. Get rid of this. Next show, we're gonna, I don't know, loot again, of course. Hold on. Loot this place one more time, and then get changed into everything, and next stream we'll start with the Great Plane Heist. The sun should be setting. I think I like that more for the plane heist because it makes the robots' flashlights visible at night. That should be easier to be able to ascertain where they are and try to find a good time to pull out with the plane. I don't know. I'm hoping I can do it naked, right? Just a naked run. And then they won't be too accurate with their shots or anything. Yeah. Exciting. Bob's gonna steal a plane. But until that time, it's been a good stream. It's been fun. We did things. Things happened. And hopefully we'll be successful in the plane heist. Okay, well, that's it, and I will see you guys, you all, you folks, you people, you bots,